It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro! It is Top 8 Sunday here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, live from Atlanta, Georgia. Well, we started the weekend off with 300 players, and now we are down to just 8. And by the time we're done today, only one will be left standing to hoist the trophy and claim the title of champion. We're playing single elimination modern here today with a $50,000 first prize and the title of champion, which of course you cannot put a price on. Thousands of people also here this weekend at MagicCon Atlanta celebrating the greatest game of all time, Magic the Gathering. Hey everybody, welcome to the News Desk. I'm Maria Bertholdi, joined by Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney. What a fantastic top 8 we have for you today. Corey, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, I am so excited to see all these players. It's their first Paper Pro Tour top 8, so I'm excited to see who can handle the nerves of playing high-stakes Magic on the biggest stage.
Absolutely. We'll find out. What about you, Ailey? What are you looking forward to?
Similarly to what Corey said, I'm looking forward to seeing how they react when they win, because it's always so great to see a player doing so well in their first top 8. So
What we live for.
looking forward to it. Yeah,
Absolutely. We're about to change somebody's life today, that's for sure. Let's get a review of our tournament schedule and find out how we ended up here today, starting with what happened Friday. Corey.
Absolutely. Friday started off with an Edge of Eternities booster draft. After the first 3 rounds, we moved to Modern for rounds 4 through 8, and anybody with a 4-4 record or 12 match points advanced to day number 2.
On Saturday, which was yesterday, we did 3 more rounds of Edge of Eternities draft to determine who our 6-0 drafters would be. We know how important those are. And then rounds 12 through 16 was Modern constructed. 36 match points got you into day number 3.
And that brings us to today, Top 8 Sunday. We're playing single elimination Modern, so lose and you are out. However, we are playing best 3 out of 5 games with sideboarded games beginning after game number 2. And your seeding order determines play or draw, which will be very important, especially for some of the decks out there today. Let's take a look at the prizes. $50,000 for first place. Second place goes home with $30,000. Third through fourth, $15K. $9,000 goes to 5th through 8th. We've had a fantastic tournament here this weekend. Day 2 was no exception. If you missed any of the action, Ailey's got you covered with these highlights.
Day 2 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities kicked off with 3 rounds of booster draft for the remaining 188 players. Our undefeated tournament leader, Shuhei Nakamura, suffered his first loss in the limited rounds, opening the way for those hot on his heels to catch up. As we worked our way through the rounds of Modern, Justin Schabel was the first player to lock up a spot on the Sunday stage with his explosive Izzet prowess list, and the next round saw his teammate Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer punch his ticket too. Mika Airaksinen rallied back from a less than ideal start to secure his spots, and after several tough rounds, Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura missed out on another top 8 to fellow countryman Makoto Horiuchi. Johnny Guttman finally claimed his spot after a couple of hard-fought rounds, and at the end of round 16, Francisco Sanchez, Offman, and Mason Buonadonna locked up their spots, and our top 8 was complete. We've got 7 different archetypes and 8 super hungry players ready to do battle and claim the title of champion. So, let's get to it.
Absolutely. Take a look there at the trophy somebody will be lifting by the time we're done today. But who exactly is in our top 8? Let's meet them right now.
Justin Schabel, USA, Izzet prowess.
Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, USA, Mono Blue Belcher.
Mikko Airaksinen, Finland, Mono Blue Belcher.
Mason Buonadonna, United States of America, Amulet Titan.
Francisco Sanchez, Spain, Blue White Control.
Johnny Guttman, Canada, Goryo's Vengeance.
Noe Offman, Canada, Neoform.
Makoto Horiuchi, Japan, Esper Wink.
Take a look at our top 8 bracket here today. Quarterfinals kicking things off, of course, this morning. We have 4 different matches that we'll be bringing you. Justin Schabel will be up against Makoto Horiuchi. Francisco Sanchez will face off against Mason Buonadonna. Then we have Mikko Airaksinen versus Johnny Guttman. The first match will feature this morning. And Noe Offman up against Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. There's a look at our top 8 bracket. But how are the players feeling this morning? Ailey got a chance to talk to some of them before the big moment.
So Michael, this is your 5th Pro Tour, first top 8. How different is this from your very first appearance, which was Kamigawa, I believe?
It's in real life, which is a lot more fun than sitting behind a computer screen. Winning feels so much better, but losing feels so much worse when you have to sit around, people come up, ask you, have you done? And you're like, I lost. But when you can say, yeah, I just won this round, I'm X and 2, it feels so much better.
Mikko, are you ready for this top 8? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. I'm just super happy to be here. All upside from here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Any particular matchup you're hoping to face more so than others?
I'm pretty happy to play against Goryo's. In the semi-finals, it's Belcher or Neoform. Maybe prefer Neoform there. Mirror is interesting, to say the least.
All right, and any final words for your family, friends, fans?
Just want to shout out my team, Team Vance. A lot working with you. want to shout out my wife and kids at home. Hang in there, easy tulee kohta kotiin.
Mason, Top 8 Sunday, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Just happy to be here.
Nice. That is a great answer, and I'm pretty sure most people are happy to be here, but it'd be even better if we went home with a trophy, right?
Look, it would be nice. Nathan keeps staring me in the face every time I see him, so it'd just be nice to have one to match.
Okay, cool. I wanted to ask you, you're flying the flag here for Team Flexlock Diamond.
Absolutely.
What's on your arm there?
Yeah, so this is the DC, Maryland, and Virginia Legacy League. Magic starts at the local game store, and for the DC area, we really like our older formats too. And so we want to have a little bit of representation of those at the Pro Tour. So it's local game stores playing Legacy, and they kind of has a league. It builds into like a larger event. So it's really cool, and it's a touch of home for me.
Awesome. Well, shout out to them, and best of luck to you for the top 8 today. Alrighty, Justin, finished number 1. You're playing probably the only very aggressive deck in the top 8. You got to feel pretty good about going first, huh?
Yeah, I agree. It is good for me. So we'll see what happens.
Francisco, how are you feeling coming into the top 8 today?
Great, thanks for asking. A bit nervous.
A little bit nervous, I can imagine. Do you have any particular hopes or plans for this top 8?
Just play my games like regular games, no mulligans, no mana screw, no nothing strange, and enjoy the games of blue-white control.
Absolutely. You are actually the only control player, I believe, coming into this top 8. So what matchup are you hoping to avoid?
The extremely aggro decks. There is a blue-red knife deck somewhere over there that I want to avoid it. And then, you know, blue-white has only good matchup.
No way. Top 8 Sunday. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good, a bit tired. I didn't see that one coming up on this weekend, but it feels great.
What's your game plan for this top 8? Between yourself and your team, what have you come up with?
So we actually tested the Belcher matchup a lot, the one I'm playing. It's why I'm playing 4 Hope of Gyarados in my sideboard. It's a tech we come up with last minute with the Entrance Made deck that also helps with the Tamishi loop, which was a problem that we didn't find a way to counter before. So yeah, just hoping to turn 1 Hope of Gyarados and turn 2 combo and go to the next game.
Well, best of luck. I hope that's exactly what happens for you, friend. Johnny, you had a sweating yesterday, man. What happened? Wow, it was just such a crazy, crazy run to the top 8 for you.
Yeah, it was the definition of up and down. I felt, at 10-1, I felt like I'm on top of the world, and then I lose a couple games, and I'm back in the scrum, and then I win one, and then I lose to my now opponent today, Miko, who kind of candidly really outplayed me in the match to lose the win. And so it was a tough one to kind of settle in and get back in for my last match, but I managed to hold together for just long enough to get the 12th win and my breakers held, and I'm incredibly grateful to be in the top 8.
Absolutely. So that's all yesterday, today, brand new day. What is your game plan going into the top 8?
I just want to make one good decision and then try to make the next good decision. Win, lose, cards will lay as they lie. I just want to be able to watch back these matches later and be proud of the work I put in.
All right, well, take your time, think it out, and best of luck for today, Johnny.
Thank you.
One good decision into the next good decision.
Love that.
Great advice there from Johnny Guttman. And Ailey, you also got a chance to talk to Makoto this morning.
Yes, I did chat to him as well, and he says he wants to do his best without making any mistakes and to thank his testing partner, Tomoaki Ogasawara. So shout out to you, Tomoaki.
All right, thank you so much, Ailey. Well, our crack team in the back has been crunching the numbers here in our top 8 to give us some odds at the likelihood that any individual player will take down the whole tournament, and Corey is here to walk us through those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a look, and the first thing we're going to kind of look at is if everything were even between these 8 players, 12.5% is kind of the baseline percentage that you have to take down a top 8. So anything above, they have a solid chance. Anything below, it's going to be a little tricky. So we'll put up our graphic here and kind of show you what we're looking at, starting at the bottom here with our lowest chance to take it down. We have no way. And then heading up to 9% here. Now we're going to boost this up a little bit more. These are going to be the players at 12% that have that very even chance to be able to be holding the trophy at the end. And then let's start looking at the players that are going to be advantaged going into this top 8. We got Miko at 13%, Michael at 14% chance to be holding the trophy at the end. And then we'll take a look at our second place player here, Johnny at 15%, and the person who has the highest chance to be taking down this tournament is Justin Schabel here at 17%. on the play, playing that really aggressive deck. Definitely favored to be taking it down with some good old Swift Spears.
Oh yeah, the Pilot Dirge, baby.
Yes.
All right, there's a look at the math, but of course, anything can happen. Let's set up our first quarterfinal match that we'll be watching this morning. Take a look. The first match in the feature match area coming up, Mikko Airaksinen on Tameshi Belcher versus Esper Gorios in the hands of Johnny Guttman. 2 top finishes for each of these players, who each have an online top finish before today. Let's take a look at Mikko Airaksinen's road here to the top 8. Won 8 matches in a row to clinch his spot in the top 8 with 1 round to spare. There you see in round number 16. That is the bye that Mikko was awarded. Crucially, beat Johnny Guttman in round number 15 to lock up his spot here in the top 8. So this is something of a rematch here in our first quarterfinal. On the other side of things, Johnny Guttman's road went 6-4 overall in Modern, was one of our 6-0 drafters, so congratulations to Johnny Guttman there. But of course, lost to Mikko in round number 15, Corey.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you know, you look at rounds 4, 5, and 6 there, beat Belcher 3 times and only lost 1 game. So yeah, well, still doing okay, 3-1, but you know, the 1 loss is against the opponent. You gotta see again here right in the morning.
I know, walk me through these deck lists, Corey.
Yeah, so let's take a look first at Mikko's list here. That is the Belcher list. And Belcher versus Esper Gorios. Belcher was favored in this Pro Tour at 52% with an 80 match sample size, so very close. You know, this is going to be an extremely close match. Some of the changes here from Mikko with these main deck Stern Scoldings for the Psychic Frogs are going to come in handy. And yeah, just going to be a very close match. Force and Negation is going to be a big deal to be able to counter Gorios' Vengeance as well. Now let's take a look at Johnny's list here. Now, this is going to be the one big difference here. The fact that we're playing 2 pre-boarded game, I think is actually going to be bad for Johnny Guttman. As you have those 4 Solitudes, you have these prismatic endings that are really not that great. These are going to be cards you want to take out for Consigns, Mystical Disputes, Teferi's, those kind of things. So the post-board games get a lot better for Johnny, but unfortunately, you don't get there until game number 3. So if Johnny can get out of here with a 1-1 record before the sideboard, I would say advantage to him. And 2-0, it's hard to be favored no matter what when you start 2-0. So yeah.
All right, so this could be a close one coming up. It's time for our first quarterfinal. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and there's a real tension this morning down in the feature match area. A lot of nerves from some of our competitors down there, really trying to get into that flow. You know, what you usually see from these high-level players, Paul, is that the nerves come before the match, but once the cards start flowing, they kind of go away.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all these players have put thousands of hours into this game. So once you play, you're a little more relaxed, but kind of coming into it. I mean, if you look at this top 8 field, a lot of newcomers into this event. So a lot of those people, I mean, we even talked about it back in the green room where we just think, if it was our first time, I would be nervous too. I mean, I just wouldn't even know what to think about before the game started happening.
Yeah, I think the challenge that I would issue to myself is to try to enjoy this, right? Because you can get so caught up in the expectations and the hopes that you have of doing well that maybe you don't take that minute to look around and kind of go, this is pretty cool. We've got our first quarterfinal match lined up for you here. This is Mikko Airaksinen versus Johnny Guttman. These two faced off yesterday, and you heard Johnny say, he said, frankly, Mikko outplayed me badly.
Yeah, and that's, of course, not great, but of course, Johnny does have the opportunity to get some revenge here. He does still have a 3-1 record overall against Tameshi Belcher, so just has to kind of shake that off and kind of play his game. He's on an excellent team. They probably gave him a really excellent sideboard strategy for this matchup, so he should come fully prepared here.
Team Vents. I like that jersey. That's pretty cool.
Blue and red, too.
Yeah, and you see Johnny jumping up and down there. Again, that's just a way to get a little loose. You know, you see tennis players do that. And as you can see, well, Johnny's covering it for us there. Mikko does get to be on the play as the higher seed coming in. We're going to be playing a best 3 out of 5 match. That means that we're going to go for 2 pre-sideboarded games, and then any subsequent games after that will include sideboards. Let's get in to game number 1 with Mikko on the play. Can he pull it off again and defeat Johnny? He played really well yesterday to pick up the win, but as you mentioned, Paul, Johnny has really had the number of the Belcher deck over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, the important thing in game 1, Johnny actually just doesn't have a ton of disruption for the matchup because he needs to come in with a balance of ways to deal with the various aggressive decks that exist in Modern, for example, the Boros Energy decks. So he's got that Solitude Ephemerate combo, but that really does not do a whole lot in this matchup. Sure, it's a way to maybe get Tameshi off the battlefield, but in his sideboard has access to a ton of good counter spells. So he's really going to want to get to that game 3. Corey mentioned it before. If you can go into game 3, 1-1, that's where you want to be. You have 6 or 7 counter spells in the sideboard that are very, very strong in this matchup.
You see Johnny was on a mulligan to 6 here on the draw. Just something to note.
But does have a Thoughtseize in hand. You see Miko revealing War of Invention, can get that into play. Turn 3, very common play pattern here is to play War of Invention on turn 3. Go get that Lotus Bloom. Turn 4, slam a Goblin Charbelcher, activate it for the win. And Johnny, if you look, actually had the ability to play a turn 1 Thoughtseize here, but knowing, you know, I'm not really too concerned about what you do the first couple of turns of the game, so I'd rather use my fetch land to get a Surveil land to try to see. I mean, I have a Goryo's Vengeance in hand. Maybe I can get lucky. Maybe I can just go turn 2 Goryo's Vengeance by surveilling an Airaksinen into the graveyard.
Yeah, sometimes you Thoughtseize yourself, too. Miko also has the ability to see so many cards over, particularly turn 2, with the full set of 8 of these 2-mana creatures that help you dig. Miko's hand makeup will change a lot over those first few turns.
Airaksinen, 1 card too late, right? But you can Thoughtseize yourself, but Johnny actually not choosing to go for that. Going for a Thoughtseize here to try to disrupt Miko's game plan here. Miko does have a Disrupting Shoal, but does not have a 1-mana spell to try to counter this Thoughtseize. So Johnny has the option of either taking Goblin Charbelcher, which is of course the namesake of the deck. That's how you go off with the combo. Or you could just take the War of Invention, because that'll slow Miko down significantly, because he's just not going to have the mana to be able to win on turn 4. But we've seen Miko do this previously. It's like, I don't need to win turn 4. I can just play Goblin Charbelcher turn 4. If you can't kill me, I just untap, activate for the win.
That's right. It's a very consistent list, and it sort of feels like it's always applying pressure to you, where Johnny is in this situation where he needs to disrupt Miko enough to not just die on turn 4, but he also still needs to enact his own game plan to get things moving forward. I mean, let's not forget, Johnny doesn't win on the spot if he gets to do the Goryo's Vengeance thing, but man, he'll draw 5 cards. Like, it's can give you the tools that you need to not die as well. So he can punch back, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Once you resolve an Airaksinen or get a Gristlebrand into play, you're so likely to find a Thoughtseize, Consigned to Memory, Force of Negation, something where when Miko tries to go off on his turn, you'll have some disruption to be able to stop Miko from comboing off.
See a Philology Archaeologist here for Miko.
Miko just choosing to get a land here, which also acts as a spell, which is the reason why you can pick something up with the Archaeologist.
Yeah, we see the Lotus Bloom there, but it looks like the window for that may have.
Yeah, turn
closed.
3 Lotus Bloom, not quite as strong. And Johnny does have a nice play here. He does have the 1-2 punch here of warping in Quantum Riddler and has the Ephemerate in hand. Of course, he will be tapped out, but he will have a big threat in play and draw 2 cards. And, I mean, to be honest, he just doesn't really have any other play here, right? Looking at his hand, he just has a pair of Riddlers and a Goryo's Vengeance.
One card that, well, both players are going to be thinking about as well, especially if you're in Miko's seat, is Consigned to Memory. Johnny actually does have one of those in his main deck.
Yeah,
and that's one of the few ways to nab a Goblin Charbelcher very easily.
Right. Very, very potent card in the matchup.
Because as it stands, Miko did find a Charbelcher.
Can't play it next turn. I think all the cards, I don't know that he has a land that comes into play untapped.
Oh, okay.
Could. Let's take a look. I see a Jwari Disruption, and Yeah, a pair of Dwari Disruptions as his mana sources, so currently does not have the ability, but does have Tameshi here. So you played Tameshi, and remember, he put the Lotus Bloom into the graveyard. So Johnny wants to find a way to kill this Tameshi here if he can.
And he's going to get a chance to see a bunch of cards here. Ephemerate.
That's right, and you played Dwari for turn?
Yeah, and he's playing the Ephemerate here. He's like, I don't care about the 4 damage. I just want to see an extra card here to try to find a way to kill this Tameshi. Now, he already did put a Solitude in the graveyard earlier. Can he find another one?
Looks like he found a bunch of lands.
Yeah, this is rough. Now, he does have a Surveil land.
Yeah, the Archive.
You could try to Surveil perhaps an Atraxa into your graveyard. You could also warp in the other Quantum Riddler to see what you find. If you warp in the Quantum Riddler, you still have a white card in hand. And if you find a Solitude, you could exile the Atraxa to get the Tameshi off the battlefield. Now, Johnny does know that Miko has Disrupting Shoal in hand, and there's a lot of 2-mana blue spells in the deck, so oftentimes your Psychic Frogs or Goryo's Vengeances do get countered in this matchup. And if Johnny misses here, Miko's going to have a ton of mana and can just play the Belcher here for the win. Johnny doesn't have a Force of Negation or any counterspell in his hand.
Once the Belcher's on the battlefield, it's 1 turn away, but what can Johnny do in between?
Yeah, and if Tameshi just is in play, you have access to, what, 12 mana here?
Right.
So
Mikko Airaksinen, game 1, has all the pieces set up. And Johnny just can't seem to find any way to interact.
Yeah, does not have anything in hand. If Miko just goes for it here, which I imagine he will, he's going to be up 1-0 here.
Miko had an incredible run yesterday. That was day 2. Undefeated. Just rattled off all those wins.
I know, he was 5-3, so just really didn't have many losses to give and just kind of ran the table. The Lotus Bloom shenanigans begins, right?
Yeah, and this is ridiculous.
So we have access to 5 mana from the Tameshi alone, and every land you pick up basically nets you 2 mana, right? Because you have to tap a white mana, you pick up a land, and you get a Lotus Bloom in play, which you can then sacrifice for 3 mana.
Trigger? Yeah, you're returning Sync to hand? Yes.
Right, and that's a nice counterspell effect as well.
Johnny's keeping track of what's going on in hand with Miko, but honestly, it's what's on the battlefield in a minute here that's going to be the real problem.
Yeah, and if you're on Miko's side, he knows that he's in a really, really commanding position here, and what he's thinking about is, honestly, Force of Negation.
Yeah.
It's like, what can I do here to try my best to play around Force of Negation? And he's got Disrupting Shoal. He picked up Sink into Stupor. So now he has a Disrupting Shoal for 3. He's got the Tameshi in hand too. So he can counter 1 Force of Negation. Can he counter?
Okay, yes. Yeah.
Can he deal with double Force of Negation?
Yeah.
He's at that level?
Right, because he already has the answer to the first Force of Negation.
Yeah, and you see no blue mana available there, right?
Right, and given that Johnny hasn't played a Solitude off of the first activation on Tameshi, if you're on Miko's side, you know that Johnny just doesn't have a Solitude in hand here.
So even if things stayed exactly how they are, Miko has this game locked up even through 1 force.
Yeah, absolutely. But just, of course, we are in the top 8 of the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Even if you feel like you got it, you can make 1 small error. That can just be a complete disaster. We have seen it before. Now, also has a Hydroelectric Specimen in hand. So you can actually exile that to the Disrupting Shoal, and then if somehow you have enough mana, you could also have the ability to cast Sink into Stupor on Force of Negation. So if Johnny happens to have if Johnny happens to have double Force of Negation, you can at least force him to have an additional blue card in hand to cast that second Force of Negation again. So that's probably what's going through Miko's mind.
And you see Miko stacking up the blue mana here for just that reason.
And one thing too is Miko needs to be mindful is, you might be thinking, oh, well, there's a Tameshi in play, and if he forces the Belcher, can't you get the Belcher back? Well, Force of Negation is an exile effect, so you need to make sure that the Belcher can absolutely resolve and not just get forced here.
All right, Miko's going to play the Char Belcher. Johnny's ready to pick up his cards because he doesn't have any way once it's resolved, and there's enough mana left over for Miko to pick up game number 1. This reminds me of yesterday. You know, it's methodical for Miko. It's just one step at a time. And Johnny is more or less scrambling the whole game to try to find the disruption cards that he does have in the main deck and was unable to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a reason why this deck is called Tameshi Belcher.
Yeah.
We've seen Tameshi just be so pivotal in just turning this deck on. It doesn't just need the Belcher to go. You don't just need to do Lotus Bloom Belcher and just try to win as quickly as possible. Tameshi, once you get that in conjunction with Lotus Bloom, I mean, you can just play so many spells in one turn where you can just kind of find all the tools you need and be able to fight through disruption.
Preordained here for Johnny, who once again finds himself on 6 cards. It looks like double bottom there. Also Miko on 6 cards this time. Both players playing combo decks-ish.
Right.
Yeah. They have combos. But as you can see, they also have a lot of play to them.
And look at this.
Miko's going to go untap land here.
Untap land has a...
Pay the iron price.
Right. Well, Miko's list, especially because we are still in pre-sideboarded games, has a couple of copies of Stern Scolding in the main. So you want to be able to represent that to be able to counter potentially a turn 2 Psychic Frog that Johnny could play, one of the most powerful creatures in the deck. And then also does have 1 copy of Strict Serenade, which he could also potentially cast. So it's like, you know what? You can have the 2/2 bird here. No Psychic Frog for you. But Miko is on 17, right? He did pay 3 life, and there is a 2/2, so Johnny has some pressure here.
Worked out well for Miko, though. Definitely keeping that Psychic Frog off the table is well worth it.
Johnny digging here for a 3rd mana source here.
He even has the Ephemerate in his hand. Oh, and he doesn't find anything.
Yeah, and the thing, he couldn't cast the Faithful Mending either because he drew his basic Swamp.
Oh. Here's an Archaeologist now for Miko.
Finds at least the land. Can't get Tameshi back. So it's only 1 target. You can only get Seagate Restoration. Johnny really needs to find a 3rd mana source, or that's the thing. He doesn't have a mana source or even any way to disrupt. Miko does find Godless Shrine here and does have Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate.
Hey,
so
that
that's
nice
something.
Clock
here.
In the air, yeah.
Johnny is just debating whether or not he should play out this Godless Shrine, but choosing to get a little more information by playing the Riddler first.
Draws his card off the Riddler.
But he's almost assuredly going to play that Ephemerate here, even if you find the Thoughtseize.
Untapped Godless Shrine. He actually found another land of Marsh Flats.
Yeah, this just puts so much pressure here.
Much better for Guttman.
Yeah,
Boy, that
was good.
Yeah, that Godless Shrine was a nice rip. Oh, and he got a Solitude too.
Yeah. If you look at Miko's hand, he doesn't have the Lotus Bloom, and Johnny is tapped out. I think if you're on Miko's side, you just jam the Belcher here. You have a there's a significant clock, right? I mean, Johnny's attacking it for 6. That's a 3-turn clock, so I think you just play the Belcher. It's like, I just hope you don't have Force of Negation here, and I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the pressure that Johnny has been able to press on Miko forces his hand. And it's funny because Johnny can't really back it up.
Yeah. One interesting line of play, actually, if you look at Johnny Guttman's hand, Prismatic Ending is pretty bad in the matchup. there is a breeding pool in Johnny's deck, right?
So
there's
you
a
can
breeding
actually get Belcher?
So you can actually kill the Belcher, but the problem is right now, the only land in Johnny Guttman's hand is a Marsh Flats.
Yes, he can't
You
get
are incapable of getting breeding pool with that. So if Miko just runs out Belcher here, Johnny can't kill it. He did, and he cannot kill it here.
But he
with
can
the
get
Marsh
it.
Flats.
But he has a top deck, and he has an ephemerate that he can issue some damage for.
Right.
If he feels that that's the play, because interestingly, Miko played an untapped land. That clock just went from 3 turns to 2.
Right.
But if Johnny decides to ephemerate, he will lose a turn.
So he needs a flooded strand or a polluted delta here, or of course you can just naturally draw the breeding pool.
The breeding pool too.
I feel like that's one of the only answers, to be honest, to actually deal with a resolved Goblin Charbelcher.
So perfect draw for him would be Force of Negation land that can get green.
Right, just to be able to protect through. Well, the thing is,
the second Charbelcher.
You can't force a negation on your turn though for free. So, but I know what you mean, because there's
I'm looking at the hand.
Right, because Miko can then play another Charbelcher. Yeah,
right.
You
So
are absolutely correct.
So you tap out, kill the thing, hit for 2, and then have 4. So just go perfect. Because the truth is that if Johnny does get lucky and hits one of those lands that can get the breeding pool, it's just going to be another Charbelcher, and this time Johnny, if he decides to ephemerate, will not have that 2-turn clock we talked about.
Right, yeah.
Where are we at here?
Not entirely certain. I imagine the Belcher has resolved unless Johnny's doing a little bit of posturing, but we know that if he had a force, he would just fire it off immediately.
Yeah, I think Miko's probably thinking similar.
Right. Perhaps Johnny is thinking about what he can do with this ephemerate here. Like, do I want to put pressure on Miko or do I want to draw the extra card? But I think he has to find the green source here to cast the prismatic ending.
Yeah, and he is going for it.
Okay, he missed, I think.
I know his facial expression did not look like somebody who hit.
And that is a Goryo's Vengeance.
Oh, and a Solitude. He just bricked twice.
Yeah, and this is brutal. And that Strict Serenade, you can see, did so much work, right?
It really did.
Because if the Psychic Frog was on the table, he could have pitched Atraxa and then Goryo's Vengeance that into play, which most likely would have also given him some additional mana here as well. So, yeah, this is brutal. That Strict Serenade, the one of, doing a lot of work here and not being able to get a breeding pool with Marsh Flats here is the difference here between a win and a loss in this second game.
Solitude away your Archaeologist.
Attack for 2?
And that is Marsh Flats. Oh, if only that could get a green source here. Or
and wait, he has Faithful Mending plus Goryo's Vengeance, right? But that's an attack for 9. Miko is at 10.
So he can get him to 1.
You can get him to 1, but the thing is, Johnny, when you get Atraxa into play, Force of Negation doesn't do anything against the Goblin Charbelcher that's already on the battlefield. So I think he's just 1 damage short of lethal here.
Incredible. And Johnny shaking his head because he realizes that exact same thing.
Wow, that is brutal.
Miko has easy mode here.
Right.
He's like, well, either I get to untap with this Belcher or I don't. You know, let me know.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know what the sequence of draws here. I don't remember what the sequence was for Johnny, but let's say he didn't ephemerate the Quantum Riddler and went Faithful Mending, Goryo's Vengeance, Atraxa, that would have been lethal.
Oh, that's right, because of the 4 power in the air.
This is going to be 1 damage short, I'm pretty certain.
Oh,
my
close.
goodness.
And of course, there's the Force, by the way. 2 of them. Yep, and he's going to scoop him up because Miko Airaksinen picks up the first 2 games here against Johnny Guttman. Johnny just cannot seem to crack the puzzle of Miko.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough. And if you're, I'm sure with Johnny, if you're at his spot, you're thinking, was there something I could have done differently?
Yeah.
At some point, could I have fetched a breeding pool? But I don't think so, because he mulliganed and he led with the Delta. And when you're starting out the game, you need to make sure that you get your Esper colors first, right? Because you're an Esper deck. You only have the one random green source to honestly, most of the time, just hard cast the Atraxa. So that probably didn't even cross his mind. But based on what happened, had he gotten the breeding pool, this could have been a different game.
Could have been a different game. Wow, crazy stuff there. Very compact, a lot of decisions in a short period of time, but ultimately, Mikko picks up both games 1 and 2. He'll only need to win one more to advance to the semifinals. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have game 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chion. We're in Atlanta. We've got a MagicCon happening just outside of our studio here, but the real battles are in the feature match area here. We are at top 8 Sunday. We're in our first quarterfinal match. Mikko Airaksinen, impressive. This is a 2-0 start on the pre-board games, and he's put Johnny Guttman in the position of needing to win all 3.
Yeah, and well, if you're on Johnny's side, you kind of know that the matchup is probably slightly unfavorable in the pre-boarded games, but after sideboard, there's a lot more action coming in. We're talking about the full 4 copies of Consigned to Memory, Mystical Disputes, Surgical Extraction. So Mikko, it's going to be a lot more difficult because he has to pay attention to so many different counterspells to be able to fight through, to be able to win this matchup.
That's right, and we're going to see if Johnny can right the ship here. He's got to start by picking up Game 3 right now. If he doesn't, Mikko's going to advance to our semifinal.
Johnny's hand very light on action, but does have a pair of Force of Negations, which is, of course, very, very powerful in this matchup, and then a V1 of Preordain. Very curious how they kind of came to that number, but
maybe it's a lucky card.
Yeah, I mean, it's never a bad card to play, right?
No,
especially
it's not.
in this type of deck. One interesting note for Mikko's side of things, sideboarding is always difficult when you are such a linear-focused combo deck, but did bring in some counter magic of his own, a couple of Mystical Disputes, a couple of Flusterstorms, and 1 copy of Tezzeret the Seeker. Interestingly enough, actually boarded out a pair of Lotus Blooms, not relying on that as heavily, especially because Johnny Guttman is bringing in, it looks like 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's, of course, just a total blowout. When Teferi is in play, you actually cannot cast Lotus Blooms that have been suspended, but it's important to still keep at least 1 or 2 copies of Lotus Bloom because you can search for them through War of Invention.
Both on top.
Both on top. Never a good thing to hear.
No, it's not what you want to hear when you're Miko. Ooh, there's Teferi right there.
Oh, yeah. And Mystical Dispute. So I wonder if Johnny's just going to run out Teferi here or try to get to land number 4 because he did draw Mystical Dispute. So now now you can get to land number 4 and go Teferi with Dispute backup.
Slow going here for Miko.
Yeah.
Just bunch of tap lands.
Certainly a matchup where the post-board games go much longer just because everybody's going to have preparation here for Tameshi Belcher after sideboard, so the Belcher deck can't just go, all right, turn 4 Belcher, good luck.
Right.
Oftentimes, they're going to have an answer to that. Johnny on a Surveil here. Doesn't have the 4th land in hand. I'm wondering if he actually wants a 4th land. I think it's, would he take a 4th land here? And also, if it's a disruptive spell, he might just want to keep that on top too.
He kept it on top.
Okay. So maybe it is a land. No, it is a Psychic Frog with Mystical Dispute backup here.
Okay. So he can do that instead of Teferi.
But Miko has a clean answer in hand though. Stern Scolding mostly has one target. Its name is Psychic Frog. Yeah. So
there's Psychic Frog going on the stack.
This is an extremely easy Stern Scolding here. And now
does
Johnny
fight back?
Right.
This is a critical turn as well. Like, if he decides to fight and then Miko goes a cool land Belcher, like you're kind of bummed. I mean, he does have a force of negation, but still.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for it here. I think maybe Johnny's thinking, I can't just do nothing forever.
Yes.
And by resolving the Psychic Frog, it puts so much pressure on my opponent, and it's just that important to try to resolve the spell. And he has force of negation if Miko just chooses to go land, Belcher, go. In fact, double force of negation.
Yeah, this is a great setup for Guttman. Finally, some forward progress from him. I mean, he was so close to winning that game, too. He was like a land type off or 1 damage off.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and Johnny's got to feel super safe here with double.
Where'd the frog go?
With double force of negation. The frog got countered through the Stern Scolding.
Did not see that.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to fight with the Mystical Dispute.
I think did he not?
Oh, he got forced. He got force of negation.
Oh, he has a
back.
second Mystical Dispute in hand. Okay. I'm like, he still has a Dispute in hand, but yes.
He did cast it, but Miko had force.
But the Dispute has been exiled because it got forced.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I wrote down 13.
So Johnny's in a decent spot here.
I wrote what you said, and I believe.
Yeah, I must
and
have,
I mean, it also
when
shows what you were
me.
saying, by the way.
When you bolted yourself, I wrote it on my own life.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay.
That frog was super, super critical.
Right.
Worth a full-on counterfight.
Yeah, especially with force of negation backup here.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that Miko can resolve a Belcher here through double force of negation.
I'm saying that Miko decided to force back, right. To keep that
recognizing
frog off.
how important the frog
like
is.
everybody was like, hey,
Absolutely.
this frog,
Yeah.
this is going to be a game changer on this board.
Yeah, and Miko's considering it here. He was like, I can just play Sink into Stupor and just run out the Belcher. Should I do that?
Mm-hmm.
And Johnny can have such a strong follow-up, though. You go to Ferry, bounce Belcher, right? That is really, really strong with more force of negation backup. So Miko could choose to play it slower here and just run out Thundertrap Trainer, play a land. Can't force that either. And we do see a Lotus Bloom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus Bloom, again, might just feel a little bit too slow. Also leaves yourself vulnerable to Teferi Time Raveler. Has a War of Invention already to go get a Lotus Bloom if he wants at some point. But chooses to get it because it does put some pressure on Johnny. Once you get this going, you can't kind of play that draw-go game. It forces Johnny to put some pressure on the battlefield, play some cards. Of course, we know that Johnny does have the Teferi in hand.
We see untapped land here from Airaksinen as well. He has Jwari Disruption in hand.
He does.
Could be really annoying.
I mean, Johnny doesn't have land number 4 currently in hand. So
No.
if he goes to Ferry and Miko just goes Jwari Disruption, that's going to be brutal.
And yeah, he drew a second copy of Atraxa, so he doesn't actually have the land. He won't have Dispute up, so he's just going to pass the turn back with Force and or Dispute available.
Yeah. And heads up from Johnny, too, not actually running out the Teferi into the 2 open
Very
mana.
good. And I mean, Miko signaled it to a point,
Right.
right? He took 3 damage to keep that up.
But could easily be bluffing.
Right, with
a
no
2-mana
board state at
counterspell.
all.
Yeah. All right, Johnny's got a ton of disruption, but no pressure.
And no
Just-
land this time, but he did find a Thoughtseize.
Found a Thoughtseize, so could run that out. Plays around the Jwari Disruption. I think he's going to play it. It's like...
It's valuable info, too.
Right. You have to just kind of put all the pieces together. Miko is representing a Jwari Disruption. So it's kind of rough to run out the Teferi. If you play Thoughtseize, you still have Mystical Dispute up and double Force of Negation for the following turn.
Yeah, and also nothing changed from last turn significantly, and he decided not to play Teferi last turn, so to be logically consistent, you would do the same play here, so Thoughtseize.
Yeah, and this is tough now for Miko because he has a War of Invention. He can't counter this, of course, so he can either just choose to get a Lotus Bloom here, but if he does, there's no Goblin Charbelcher, right? Because that's going to be taken here out of Miko's hand.
Yeah,
is there a world where you can wait and not cast a War of Invention and maybe just cast it for 4 once the Lotus Bloom comes off? It's a lot of mana and a lot of resources, but right now, it's not like Miko has a ton to work with here. Now, remember, if Goblin Charbelcher does go into the graveyard here, if Miko does find a Tameshi at some point, you could get that back into play. It would be very expensive. But he does even have the white mana in play, right? He has actually, there's 2 blue-white lands in the, 4 copies of the blue-white land, 2 in play, so you can actually cast the Tameshi. Even without Lotus Bloom, you can actually return the Goblin Charbelcher back in play if he finds a Tameshi.
He decides ultimately not to do anything and just let Thoughtseize resolve.
Right.
Probably assuming that Johnny is kind of forced to take the Belcher that's already in hand.
Yeah, another really nice thing about taking the Goblin Charbelcher is Johnny Guttman brought in 2 copies of Surgical Extraction out of his sideboard. So if the Belcher is in the graveyard, if you ever find a Surgical Extraction, I mean, Miko's only path to victory then is Thundertrap Trainer,
Tameshi
beatdown. We've seen it before.
Yes.
But it is a lot harder against a deck that's trying to that's got Psychic Frogs and is trying to put Atraxas into play. But Johnny with back against the wall, down 2-0, still taking his time, thinking about all the combinations of draws that Miko could play off the top. If I take the Belcher, what if he works for 0? He has a ton of mana. What if he top decks a Belcher? I mean, if you think about it, at least from this point, though, Johnny is fairly safe, given the fact that he has double Force of Negation, Mystical Dispute, and double Atraxa. The thing that he might be most concerned about is possibly a Tameshi off the top, because you can't force that one, right? You can't force a negation to Tameshi.
Right.
You can Mystical Dispute it. But those are the things that's going through Johnny's mind right now. Miko also plays a singular copy of Hope of Girapur. Which is something that you could also potentially search, and I wonder if Johnny's a little bit concerned about that as well.
He took the Whir.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he's just going to lean on these Force of Negations. Taking the instant speed card means that Miko is forced to just tap 4 mana to put a Belcher in.
Right.
And Johnny knows that he has that covered currently. The missed land drops are starting to add up for him, though. It's getting a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
He can't really tap out at any point.
But now that he has perfect information, perhaps now he can just maybe just play a land, just wait till he finds land number 4, and then just run out Teferi.
Right.
It'd be a great time to draw land too, because Lotus Bloom currently sitting at 1. Miko with a Strict Serenade.
Strict Serenade off the top, so he just chips in for 1 and then passes the turn back to Johnny.
And interestingly enough, does not go for the Belcher.
A third Force of Negation now for Guttman.
Wow.
He actually could, he has enough cards and blue cards to just cast 3 forces in 1 turn for free.
Yeah, because Miko just knows. It's like, you're not going to do all this stuff. Like, I am going to play around at least 1 Force of Negation here. So I know the coast is not clear here for me to just run out Belcher.
And Johnny's actually going to fight over the Lotus Bloom.
Yeah, and the very important thing here, obviously counting a Lotus Bloom is strong, but he wants to exile it so that Tameshi would not do anything if you drew it.
The other Lotus Bloom for Miko.
Right.
Plan A.
13 turn clock.
Thunderclap Pete's.
All right. And by the way, that is the only other Lotus Bloom in Miko's deck after sideboard. He's got 2. So if somehow this one also gets exiled in some way, maybe it gets consigned and just permanently stays exiled, then Miko won't have that Tameshi explosive 15 mana play around everything type turn.
Another Thoughtseize. Not a land still, but another Thoughtseize for Guttman.
And this will resolve. You can either take the Strict Serenade so that you can maybe safely try and resolve your Teferi, or just take the Belcher.
Yeah, still thinking about that Belcher in the graveyard plan for Johnny.
Strict Serenade counters a wide variety of cards. There you go. Does not counter instance, though, so you can't really use it in a counter war to be able to, you can't treat it like a negate type effect.
Right.
But it can counter Teferi. And yep, taking the Strict Serenade here, recognizing that, look, I need to get something going here. I'm also at 9 life. This trainer is still attacking me. I really want this Teferi to resolve.
It's got to be annoying here for Guttman at some point. He's got to leave up mana to pay for Jwari Disruption even on his free spells.
How good draw
Is that
here.
Tezzeret the Seeker?
Tezzeret the Seeker, extremely strong. I wonder if now Miko's thinking, all right, I got to try to run through some of these counters at some point. Which one do I want to try to bait the counter with? And it starts with Tezzeret the Seeker. Mystical Dispute is an excellent way to deal with this.
Wow. Old school Tezzeret. I like that.
And now if you're on Miko's side, given how much time Johnny's thinking through this, you kind of have to put him on another counter, right? Like multiple counter options here. So just have to be mindful of that as well. It's like he probably has a Force of Negation, and certainly not a Consign, because that wouldn't even be able to counter the Tezzeret.
Okay, the way is clear. Is it time for Teferi?
Yeah, he drew a Psychic Frog too.
He's going to go for Teferi plus it and pass to turn back. And as you see, the Lotus Bloom is down to 1. That means that if that Teferi's on the battlefield, Lotus Bloom will not be able to be cast off of spend.
Right, Teferi getting hit. And I think Miko's just going to try the Belcher now. It's going to hit the Force.
Immediately forced. And of course, Teferi means there's no fight even possible.
Yeah, and
not
then
that Miko had it anyway.
And then next turn, Johnny can run out the Psychic Frog. If he draws a blue spell, he can play Psychic Frog and still keep up Force of Negation. And he did.
He did, and it's even a redundant Teferi Time Raveler.
Right, so this is big. This one's looking very, very good here for Johnny Guttman. Teferi on 5, Thundertrap Trainer can't take it down. No Lotus Blooms
and
for
it's
the
just
rest
exiled,
of this game.
Right?
Yeah, it is exiled. You cannot cast it. The way Lotus Bloom reads is once the last counter is exiled, you may then play it. But if you can't play it, it just permanently stays exiled.
So no Tameshi nonsense.
No Tameshi nonsense. The only thing you can do with that is, you know, if you can somehow mail a Goblin Charbelcher or something, you can return that to the battlefield.
Or in this case, perhaps it's just turning it sideways, as we kind of joked about before.
Right. But Johnny with so many counter spells in this game, so many good reactive spells. That is a Griselbrand. That one not doing anything just yet, but of course we are just one Goryo's Vengeance away from Johnny being able to completely take over the game.
And you would assume that that would lock up this game for Guttman if he can find, you know, a way to draw 7 at some point here.
And Johnny will be giving the Psychic Frog wings and also shortening the clock by discarding the Griselbrand, because you're going to do that anyways.
That also guarantees him getting a card off of the frog.
Right.
Which he did.
And yeah, I mean, now Miko is just in an extremely tough spot. Doesn't even have the mana here to whir for Goblin Charbelcher. Can't even cast it though, because Teferi is in play. You have to just main phase it.
And look at that, he minus Teferi and found Goryo's Vengeance too.
Yeah, I think Johnny's going to get this one here. Miko's only play is just main phase War of Invention here.
Yeah.
And Johnny has the Force of Negation.
He's got the force for it, and Johnny even actually has lethal with
Force
Oreos there too. So that is going to be game number 3 going to Guttman. And did you see that fist pump from him?
Oh, he is pumped.
That is relief.
Right.
That is, okay, I can actually beat this guy. Because yesterday he couldn't, and then he lost the first 2 games today. He's got to be thinking like, I can play. Like this is a good matchup for me.
He played that game very well.
And he, you know, in the rest of the field, he had a good matchup against Belcher. It's just been Miko that's had his number.
Also, nobody wants to go down 3-0. You know what I mean? It's like, at least I put up a fight, right? And he put up an excellent fight here. But Miko finally, with a turn 1 Lotus Plume here, does,
no second land?
No second land. Now does have a lot of interaction, does have Flusterstorm, Force of Negation, and also Tameshi to go with that Lotus Plume. So if he can win a counter war to try to get Lotus Bloom in play and maybe play an extra land here. We've seen Tameshi, you know, even on what looks like very few resources, just completely take over the game.
Absolutely. All of a sudden they have 12 or 15 mana.
Right. And by the way, Miko mulligan. So, I mean, you mulligan down to a hand that has everything, right? With 1 land and a Lotus Bloom, you got to keep that.
1 land, Bloom, Belcher, and some disruption.
And some disruption as well. But Johnny Guttman's double dispute, Force of Negation. So going to be very, very difficult here for Miko to fight through all of that. Now, of course, you can't, pretty hard to Mystical Dispute the Lotus Plume unless you pay the full 3. Ooh, but no.
But there's no lands here for Airaksinen.
This is getting a little dicey here.
Dispute's looking really good here.
Yeah, and Johnny probably going to play an untapped land here is my guess, given that he's got both Tainted Indulgence and Faithful Mending in hand.
Keep all of his options open.
Really would like to be able to, you know, play a Psychic Frog, for example, with Mystical Dispute backup, or just find Thoughtseize to be able to see what Miko's working with.
Are we going to see a counter war over that Lotus?
Possibly. Miko has been aggressively countering the Lotus Blooms and probably looking to Force of Negation that if he can. All right, Tainted Indulgence. Prismatic Ending.
That's also kind of interesting.
And Atraxa. I imagine we'll see an Atraxa get discarded here. But perhaps Prismatic Ending could be another option.
Miko with just 1 land is in a tough spot here.
Okay, actually discarding the Prismatic Ending here. Atraxa notably is another blue spell, so you can use that to pitch to the Force of Negation. Oh, and finds Thoughtseize.
Wow.
This hand is incredible at disrupting Miko here. Now you have Thoughtseize with double Dispute and Force of Negation, and Miko's on 1 land. Yeah, I imagine Johnny is going to look to run out this Thoughtseize here. Oh, actually just choosing to wait. And okay.
Yeah, he does. He really wants that thing exiled.
Right. He wants to fight a counter war for the Bloom, especially because Miko's been missing land drops. And I feel like Miko wants to also fight back because he really needs this Lotus Bloom in play to be able to do anything with his hand. Is he okay with this?
Wow, he just lets it happen. So he just needs to rip a bunch of lands in a row.
Only has a land here. Okay, did find one here. That's big because now he gets to play Fallaji Archaeologist or Thundertrap Trainer, which will very likely find him another land.
That was a big draw there for Miko.
Now Johnny's thinking, well, he's missed land drops before. Do I just want to dispute this? Because another reason to counter this, not only will this card get Miko a land, but prevents having a creature on the battlefield for Flare of Denial, right? Because that's another free counter spell that Miko could have in hand. And Johnny with lots of disruption, but no action, right? Nothing to actually pressure the Miko. Really wants a Psychic Frog, possibly even a Riddler.
Graveyard.
Solitude goes into yard, and now, yep, we do see Mystical Dispute on the trainer. This is shaping up to be one of those games where Johnny has an answer to like basically everything Miko tries.
Right.
He's 2 for 2 so far.
But without any pressure.
Yes.
Miko can just keep waiting and waiting and waiting and drawing cards and just try to sculpt the perfect hand to be able to still go off. I do not think Miko will Miko go for a Force of Negation here? Oh, it looks like he is. Okay. And of course, Johnny does have Mystical Dispute here.
Yeah.
Probably going to fight back here. Although that's the last form of disruption here, right, from Guttman. But if you think about it, it's like, okay, if I counter this back and then the Thoughtseize resolves, he's got 2 lands in play with only 3 cards in hand. If he's got a Tameshi, I can just take the Tameshi. And even if Miko has some Belchers in hand, he's still 2 turns away from casting those. All right. So it has the choice between, I mean, all 3 cards, very, very relevant here. The Archaeologist will help Miko find mana sources for the Belcher, but of course you can just take the Belcher and put Miko very far away from comboing off.
You can see Johnny's game plan. He has Faithful Mending plus Grizzlebrand in hand.
Yeah, because if you take the Flusterstorm, then you have a higher chance of being able to go Faithful Mending, put my things in my graveyard, Goryo's Vengeance, and Miko won't be able to interact. But because you know about the Flusterstorm, you can just kind of wait and make sure you can just pay for the Flusterstorm. And he does take the Belcher.
That does put him miles away from actually comboing off.
Yeah, I'm at 13. Yep.
Also, we've talked about it before, but there's Surgical Extraction in the deck here for Guttman, and now there is a Belcher in the yard.
Right.
That is kind of right where you want it.
This will resolve.
Was the draw there from Miko, but he does have an Archaeologist. He's going to have to grab a land here, I assume.
Finds a land here. I think that's a Dwari Disruption that he can get back. There's a Disrupting Shoal, but given the hand, I don't think that's what he's going to be looking for here. You can't even counter a Goryo's Vengeance with the cards in your hand, so just found a land here.
I think sure.
We're just choosing which card to get back as a land. And takes the 3, can represent the Flusterstorm here.
14, 11. Mending.
So does he want to fluster this?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Slow you down, but
it has flashback.
It does have flashback.
And we may, if he draws a land here, he may just go for it now.
Right, there's the Grizzlebrand.
Because he already has the Grizzlebrand. And he can find a Goryo's.
Right.
He doesn't have anything else going on. And getting a Grizzlebrand now would just be devastating.
Right. Or just finding a Psychic Frog. Right.
Right.
So I think you just go for it here just to put something in play. No reason not to. Leave up a, it's like a black-white with the blue in hand. All right, Faithful Mending flashback. Johnny Guttman find a Goryo's Vengeance here. Godless Shrine and a Marsh Flats. Probably pitching the Gristlebrand. The Marsh Flats, again, can't get Breeding Pool. I don't know how many prismatic endings were left in, but wouldn't have the ability to ending a Charbelcher.
It's interesting. Chat's pointing out that the Floggy archaeologist can't actually get
because it's a creature,
the
right?
Hydroelectric specimen because
Yeah.
it's a land on one side and a creature on the other, and that's the things it can't get.
Yeah, you know,
and that got untapped.
I thought that, but I wasn't
You didn't
sure.
want to commit? Yeah, no, I hear you. It's 2 cards to look up to double check too, and it was kind of a key moment.
Yeah, no, that's actually very, very big. And
Yeah,
it
and that
looks like
gave
both
him that
players missed
Fluster
it.
Storm.
It did. It absolutely did. And now Miko has the ability to Whirve Invention, get a Lotus Plume here. Johnny can fetch here for a Surveil land, just try to find something relevant. Oh, maybe it has all the Surveil lands in play already. And so just thinning out the deck at this point.
Wow. Guttman just on nothing.
Yeah, Hydroelectric Specimen. Now, Philology Archaeologist gets non-creature spells from the graveyard.
Non-land, non-creature.
Right. Non-land, non-creature. But most of the time you can get a land because most of your lands are spells except for Hydroelectric Specimen.
Still in my instant.
All right. Well, I mean, now we're looking at Miko with 6 mana here. Johnny actually just has nothing.
He's just on nothing.
So if Miko just top decks Charbelcher and just tries to play it out, over the course of 2 turns, he's just going to have it, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Charbelcher is just now completely an out for the win here. And even a Tameshi would be a really good draw, too. And look at this. I mean, Johnny had a hand with tons of removal. Miko Airaksinen was stuck on 1 land for 3 turns, but without pressure. Miko's still able to just find the pieces here that he needs and is still in a position here to potentially turn this around and win the game. Johnny on just whole lands here.
Just flooding out.
Could almost have hard cast that Gristlebrand at this point.
It was a Flusterstorm off the top for Miko, so he passes the turn.
Yeah, Johnny really, really needs a Psychic Frog here. Got the Breeding Pool now.
The Breeding Pool ready.
We are now he could, if he just top decks Atraxa, he can just cast it.
That's wild.
He can just cast it.
There are worse things to do.
Atraxa one time.
I mean, how many lands are even in Johnny Guttman's deck? He's fetched a ton, surveilled a bunch, put a few in a graveyard.
That's so much more though. That's my first
Only interesting thing about my deck.
And now if Johnny Guttman finds a Goryo's Vengeance, Miko could potentially sacrifice the Lotus Bloom and just hard, you don't see this often, but you could hard cast Disrupting Shoal for 2.
Oh, and it was a Trax off the top for Johnny Guttman. That is the perfect card to find. And he windmilled it on the table,
the
too.
Actual best possible card.
Wow.
After all those lands.
That is wild.
Oh, my goodness. Planeswalker land instant already chosen. Now has to decide between Psychic Frog or Quantum Riddler. Or a second Atraxa.
Oh, a second Atraxa is interesting, too. Because you could just hard cast another one.
Right, because again, just top decking the Atraxa was way better than top decking the Goryo's Vengeance.
That's crazy. He's going to go with Riddler this time.
All right.
And Miko will not have enough mana even with a Belcher here, right?
Right, but if he can just play the Belcher.
If he top decks it.
Right, but Johnny has Teferi Time Raveler to bounce the Belcher.
Bounce the Belcher. And that would cost the Bloom at this point as well.
Right.
But
he wants a Tameshi maybe?
He did draw Carbon Char Belcher. That is wild.
My gosh. 1 mana short.
But he
here.
knows about the Teferi. He just put it into hand.
Well, that's the issue because the Atraxa found a Teferi here. It could have also found Force of Negation, of course. But yeah, Miko Airaksinen is 1 mana short of just taking this down.
I can't believe that.
Oh my goodness. And also note that the Flusterstorm would not counter Teferi, as it targets instants or sorceries.
I'm at 14.
Yeah, and that's the other problem for Miko is that he's at 14 life, and that is a 2-turn clock.
Wow, just the back and forth here. This is tough. I mean, we saw in an earlier game, Johnny Guttman 1 point of damage short now. And now we're looking at Miko with 1 mana short of moving on to the semifinals.
And he knows about the Teferi, so if he goes, okay, play Belcher, get cracked in the air, it's just, there's no point.
Yeah, and once Johnny untaps here, it's going to be so hard. You have to fight through Consigned to Memory here as well.
Right. Right.
That is difficult.
And he knows about that too, by the way.
And he drew
Thoughtseize so he can take a little peek.
Oh my. So with the Thoughtseize though, Miko can, I suppose, hard cast Disrupting Shoal for 1. Right? To counter the Thoughtseize.
Miko's shaking his head. He knows how close this was.
Yeah, super close. Johnny looking to get a little more information, maybe looking to warp out the Riddler here.
Yeah, that, or, you know, he also could just start with Teferi.
Yeah.
That would clear the way for the Thoughtseize.
If Teferi resolves, yes. And if anything, you can actually Teferi tick up and then draw step, instantly cast Thoughtseize to get perfect information. Right.
I like how you think, Paul.
I like playing sorceries at instant speed.
Yeah, it's might be what we see here, actually.
Yeah, because you can, or alternatively, you can go Teferi, bounce Lotus Bloom, right? And then just play Thoughtseize, and Miko just has not nearly enough here.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going
Miko
to be
can't do anything.
It looks like we're going to be moving to a Game 5 here.
Wow, what a game. Miko just... Oh, could he Disrupting Shoal?
He could.
But he would lose the Bloom.
He would lose the Bloom.
He probably figures he's going to lose the Bloom anyway.
I think he's just hoping, I mean, I don't even think what he's hoping, because he also knows that Johnny Guttman has a Consigned to Memory. Now, keep in mind, though, and Johnny can replicate the Consigned to Memory, so you can't just Disrupting Shoal the Flusterstorm to counter the Consign, right? Because you can just replicate it and double target.
Right. And the mana advantage for Johnny is profound at this point. I mean, he flooded out late game, but Miko missed his second land drop. I mean, it was a while ago. Oh, okay, and look what Johnny's actually put together here. And he showed him, he said, you got me, but...
1 land short.
Yeah, that was actually lethal there for Johnny Guttman. He got back a Grizzlebrand, and with the Atraxa, that's enough to kill Miko Airaksinen. That means we're going to get a Game 5.
And guess
Johnny's trying to pull the reverse sweep here.
He is trying. Now, Miko is on the play here again. And one thing that we didn't see before, he did bring in 2 copies of Harbinger of the Seas, which, Miko rather.
Okay.
Which can potentially disrupt Johnny's mana here.
Pretty significantly.
Yeah. I mean, Miko's deck is all islands, right? Doesn't care.
He's effectively mono blue. The only white that you see there is for Tameshi, but usually they get that white off the Bloom anyway.
And Johnny off a mulligan this time.
Thunder Trap Trainer resolves.
So Flusterstorm, Disrupting Shoal.
Ooh, but Johnny does have a Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
And he will be able to resolve it?
He will,
Yeah.
but he has 0 disruption right now.
Oh, boy.
In his hand. Now, of course, once you get the Frog going with the Riddler and maybe the Faithful Mending, you can find a Thought Seize or a Force of Negation. Oh yeah, Miko does have Harbinger. Miko's hand is fantastic.
Yeah, that is stacked up.
That's a turn. You can play Harbinger of the Seas next turn. You have Flare of Denial.
Are we going to see Flare?
I think we will, probably.
Like now? Because it's felt like both players have very much valued the Psychic Frog in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
it is the annoying card for Miko.
Yeah?
Yeah, and he's going to go ahead and flare it immediately. And as we see, Johnny does not have a way to fight back. So
yeah, Johnny really needed that Frog in play to kind of get the ball rolling here, because now, I mean, look at this.
This is scary stuff for Johnny.
Miko can play Harbinger of the Seas next turn. Johnny Guttman has a Polluted Delta in hand. He's going to have only islands, and the only thing he's going to be able to do is warp in a Quantum Riddler. And I don't know if Johnny anticipated Harbinger of the Seas, because he's just been getting dual lands here.
It does not feel like Johnny is prepared for what is about to happen.
This is so
There's
brutal.
Harbinger of the Seas.
This is so
And Johnny
brutal.
takes a little pause there because that is rough.
Yeah, because when that happens, you're like, could I have fetched the basic?
Right.
You always think that.
That's where you think, like, was I supposed to get a swamp here?
Because there is a swamp and a plains in this deck.
And Johnny is smiling and nodding and shaking his head.
Now, the deck does play Solitude, and I'm curious how many copies of that he kept in.
Oh, that's interesting.
That is an answer. So if he can warp in the Riddler, maybe he can find something. What's actually interesting is he drew, naturally, the basic swamp. So that's one step in the right direction. He needs, of course, the white source as well, but that was a really good draw.
So he does have access to black mana. He does not have access to white mana currently.
All right, so can't cast Faithful Mending, can cast Prismatic Ending, or that Teferi.
His hand is white mana heavy.
Now the question is, if you're Miko, do you just jam the Belcher? And he goes for it, and Johnny has no interaction.
Wow, this is a great read from Miko. He's just going to slam it, and Johnny says, you got it.
I mean...
So he needs to find a plains here?
He needs to find natural plains. Oh, he found Solitude.
He did find
You can Solitude the Harbinger, and then you play Teferi to bounce the Belcher.
Wow.
And I think he's got 1 or 2 Solitudes after sideboard.
Ripped Solitude
really big
this
draw
turn?
here.
Are you kidding me? Like, this game was over.
It was completely over. Even when you saw Johnny nod Belcher resolves, there was
GG.
almost a look of defeat in his eyes. And he just drew the perfect answer outside of course, just plains. In fact, even better.
Even better? Yeah, because he gets his mana this way for future turns.
Actually, what he can even do is Solitude, exile the other cards. You can Prismatic Ending the Belcher because he has a Polluted Delta. You can use that to get Breeding Pool and actually cast Prismatic Ending to just permanently get rid of the Belcher so that Miko can't replay it.
Okay, so that part worked.
You're going to have to tell me after the game if you ripped it there.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes, Miko, he did. You're going to have to tell me after the match if you just ripped that there.
Of course he did.
Yeah. I guess there's a chance that he had it in his hand. It didn't have another white
Goes
spell.
for the Teferi here.
This also keeps the cards flowing for him.
Oh my gosh, what a draw from Johnny Guttman.
That
Miko
was the top
had
deck of the
win.
tournament for Johnny, because we actually get to play a game now. He's not guaranteed to win.
He's had a couple of good ones,
but
right?
That was really good.
Atraxa in game 4. Solitude here.
It is interesting, too, Paul. Remember when we were talking coming into the match about the nerves and stuff, and we were noticing that from Johnny? Look at his life total pad. He has 2 notes to himself: breathe and have fun. Which is like, that's what I was talking about.
No,
right?
that's
you need to be able
big.
to take yourself out of the moment and enjoy it.
No,
and I love seeing that. From
that
Johnny.
is incredible that he has that on there, because
I
you
would
know
write that
he's
too.
nervous, and he needs to do something, anything in his power to stay focused.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we see the Charbelcher hit the battlefield again.
Right, but Johnny This time, he couldn't play the ending on game 2. He does have the mana this time. With this polluted delta, just get the breeding pool.
Right. You
Blue,
think Miko's
black,
going to know?
white, green.
You think he's going to know when he sees the pool here?
Oh, he's searching. There's only one. There it is.
Miko's like, wait, oh no.
Yeah.
And then the mental acrobats you do, you know, when you're Miko, you're like, well, maybe he's just setting up for an Airaksine later.
Right. And here's the thing, too. I mean, Miko drew Force of Negation. Doesn't do anything. There's a Teferi in play.
Oh, wow. Wow.
What a
this is
turnaround.
Incredible.
What a turnaround.
That
now,
Harbinger looked like it was going to lock it up.
Now, here's the thing, though. Miko does have a backup here, right? You have to think, okay? Now, Johnny has the answer for the Belcher. Miko has Tezzeret the Seeker. You can play Tezzeret the Seeker. Go get yourself another Belcher.
It does just turn itself into a Belcher if you want.
And Johnny doesn't have another answer here, right?
I don't think so. He's tapped out.
Oh my gosh, can we find
Miko
another
still have a
ending?
chance here?
We're reading.
You can -4 that to just get the Belcher into play. You got to pay a premium, but it does give you access to another Belcher.
He will 100% get a Belcher here. How many prismatic endings are left? Can Johnny find another one here?
Another Teferi.
Another Teferi would delay things as well. Oh my gosh, what a game.
Is Miko going to fight through all of this? I mean, he had that huge lead at the beginning of the game with the Harbinger, and he watched this game basically fall apart in front of him. He is still here.
Yeah, Johnny did not have the Force of Negation for that Tezzeret, so now Johnny on the back foot here again, needs to rip something here for this Goblin Charbelcher.
Draw your card. Does he find an answer?
That's an Airaksine. Okay, so you have Faithful Mending.
Wait.
Faithful Mending into Goryo's Vengeance.
So what can he get mana-wise? Because he can get an Airaksine into play right now.
Yeah, he can, but
he'll only have one mana.
He'll only have one mana available, and I don't think there's anything. There is no Pithing Needle or anything along those lines.
Right, Consign can only counter triggered abilities not activated. If you could get it into hand, it could counter the Belcher itself. But that ship has sailed.
And there is no free spell that just gets the Belcher off. And you can see there, Consign can trigger Belcher when you try to cast it. Right?
You cast it.
It's a colorless spell, but the triggered ability, it would not count. There is no triggered ability here.
And he just shook his head. I think he doesn't. And there's the Force of Negation he needed.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
One loyalty on Teferi would have been the difference.
One loyalty, yeah. Teferi would have worked. Prismatic Ending. But
with no mana available and only one land drop to give, I think Miko can look at this and say, you don't have an answer.
Johnny simply does not have enough mana here to deal with the Belcher.
He's going through the motions, but Miko can just untap and fire away with Goblin Charbelcher.
Yeah, what a back and forth game here.
Crazy game 5. Johnny so close to completing the comeback, but it looks like he's going to fall just short here.
Yeah, he needed to get this Goryo's Vengeance combo going the turn earlier, because then he would have had the Force of Negation.
Exactly.
He's got so many resources, but it's not enough. All it takes is one artifact and one activation.
So Charbelcher hit the battlefield 3 times, and the 3rd time was the charm. He says, well, let's see if you put that island in. But
the basic land here, but there's no reason to.
And this is exactly the situation that Johnny found himself in yesterday, watching Miko go through, and in this case, count to 23. That's 20.
21.
Yeah.
22. 23.
And that's going to do it. Miko Airaksinen advances to the semifinals in a hard-fought 5-game match against Johnny Guttman.
What an incredible match. Right? The way Miko started off, you just thought for sure Miko was going to make quick work here. He had such a good start, played so well. but Johnny Guttman fighting back. Game 3, Game 4, nothing. Rips the Atraxa, takes that one, and then here, back against the ropes, rips the perfect card. It looks like everything is going Johnny's way, but Mikko just goes, well, there's no playing around anything. I'm just gonna keep playing Belchers until one resolves.
That's right, and he played Belcher, then replayed Belcher, then played Tezzeret for Belcher, and the third time was the charm for him. And yeah, I don't blame you, Mikko. That was an extremely stressful match.
Yeah.
He played it cool, you know, the finish chill, but you can tell that was very stressful.
I mean, you can tell how much it means to Mikko here. He's been playing Magic since 1999.
And
he's been playing competitively for a long time.
Yeah.
26 years, and we're now in the semifinals here. What a run so far.
Incredible stuff there from the Future Match area. We've got actually a chance to speak with Mikko as well. Let's hear from him right now.
Mikko Airaksinen has picked up a victory here in our quarterfinals. Tell us how that matchup went for you.
That was a crazy match. One of probably the best match of Magic I ever played in my life. Super interactive both ways. We played long, grinding games. Game 4, I even got stuck on one land for I don't know how many turns, and I still almost came back from that. And every game, like there was no games were over fast, and a lot of decision in all of them. And yeah, that's what I love about Magic. Like those are the best games for sure.
You know what? We love max value, and you gave us that in that matchup. So congratulations for making it through to the semifinals. Now let's look ahead and think about who we want to face. Do you rather want to face off against Michael or Noe?
I think I'd rather play against Noe on Neoform. The mirror is interesting, to say the least. It's usually the mirror is, yeah, I mean, Neoform is a good matchup. Mirror is whoever resolves the Belcher first wins, so yeah.
Alrighty, well, Mikko, best of luck. We'll look forward to seeing who your opponent is, and then, yeah, get ready for that matchup. Good luck.
An incredible opening quarterfinal match here in Atlanta. We've got 3 more of those to go, then the semis, and then the finals. It's going to be a great day. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, a lot more Magic. Don't go anywhere.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today. Coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in Atlanta, Georgia, everybody. We are in day number 3. It is our top 8. We're surrounded by 16,000 plus of our fellow Magic fans playing all sorts of different archetypes, different formats out on the floor there at MagicCon Atlanta. I'm Ailey Loney, joined by Carmen Clomparens and Corey Baumeister, who will be bringing us the next quarterfinal, friends. So we just saw one heck of a game, and we got 3 more to show y'all.
Unbelievable match. And, coming into this to see everyone outside pumping their arms, I can't help just after those games just wanting to go, ah!
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do.
Every time.
Sure.
Right. No, they got us to cool it down a little bit. We're at the desk. We're very professional.
Very professional. Absolutely.
Oh, wait, we're supposed to be professional?
We'll all put the pro in it for now.
We're going to try to be professional.
The professional comes later.
Gotcha. All righty, friends. Well, we have been taking a look at our various teams throughout the weekend. So let's see how each of them have performed this far. How many got into the top 8? How many have requalified? Starting off with Worldly Council.
Yeah, so starting off with Worldly Council, they've been doing great all weekend. They put 1 player into the top 8 with No Way Offman, as well as 5 players requalified here. So a nice job from Worldly Council.
And looking over to Cosmos Heavy Play, not too shabby a weekend in their own right. They did not quite break into that top 8, but the full 5 requalifications. So we are going to be seeing a lot more of this team into the next Pro Tour.
Great job indeed. Taking a look next at Rampant Growth Heavy Play. No players in the top 8, but 2 managed to requalify.
Absolutely, and then we're going to be taking a look at Handshake Moxfield. Here we got 1 into the top 8 with Johnny Guttman. A absolutely brutal 9th place on breakers there for Alex Friedrichsen. Does get that Worlds invite, though, whenever you get to 12 wins, and then had a total of 6 players requalifying all the way down to David Inglis.
And looking at Team TCG player, this actually is one of the most bizarre stories I've seen at this level in a really long time. So no top 8s, 5 requalifications, and for a lot of this, the narrative is that 10th win is going to actually punch your ticket into the next Pro Tour, but Seth Manfield actually only has 9. Normally, 10 wins is actually shorthand for 30 match points. Looking at 3 draws there, what that means is that we actually just see he picked up a bunch of draws which added up to a win's worth of it.
Still counts.
We take it.
Yeah, we take those. Let's take a look next at Team Moriyama Japan. Not having the best weekend here, unfortunately. Shuhei Nakamura, the best performance there, and just narrowly missing out on another top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Next team is Flex Slot Diamond. Also a little underwhelming here. We did have the 1 person into the top 8 with Mason there playing Amulet, and then 2 players requalifying. So solid, but they'll be looking to do a little bit better at the next one.
And speaking of looking to do a little bit better, next up we have Team Sanctum of All. This is one of the larger teams we have, actually 2 pages of players with, I believe it is 3 requalifications here, but really not what they wanted to see. Notably, this is so large, though, because Sanctum of All represents that this is sort of the think tank of Pro Tour teams. They really are happy to have a bunch of newcomers for the Pro Tour, for a bunch of these players. They hadn't been on this stage before, and making sure that they can actually pull up the next generation of players is something that they have really emphasized throughout their lifetime as a team.
Absolutely.
I love that.
Doing great work.
It's just great.
And then last but not least, taking a look at a new team here, helmed by Willie Adel and Marcio Carvalho. Team Double Infinity, 1 requalification, but even as Willie said, a bunch of new players, their friends, that they are trying to get onto the pro circuit. And what better way than to learn from a Hall of Famer and one of the best drafters in the world?
It's all you could dream of.
I would take that. That would be awesome.
Every time.
Yeah, that would be pretty darn great indeed. So
now we're going to take a look here at the Player of the Year standings before this Pro Tour. So this is before any points are calculated this weekend. We had Ken Yukihira in first after his big win at the last Pro Tour, and then Ian Robb and Yuchen Liu in second and third, and kind of pacing the field even over Tony Portolan by quite a bit with those back-to-back top 8s. Really impressive stuff. We all wanted to see 3 in a row. I know
I
you
would have
did,
loved
Ailey.
that. Yeah, that would have been such a cool story. But unfortunately, if we take a look here at the Player of the Year standings and how they did in this event, our top 3 in the race didn't have positive records among them. So Corey, what does that mean for our Player of the Year race?
Yeah, let's check it out. So this is kind of the updated Player of the Year race. We still have the top 3 players because, well, I mean, they dominated. They really crushed it. But Tony Porterland has really closed that gap and made this race a lot closer. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Reed Duke. Reed Duke gained a couple places, and there was a point where he was 1-4 and won 9 matches in a row to be putting himself in a position where there was a chance that he could have made the top 8. His breakers were atrocious.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
It was going to be tough, but he ended up having just an amazing back half of this Pro Tour. So big props to the Duke.
What did he say to
This is
you?
how the Sugarloaf guys do, right?
Yeah.
They want to play every round of Magic they can. A lot of love of the game going on, but also
Yeah.
just gaining that experience and the mental fortitude to go, okay, I'm 1-4. I know what it is like to win games when I am 1-4. And this is what it looks like when that pays off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maximum value. Oh, yeah.
Reed just wants to
Give me
play
those
more Magic.
Magic.
Let's get right.
No, excellent work there. I think he jokingly said, yeah, I usually lose early and then just rattle off 8-9 wins in a row. Absolutely.
I mean, I don't win that much in a row. Let's not get crazy, but, you know, of course, Reed would. Yeah.
All right. Well, friends, this weekend we have definitely seen some great variety in archetypes, in cards that have made an impact on the format. So now what we're going to do is take a look at the most impactful cards that have been printed since the last Pro Tour, which was the Modern Pro Tour in Amsterdam about 15 months ago now or so.
Yep.
So yeah, let's take a look and see which of these cards have made the biggest impact here in Modern.
All right, so I'm going to actually just kick it off with Ice Till Explorer. This is a card that we were not the most confident in. We know it's a cool card, right? This does a lot of things that you want your land deck to do. You're able to play lands from the graveyard, play more. It keeps fueling itself. But as we've seen decks like Amulet Titan morph into a graveyard combo deck, this has a lot of play with cards like Lotus Field. And a lot of the Eldrazi ramp decks are sort of looping Ghost Quarters to get this extra interaction angle to kind of suppress the opponent's mana in addition to ramping its own.
Super cool card indeed. Let's take a look at the 9th most impactful card. Corey Steelcutter, one of your favorites, friend.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good. And
Corey
definitely
Steel.
he is. Corey Steelcutter. And it's definitely given Izzet Prowess a boost. A couple mono red strategies playing it as well. But yeah, definitely giving Izzet Prowess a little extra juice.
Let's take a look at the 8th most impactful, and it's got to be Overlord of the Veilmark. Any card that makes one of my favorite cards even better, Flicker Wisp, is I'm all on board for. Being able to kind of, you know, cheat this off of Impending by blinking it with Thalia or Flicker Wisp, any of those kind of things. And then whenever you can attack with it, get that kind of value back. This card's been incredible in any of the blink strategies.
And the next one I want to give a shout out to might be a bit of a hot take. So this is Clarion Conqueror. This is really mostly a sideboard card in a lot of the white creature decks. We're talking your Domain Zoos, your Boros Energies, your Blink decks. It's really good against decks like Mono Blue Belcher and shutting off activated abilities. There are so many little ways that this ends up having more play than one might think at first blush.
After that, we're taking a look at Into the Floodmaw, found a home mostly in the Tameshi Belcher lists. An excellent way to get rid of pesky permanents, you know, at the cost of a fish if you need to, but yeah, excellent piece of interaction that we see played in Standard and in Modern.
Anything with Bloomburrow's got to be busted, right?
Yeah.
Next card here, our 5th card here is Voice of Victory. Anything that says your opponent can't play spells during your turn is going to be a card that all these aggro players are going to love. Also has phenomenal synergies with Ocelot Pride and Goblin Bombardment in the Boros Energy decks.
Next up, Ugin, Eye of the Storm. This is one that in R&D we actually did peg this as a Modern card.
Yeah.
7 colorless mana. Yeah. We know there are so many decks in Modern that love to count their mana. 1, 2, 7.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And Ugin, Eye of the Storms, this is not your dad's Karn Liberator. Right? This card is so high impact, and it also actually helps you sort of get even more mana. This in some ways, it has this ability that feels like the second Urza's Tower while still being interactive.
I love that. Then let's take a look at Pinnacle Emissary that has found a home in the Affinity decks, and we saw Shuhei Nakamura's list just absolutely go ham with this. If you get this out on turn 1, you can get a turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer. We didn't get to see it, unfortunately, but it is possible, and this card is crazy in that deck.
Second most impactful card is a card that is just utterly essential when it comes to the Belcher decks. Being able to get this down, sacrifice it to Flare of Denial, and why are you looking at me like that,
Did you
Illy?
say utterly?
I said utterly.
Oh, you
Yeah.
missed
No,
an
we're
opportunity
going back.
for
We're
a
gonna
pun.
retcon it. We'll
Okay,
fix
yeah,
it in
let's
post.
just rewind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Phenomenal card in Belcher. We see it in most lists.
All right, and number one, as a lot of you may have guessed, that is Quantum Riddler, putting in over 300 copies into decks at this Pro Tour. This one was actually pretty divisive internally when we were working on it, where when you first read it, you think, draw one card? That's your guy? That's what we're doing here? But it really speaks to how strong modality is in a format like this. We've seen it be so good with Ephemerate over something like Overlord of the Baelmerk, which asks you to have something like Philia, where it needs to hit any kind of permanent, but it works in your Blink decks, it works early. It's fine if you just play it straight up as a 5-mana card. It feels like 2025 Muldrifter in a lot of ways. So it's awesome to see it playing out like this.
Please keep making more cards like that. I am a huge fan. That's my favorite.
Okay, I'll
love it.
Note.
Yep, take notes. Cool. Oh, are we taking requests?
No, just we'll talk later.
Is this a slider for Carmen's DM section?
No.
There we go. Yes. If you want a card, slide it.
Behave.
Y'all are already going after my boss. Don't have it rain down on me, too.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we should behave. Anyway, back to business here, friends. Let's go into our second quarterfinal. Our top 8 bracket looks like this, and we have seen Mikko Airaksinen pick up a win, now awaiting an opponent in the semifinals. So, who are we going to check out next? It's going to be Noe Offman versus Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, Simic Neoform, up against Tameshi Belcher. Both of these players having an excellent run so far. Michael on a pretty good streak indeed. Noe Offman, let's take a look at his run here to the top 8. Then taking a look at Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer's also excellent limited record, and facing a variety, taking out all the Espagorios as it seems there, but one loss against them. But yeah, excellent run here to the top 8. And this should be a pretty good matchup, Corey. Let's talk about the deck lists. Who is favored going into this quarterfinal?
Yeah, let's take a look at the deck list here. No Way is the first one we're going to be taking a look at. Let's put the Neoform deck list on the screen here. This matchup is very close. Statistically, throughout the Pro Tour, Belcher won 54% of the time. And when we were kind of talking to Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, he likes his Neoform matchup.
Okay.
So, I would say slight edge to him, but it is 2 combo decks. There's 4 Veils in the main. There's 4 Consigns in the main, which is a huge deal up against the Belcher deck. So, I was looking at both deck lists, and if I didn't look at the stats, I would have thought No Way is favored here because those are great cards against the mono blue deck. But let's take a look at Michael DeBenedetto's list and see. Pretty much stock Belcher here, really just trying to resolve Goblin Char Belcher, activate it once, win the game. I will say the post-board games do get a little bit better, I would think, for Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer with these sideboard cards. So I think if Michael can escape with a 1-1 pre-board record, that I would say big advantage to him.
All right, Carmen, would you agree with Corey's analysis of this matchup?
Oh, definitely. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer is actually someone that I've had the pleasure of calling a bunch of his matches on the regional championship level.
Nice.
He has been very strong in multiple formats, and seeing him succeed on the Pro Tour stage has actually not been that surprising for me. So I really am excited to get to watch him play even more Magic.
And he's a Breach fan, so I'm a fan of him. Let's go.
Well, no Breach in this matchup, thankfully. Bless you, R&D. Corey's going to go and sulk now, but...
Yeah, I'm not happy with that, by the way.
Tip your waitress.
We are ready to rock and roll into our second quarterfinals. Let's hand it over to these lovely gentlemen in the booth. Riley Knight, Cedric Phillips, please take it away before we misbehave further.
Thanks very much, gang. Yes, we'll do our best to behave ourselves today. Very serious business of Sunday Magic. My name's Riley Knight, my regular casting partner here, Cedric Phillips. Well, hello. At least I hope he's regular. I haven't asked him about it recently. We're going to head down to our feature match area for what I understand is a quick flurry of game number 5s here as we get...
That's the plan.
Yes, we're going to get across each and every one of the deciding games in these quarterfinals and find out who will be making it through to the semis and who will be packing their bags and heading home. Let's get to it. We're heading down to the feature match area again, once again to check in with these 2 players we've already mentioned. Noe Offman from the Great White North in Canada, playing off against Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer had a bit of a run-up, still fumbled it. This bloke has been tying our tongues in knots all weekend, but he's certainly been getting it done in the feature match area with his Tameshi Belcher deck. One of two in our top 8 today, Cedric. We've got 2 combo decks going at it here in game number 5.
Yeah, this is kind of what Modern's all about. It is a combo-heavy format, and there's a lot of different ways you can go about doing it. There are very fast versions of combo decks, like Simic Neoform, and some that are a little bit slower, but a lot more consistent and resilient, like Tameshi Belcher. And I think that's why we see 2 copies of the Mono Blue strategy here in the top 8 this weekend. Going into game number 5, these games can end pretty quickly. If you're Plummer, your plan is to drag this game out a little bit by countering key spells and then eventually activating a Goblin Charbelcher.
So a couple of things to talk about. I want to come back to this Tameo because this is a post-board plan here for Michael. But Dr. Frank Karsten chimed in with some expert analysis of this matchup, Cedric, characterizing this matchup here as a turn 2 or turn 3 combo deck, Neoform, versus a turn 4 combo deck in Belcher. But a lot of relevant interaction that can be used to turn the tide one way or the other. And this, I think, is what this matchup comes down to. It's not how good you are at doing the thing that your deck is trying to do, it's how good you are at also preventing your opponent from doing their thing.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And both players have access to unique reactive permission. Counter spells is what we're thinking here, and then ways to kind of force cards through, like Veil, to force through a counter, to basically force your spell through a counter spell. So this is kind of interesting because for Neoform, I think went up pretty quickly in this matchup, if memory serves, as we're in game number 5 here. But obviously we're in game 5. I think we're maybe in the potential of a reverse sweep, but what we are seeing right now is, most importantly, Tameo's kind of getting to work here with these clues. I don't think we're going to see Tameo transform. I think it's just about attack, make a clue, draw a card, try to find more counter magic, and just kind of smooth out the draw a little bit.
We'll have a chat again about the sideboarding plans, but I can update you on the game score. DeBenedetto actually started 2-0 here.
Okay.
Before Offman came back and equalized 2-2. So the Canadian on the verge of a reverse sweep here. And Michael looking to steady the ship. But I promised sideboard chat, and I'm going to come to it now. Focusing here on Michael, who has made some very significant changes.
Yes.
I would have thought. 3 Lotus Bloom, 2 Goblin Charbelcher out, right? This is what the deck is trying to do. Lotus Bloom into Charbelcher, and these cards have been boarded out for game 5. 2 Fallaji Archaeologists also hitting the bench, and unsurprisingly, the 2 copies of Stern Scalding. Not great in this matchup.
Yep.
Instead, bringing in a Force of Negation, 2 Flusterstorm, and 3 Consigned to Memory, which comes back to what you were talking about, interaction.
It's a counter spell.
Disruption.
Yep.
And then 2 Tameo, as well as a Tezzeret the Seeker. My suspicion there is it's not so much that these cards are great in the matchup, it's that they're better than Stern Scalding.
Correct. That's the correct assumption. And in the case of exactly Tezzeret, it's basically an additional copy of Charbelcher. So though a couple copies of Charbelcher are going out, Tezzeret is a blue card for Force Negation, and also just the kind of card that you can use as just a replacement Belcher, which we saw in our previous feature match.
When it comes to Noah Offman here, took out a Xenagos and a Golter, and all 4 copies of Pact of Negation, bringing in 2 copies of Mystical Dispute and the Hope of Girapur card that we saw a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and Hope of Girapur is actually quite good in this matchup because it does play the role of Pact of Negation, which is effectively forcing through your combo. But in the case of Hope of Girapur, it's a creature that will not get blown up once it's actually on the battlefield. It can attack safely in the air, get the damage through, then you sacrifice that and you go nuts and put your Gristlebrand into play and anything else. So, oh boy. Look who's back.
Look who's back. Hooting and hollering into our feature match area here. It's Hooting Mandrels. We had some good fun with this this card yesterday. Sort of an ancillary threat here for the Neoform player. It's a green card. It pitches to the cards, Allosaurus Rider, Nourishing Shoal, what have you. But it also just attacks for 4.
I mean, that's what it's going to try to do here.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
What do you think of that plan?
Well, I'm a little surprised, but also when you get into a sideboard matchup like this, you kind of see some unorthodox things. So, did I come into this game expecting to see Hooting Mandrels coming in for 4 turnover turn? Absolutely not. But this Neoform deck can get a little crafty in sideboard games because, frankly, it needs to. The all-in nature of the deck can be kind of thwarted pretty easily via counter magic. And also, if you know that your opponent is boarding down some number of Belchers, they're not going to be as consistent in actually being able to kill you. They're boarding in counter magic that interacts with exactly Neoform and Eldritch Evolution. So just going towards a 4/4 creature that you can play ahead of schedule, that might be the route to go. And at least in this game, that is the route that Offman is going.
The other thing to think about here, and maybe this is only a fringe consideration, I think it's worth bringing up, with cards like Seagate Restoration, with cards like Hydroelectric Specimen, these are cards that cost a lot of life.
They do.
Right?
Three lives quite
It's a ton
Yeah.
for what is essentially a basic island.
Yes.
Right, to come into play untapped.
Yes.
And so all of a sudden a 4/4 getting into the red zone, right? Even in the mid game, it's actually a very respectable threat when your opponent is starting on 14 life.
Yes, it absolutely is. And I kind of like this kind of shifty game plan here from Offman of, look, we've poked some fun at Hooting Mandrills this weekend, of course, but this is a thing that can actually go about winning the game. And as you mentioned, it does have alternate uses in the deck because of Allosaurus Rider and what the deck is trying to accomplish. So it does look a little bit strange, but in this particular game and how Michael has sideboarded, this 4/4 can just keep trucking on in and potentially deal lethal points of damage.
Well, it's going to demand an answer sooner or later. Look, we're going deep on Mandrill chat here, and
Yes,
that's
we are.
fine. I mean, it's on the battlefield. It's a clear and present danger. But it's a one-off, right? Like, this is not, the deck's not built around this as a plan B. This is just a nice thing you can throw in occasionally. Play a 4/4 for 1, 2, 3 mana with Delve. And if it gets there, it gets there. And if it doesn't, well, it hasn't cost you a lot to put a card that, again, pitches to Allosaurus Rider, to Nourishing Shoal, what have you.
Looks like we're just going to see a Veil cast right now.
All right. Veil of Summer.
And remember, this kind of plays the role of something like a Hope of Gear Pow or a Pact Negation so far as you cast this first. This is very Orange Chant-esque.
Yeah.
Of, all right, I'm going to play this. I want to be able to force through all my things.
Because usually Veil of Summer is played reactively, right? Your opponent plays a counterspell, you play Veil of Summer, they play a removal spell, you play Veil of Summer. It's a reactive card. It can be used proactively, as you say, in this sort of silence-esque capacity to try to force through your game plan. And Michael's going to have to respond. His hand does have some interaction. I saw a couple of copies of Consign hanging out there.
And what I like about this, too, is that this is a really nice just test card of, okay, if you let this resolve, I get to do awesome stuff. So that means you're probably scared of seeing this resolve. And so as you can see, Michael head in hands a little bit here in Game 5 of the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour. Am I supposed to counter this? If I just let this through, is my opponent bluffing, or am I letting this through? My opponent gets to do their thing, or if maybe they just cast this, and I say that's fine, and then Offman just says, okay, go.
I don't know if it's going to be relevant here, right? But an important thing to note when you're facing off with a Veil of Summer against a card like Consign is that it doesn't protect you from having your abilities countered. Veil of Summer doesn't completely blank Consign to memory.
I suppose that's true, countering a triggered ability.
It can counter a triggered ability still through a Veil. Now, again, don't know if that's going to be hugely relevant here, but as I was reading through this text, I'm like, oh, it's interesting that it doesn't actually give you full protection against your opponent's Disruption Suite. Again, may not matter, but worth pointing out. I'm going to feel like a genius if it matters too. I'll be crying about it for weeks, Cedric.
Looks like Michael's going to crack the clue in response. We know there's at least a Disrupting Shoal in hand. Looks like it's going to be played and going to exile the Consign to attempt to take care of the Veil.
But in this, what in that? You've just double thought seized your opponent for 1 green mana.
Yeah, and again, this may have just been I'm going to cast
it's
a
just
Veil.
a test the water.
It's this Veil could be nothing. It could be something. Now we do actually see a copy of Neoform in hand here for Offman, so
and the
it
Allosaurus,
was something.
And the Allosaurus Rider as
Correct.
well. But in that situation there, you're still, it's not like you're disappointed to have dipped your toe in that particular pool. It's like, great, I got 2 cards out of your hand.
Yep.
Fantastic. A great result here for Noah. Now, he can continue to try to play his threats out. Obviously, if the Veil had resolved, that's probably what we'd see. But he doesn't have to.
One from the clue.
He can just pass, you know, wait for a time to cast a Planar Genesis and continue on with the game. I really like this from the Canadians.
I like the positioning as things currently stand.
Guys, there's a big terms and conditions apply. See in store for details as Cedric Miller's today.
If the game were to stay in exactly this state, I think I'd like Offman's position, but
him with the 4/4 and
change.
his opponent with the 0/2.
Things can change rather quickly.
All right. Well, we'll see what's next on the docket here. Of course, I'll remind you that these games are untimed, so players are given a bit more leeway to play at what we often call, with some level of euphemistic obscurity, a measured pace.
Ah, yes. Yes.
At a leisurely pace, at a comfortable pace.
What's the rush? No one would be able to rush me through a game in the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour. That's not happening. I'm settling in.
Yeah. You're getting comfortable.
Shoes off, for sure.
Yeah. Updated of your mailing address, the local post office.
Ooh, we're going for it. Okay, that's not happening.
No. All right. So force a negation here.
Now that's really interesting insofar as making the move with the Neoform, sacrificing creatures part of the cost.
Yeah.
So now the Hooting Mandrill's
You
plan
lose
of
the-
attacking,
you lose the
that's
Mandrills.
gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this just a Belcher now? Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. And yeah,
Oh.
Offman sitting there with a consigned to memory in hand as well. So he spun the wheel and lost in this situation. I imagine, Cedric, your analysis of this particular board state has
Things have changed.
Has shifted slightly.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think a Boseiju was just drawn, so that's huge.
All right.
And there's probably not a land for Plummer to be able to get either because the deck doesn't play any lands. Most versions have a land on the sideboard, sure, but Boseiju is a clean answer to the Belcher, so very fortunate there for Offman.
Really, really nice one there. And still has the 1 mana up as well for the consign that's in hand.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a get out of jail free card there for Noah, but hey, you take the hand you dealt.
But I like this a lot now for Michael because Michael is able to fight through a Neoform by countering it, of course. Put a Belcher on the table to test the opponent. Opponent managed it. Okay, fine. But I still have Tamiyo going. It's just I'm drawing 2 cards a turn, right? And that's a really good position to be in, especially when Michael has all of these reactive elements to be able to interact with Offman. So I very much now, especially with the Hooting Mandrills off the battlefield, I really like where Michael's at in this game of drawing 2 cards a turn. I'll find another Belcher eventually. I'm not really in a rush for that, but I can build a hand that's effectively perfect if my draw steps are rewarding me.
This comes back to a conversation we were having before the round began, off air, where I was talking about these sideboard plans. I was like, oh, is Michael wanting to really slow down the game, right? With taking out the Lotus Blooms, taking out the Belchers. And you were saying, no, he's just attacking it from a different angle. He identifies, it's not that he wants to play a really slow and protracted game. He just recognizes that it's far more important because he's the slower combo deck to have a critical massive disruption to make sure his opponent can't do what he wants to do. How he wins the game is largely irrelevant at that point.
I agree.
If he has put Noah Offman off his game. If he's sitting there with 6, 7 cards in hand thanks to a Tamiyo, Offman sitting there with like 1 or 2 relying on the top of his library heavily favors the American in that situation.
Very much so. Very much so. And I like where Michael is now in this game with the Tamiyo going, plenty of man on the battlefield, able to really protect himself. Because remember, the Neoform deck doesn't really have a lot of control over its draw step, especially when you get into the mid game and the late game. And it has a lot of bad cards it can draw because those bad cards kind of enable the strategy. So, multiple copies of Allosaurus Rider aren't really great. You can draw some of your one-of-fun-ofs that you're not really looking for. So this, I think, favors Michael quite a bit right now.
I mean, you can just draw a handful of Eldritch Evolutions and Neoforms and no targets for them. And that's a bad feeling. All right, is that another Thunder Trap Trainer?
Yeah, that's our first one here of this game. A card that rarely misses in this deck.
Maybe I should start playing Belcher so I stop missing with Thunder Trap Trainer.
I imagine it feels good.
Yeah.
It feels good to find a Fluster Storm.
I wouldn't know.
Yes.
I wouldn't know. I've never got a card off Thunder Trap Trainer. All right. In comes Tamiyo once again. This Clue popping in and out of the battlefield like nobody's business. But yeah, Flusterstorm off the top's a nice one here from this Thunder Trap Trainer. Going to make things even harder for Noah Offman here. I'll remind you, these players both at 2 wins in this best of 5 contest. Whoever wins this game is going to the semi-finals and will be playing the victor of our previous semi-final that I'm sure many of you have already watched. We have the Finn waiting in the wings. Mikko Airaksinen.
Potentially a Belcher Mirror.
Could be.
Yeah.
Michael can continue this fine form that he's demonstrating to us.
Yeah, and I don't think we've watched the Belcher Mirror.
No, I mean,
either, so that could be fun.
Trick on the stack. Genesis. 3.
Sure.
So we've got a Planar Genesis in response to the, is it a Surveil Land trigger?
I believe that may be true. It's in response. It's going to sound silly to say. It's in response to something. So we're going to see a Planar Genesis, as mentioned, and it looks like Offman has found a card to be happy with.
Okay.
Trigger Hedge Maze.
All right.
Got it.
This Surveil. Okay. Hidden away at the bottom.
From the old Hedge Maze.
And puts a forest in the bin. All right. Back over to Offman now, who picked up a card off that Genesis, that Planar Genesis there. Very cool looking card. I love a bit of abstract art on my Magic cards.
Oh, gonna take a look at the old Hope of Gear Pal. Maybe it's the first time it's shown up in the sideboard games. For you legacy players, vintage players out there, very Xantid Swarm-esque. With Xantid Swarm, it was an attack trigger, and then you brick all of your opponent's spells. With this one, you hit them, and then you sacrifice it.
Sort of a one-and-done type effect.
Very much so.
Hope comes in, makes its statement, and then it's out of there. So is this still on the stack here? Is Michael still thinking about this?
I think he may still be thinking about this, yes.
Because he's got Consigned to Memory in hand. He pitched one to a Disrupting Shoal earlier, but he's got a second copy.
Yeah, this one's kind of interesting because with exactly Hope of Gear Pal, remember, you actually have to, I want to make sure, you have to hit your opponent with this, and then you can sacrifice it to do your thing, right? So Tamiyo does fly.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a world that exists where you're just like, all right, I don't care about this. I can just block it with Tamiyo forever, and this card doesn't really matter. But, of course, when you have Tamiyo on the battlefield, you want to be attacking, creating your clues and all that stuff, so...
So there's a cost, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cost. And you can't play a second Hope of Girapur to get around the Tamiyo because it is legendary.
Correct.
And while we're waiting for these opponents, whether these players to make a play here, Cedric, do you want to tell us about the role of Hope of Girapur in the ongoing story arc of Magic the Gathering? A really important aspect of the story, I believe. From
so happy Michael started taking his turn.
Oh, and unfortunately, he's just. So you'll have to stay tuned in for Cedric's Vorthos's hour, the Cedric Vorthos hour coming up later on.
Just ran out of time.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Right, Tamiyo, gonna crack a clue here.
Now the other option, right, is Tamiyo, crack a clue. That's a third card drawn. Transform it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what we might see here in just a moment. Wasn't sure if this is actually going to work itself into the equation or not. So Tamiyo is going to try to transform, and Consign is going to try to counter that. So this is going to be Consign replicated to counter a triggered ability, and Flusterstorm is going to battle those copies. So this is it looks like intentional.
Okay, so I don't think Michael realized that there was replicated.
I want to do something. He said it's not a legal play. I don't know what I am.
So he, I think what's a slight disconnect between the two players.
Yeah.
So he cast Flusterstorm.
Yeah, and then he was like, so there's a Tamiyo flip trigger on the stack.
Yes.
And then I went Consign Replicates, so pay 3. And then he went Flusterstorm, cast Flusterstorm, and said target all of your Consign. And that's when I said, that doesn't work, you don't have the storm.
Okay.
So it's like the trigger of...
so like, where are we on? Are we on the trigger of Storm, the trigger of Consign? Like, how is the stack right now? What is this card?
So at this point, we have...
we have 3 Consigns on the stack.
And I try to target 3 spells with 3 spells.
Yep, and so you have a legally casting, but you need to, basically you have to choose your targets for this because it will not counter all of those targets.
Yeah, I think this should be 3 Consigns versus 2 Flusterstorms.
That's my reading of the situation as well.
Okay.
I'm going to cast another Flusterstorm.
Sure. I mean, problem solved, yes, it's a little bit humorous, but more importantly, that's 2 less Flusterstorms that Michael has.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Yeah. So a slight miscalculation or a slight disconnect between the two players there resulted ultimately in the second Flusterstorm being used to defend that Tamiyo trigger. So we now have Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar on the battlefield. Not a card that we see a bunch here, Cedric. So let's remind ourselves of its ability.
Yeah, it does sounds like you don't play much Vintage Cube.
+2 for the Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar. Until your next turn, whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control gets -1/-0. -3, so it can't be activated the turn that it flips. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or to your hand. If it's a green card, add 1 mana of any color. That's not going to likely be very relevant. Not a lot of green cards in this list. And then the ultimate, -7, draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library. Rounded up, you have no maximum hand size. So, useful little utility planeswalker here. And what's Michael hoping to get out of the cameo now that it's flipped?
Most important piece of the puzzle is just the plus to continuously target the Hope of Gear Pal so that there's no combat damage dealt, can't sacrifice that, and then push through a bunch of spells, eventually getting to the -7, presumably. The -3 can work itself into the equation at some point here.
Like a counter spell or something?
Yep, that's ideal for the minus portion of that. And the -7, drawing cards equal number of cards in your library, rounded up, getting an emblem with no maximum hand size. The game is probably over at that point.
When you've got like 20 cards in hand?
Well, it's actually kind of funny because, like, say you draw like 20 cards and your deck has like, hypothetically, like less than 14 cards for your Belcher activation. I'm just saying it could be a little weird.
So it's funny because we kind of think, okay, you pay the activation of Belcher and you just win the game.
Yeah.
But you could conceivably get to a situation where it's like, all right, sure, activate it. I'll take 12.
It exists. Like, I think it's pretty unlikely, but it'd be fun if it played out that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, remember, like, you know, Belcher, you activate, the cards go back, and then you can activate again. I'm just saying, like...
So I didn't even know that. I was like, oh, wait, does Goblin Schabel get sacrificed when you use it?
No.
Who knows? It's impossible to tell because we never get to that situation.
Yeah, that's the activate in the game end.
That's
always
it.
concede.
Yeah, it's three mana tap in the game.
Yeah, but you do put the reveal cards on the bottom of your library in any order, so...
So
it would just be a weird way for the game to go.
Your opponent gets a stay of execution, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll wait till tomorrow, and then you're going to get belched into the sun.
It's one of my favorite cards of all time, honestly.
Goblin Charbelcher?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a super cool card.
It is a cool card.
It's a really fun design.
This is an interesting one to have as your favorite.
I think it's a really fun and unique design,
I'm glad that it's a card for you, Cedric.
Thank you so much.
That's
I really
really good.
appreciate it.
It's really. Ask me what my favorite card is.
I'm not going to do that.
Don't do it.
No.
Oh, it's fussy.
I'm not going to say it.
It's fussy.
You're just going to tell me.
I'm going to tell you. What do you
Okay.
think of that? Analyze what that
Your
means about me as a Magic
Your
player.
favorite card is Search for a Land.
No, can't get a forest.
Fact.
You did. Love that card.
Sorry, I can't judge.
All right.
Yep, can't force a negation that one, right?
I am sorry, I immediately caught it. Evil violation. Yeah.
Looks like a judge is getting involved here.
I have a stop.
Okay.
I'm a fan about your dad.
Okay, well, that's certainly one way to...
Michael is letting them know right now.
That's certainly one way to end a game of Magic. Flare of Denial and a Force of Negation. And a Goblin Charbelcher in hand.
Can I flip over the
Oh, flip over the deck.
Okay,
Yeah, let's take a look.
see.
Let's take a look. Let's
see.
ski.
Are there any lands? No, Offman's taking any chance possible here.
And there's the
The
island.
island's in the sideboard. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer wins the 5th and final game here, and therefore will be featured in our semi-final. A Belcher mirror as we head into the semis. Cedric, Canadian, going down 3-2, fighting valiantly, but ultimately bowing out in our quarters. Congratulations to Michael, and dressed for the part today. You're very smart there. And we'll be seeing him, Cedric, in our semis.
We will for a Belcher mirror, which would certainly be rather interesting.
And
I
I
have
do
not
it
watched
inside
one of those yet here this weekend, and so I'm actually kind of looking forward to doing so. Because that's just going to be
What's your favorite?
cool.
It's your favorite card.
I didn't say
It's your
that.
favorite card of all
It said
time.
it's one of my favorite
Yeah.
cards.
Cedric
One
wrote
of
into
them.
Wizards being like, hey, give us... Wait, you just work there. You just walk down the hall. It's like, hey, can
Yeah,
we have Goblin
I can just go
Charbelcher
talk.
part
I can
two?
just go talk to someone and have that take place.
Okie dokes, we're going to catch up with Michael here after this win that he pulled off with his Goblin Charbelcher decks. Let's head down to the feature match area. Michael caught up with Ailey here to chat about this win.
I'm here with Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, who has just picked up a win in our quarterfinals. Michael, full 5 games. How did that match go for you?
Like we thought, the first 2 games are really easy for our deck. They don't have enough ways to stop about countering their spells. But post-board, it's a lot harder. Hope of Gear is really good. I learned in game 3, it says until your next turn. So a game I think I was like 95% to win. I was 5% to win, which wasn't great. But in the end, I had the one game I needed with the turn 1 Tameo, which like runs away with that matchup, blocks the Hope of Gear per, draws me cards, so they have to act fast. And yeah, I won.
All right, so business as usual. Looking ahead now to the semifinals, you're either facing Miko or Johnny. Do you have a preference on who you'd like to play?
I really like playing Mirrors, and Johnny beat me twice this weekend, so maybe I want to dodge him again.
All righty, well, Michael, best of luck. Go prepared for the semis, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you again here very soon.
Stay with us, my friends. We're going to be back at the feature match area here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities from Atlanta. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, more quarterfinals coming your way. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. You're in the booth with me, Ryan, and joining me, Cedric Phillips. And we are getting stuck into our next quarter-final here for your viewing pleasure. We've got another Game 5 to bring you a decider here between our next contenders, our next competitors. We have Justin Schabel, touted at the moment as the favourite, and quite significantly so with this Is It Prowess deck. Not a deck that I think we saw it a couple of times in the feature match area throughout the Swiss rounds. Very, how do we put this? Traditional Magic deck.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Modern, you've seen plenty of Is It strategies over the course of Modern's history, and strategies that look like this. Now, the creatures, sometimes it's Ragavan, sometimes it's DRC, sometimes it's Swift Spear and Soulscar Mage, but we've seen this strategy years now.
Yeah, it's not
in this format.
Not a lot of fancy tricks and bells and whistles here. It's just play a creature and get you dead.
It works.
On the other side of things, Makoto Horiuchi here is playing Esper Blink. Plenty of bells and whistles in this list, particularly Makoto's list, which is unlike many of the other ones. Frank Carson pointing out to us heading into this round that Horiuchi's list is unusual. Out of the 17 Esper Blink players, says Dr. Frank, Makoto was the only one not to run any Solitudes. We'll get to that in just a second now as we have a look at Justin Schabel's list. But this is just a straight up and down aggro list, and it's very good at getting the job done. I'll continue with Dr. Frank's analysis. The lack of Solitudes here could be a real liability, and Fatal Push is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting against this deck that is going to be mean, lean, and keen, very low to the ground. But
the Fatal Push is cheap interaction, which is exactly what you're looking for in a matchup like this. As powerful as Solitude is, especially alongside Ephemerate and Philia, it is really, really nice to just have Fatal Push be a clean answer to Dragon's Rage Channeler and for Monastery Swift Spear. So that kind of cheap interaction is exactly what you need in a matchup like this. And if a couple of copies of Fatal Push do show up, could decide the game in a meaningful way.
We've had a bit of back and forth in this match so far. Schabel won game number 1. Horiuchi then broke serve and came back to take the game score to 1-2 in his favour. Schabel now equalises to 2-2, which brings us very neatly to game number 5, which is where we're kicking things off here. Cedric from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. This is, again, the quarterfinals. Makoto Horiuchi on Esper Blink. Justin Schabel is at Prowess. Justin topping the Swiss.
Yep,
and
first one in.
And therefore in a terrific position with a deck that enjoys going first.
Yes. Very, very much so. So Justin has had a breakout tournament, being our first player into the elimination rounds, making it onto the Sunday stage, has been playing this deck for a very, very, very long time. So it made a lot of sense for him to just say, hey, I'm going to do this again. That's how he qualified for this tournament on the RC level with this sort of strategy. And now we're seeing it here in his hands, just dominating the Swiss rounds with this strategy and looking to make it into the semifinals here in Atlanta.
Well, I'll make the same point I made yesterday when talking about Modern as a format. It is a format where you can be rewarded for going deep on a certain deck, on a certain archetype, even if it's not a tier 1, even if it's not a tier 1.52 deck, right? You can get rewarded by playing a deck so well, knowing the cards so intimately, understanding all the lines against all the different lists, the positions you have to adopt, the sideboarding you have to do. You can succeed where others would not by playing a deck that isn't necessarily amongst the most represented in the format, and that's what I think we're seeing from Justin.
I agree. And it's one of the things that I absolutely love about Modern is for those that really dive into the format and play it quite a bit, you get to kind of pick a deck that you like a lot, hone it, learn all those matchups, and get rewarded for a little bit of a skill edge because you know some things about matchups that folks don't.
That's Cedric's second favorite thing about the Modern format.
Oh, what's number 1?
The fact that Goblin Charbelcher is legal in it.
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
You never see Cedric playing something like Standard. Oh, no Goblin Charbelcher? No, thank you. It's not for me.
I'm out!
Not until R&D finally put Goblin Charbelcher back into Standard, which Cedric, I understand, is agitating for every day within the building at Wizards. So it's just a matter of time until they get sick of that.
That's how I'm spending my social capital in the building.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
On a reprint of Goblin Charbelcher into Standard. Look forward to it, my friends.
Yep.
Dragon's Rage Channeler coming down.
Oh, look at the puppy. Aw.
And it's Philia, exuberant shepherd on the other side of things.
I love this pooch. Love a good doggo.
All right, that makes one of us.
What's wrong with this?
Dogs.
Oh.
I don't like dogs. I usually tell people that I'm either afraid of or allergic to them, just to avoid the heat.
So you just lie.
Well, because it's a lot more socially acceptable than saying I don't like dogs.
Okay.
I don't like dogs. No one else is listening, right? There's not thousands of people watching this broadcast.
Got
I'm
it.
just telling you.
I understand. We're just having a conversation between friends.
But it was a conversation between. Well,
understood.
Acquaintances at least, professional colleagues.
Oh, good to know where we stand.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, Felia on the board. DRC here, not charged up at this stage, just a single fetch land in the bin here.
It's a long pause here from Justin. I think Justin is really considering a removal spell. You can see a copy of Unholy Heat in hand.
Just fire it off here. Felia is a good card to target with that. It can do a lot of work when there's stuff like Overlord of the Balmurk.
Yeah, Ophelia is currently, like, I don't want to say doing nothing, but, you know, it's threatening to be able to do something more. Just the question is, do I want to kill it now? Do I want to kill it on my opponent's turn? Sort of thing, I think, is where we're at the moment, given that Justin is thinking about this so deeply.
I just think, like, if your opponent plays a Quantum Riddler, they play an Overlord of the Balmurk, the Felia is just such a potent threat. So it's actually a spell snare. It's not even the Felia hasn't even resolved.
Yeah. So this isn't. There's reactive removal in spell snare, proactive removal in Unholy Heat. So the question is, you know, what do I want to use to take care of this Felia? And I think that question is being asked right now is because, like, a card like Psychic Frog is pretty tough for Justin's deck.
Yes.
Right. So if a Psychic Frog were to show up now,
you can't bolt it.
You can't really bolt it or Unholy Heat it. No. So I can understand why giving a lot of pause to that.
Because the thing is, you might look at that and go, you got a spell snare and your opponent just played a really good 2-drop. I mean, what's to think about? But you make a really good point. You're not just worried about this 2-drop, you're worried about future 2-drops as well.
Correct.
And you're going to be very happy to have played spell snare now that Teferi is on the battlefield.
Yes.
So that's another big tick here for Justin, making sure he gets the most out of his cards. Teferi Time Rattler comes down, draws a card for Makoto Horiuchi, who is in a decent enough position, I would say. Not under a huge amount of pressure early, has weathered the first couple of turns, got a piece of interaction out of the hand, kept the battlefield nice and clear. Justin Schabel, however, still has a nice full grip and a lot of threats in it. I can see a couple of Monastery Swift Spears. There's that DRC that was returned to hand. The Unholy Heat we talked about, as well as a Bauble spotted.
Remember, one of the nice things here for Justin in this matchup is does not have to worry about Solitude. Right, so playing a haste creature like Monastery Swift Spear and going after the Teferi, it's going to work. It's just a thing that's going to work.
Here's an expressive iteration now. Look at the top 3. One goes into the hand, one goes to the bottom of the library, and one is exiled this turn. Typically, you'll see players exile a land. But no, not this time. It's a Murktide Regent, which just can't be played.
Yeah, that one's going to be gone for good. Now, I hope Justin has a land, otherwise this is going to be real awkward. I think the goal was to try to hit the land with the expressive iteration. Yeah. That didn't work, and that means Teferi is going to stay on the battlefield for an additional turn. And as we have seen many times over the course of this weekend, and with Teferi's legality in Modern, you play it the first turn. You're normally bouncing something, and when it goes down to 1 counter, then up to 2, and you get to untap with at least 3 lands and maybe the 4th, that's where it gets really tough to kill Teferi, and that's when the Planeswalker starts to take over the game.
Yeah, and in that situation, if Justin had a red land, play Monastery Swift Spear, attack in for 1, get the Teferi off the battlefield, now we've got a very, very different looking game.
Correct.
But Makoto was untapped, played a land, Psychic Frog in hand, Subtlety in hand, Cedric, and when your hand looks like Justin Schabel's does, when you play Monastery Swift Spear and get it subtletied, that's tough. You don't want to put it back on the top of your library when you're stuck on 2 lands. That feels real bad.
This is a very enviable position here for Makoto.
Yeah, turning a 3/3 flyer for 4 into a Mystic Snake, right, that just hard counters something effectively. It always feels so good. The question is, does Makoto fire it off here against the Monastery Swift Spear?
Well, this is an interesting thing, and I think the answer is yes. Yeah. You're already seeing the fetch land be sacrificed, because you can make an argument for, okay, you just let the Swift Spear resolve, and then when the attack happens, you can just play Subtlety then and block the creature, and there are no spells that can be played because of the Teferi on the battlefield, so it's a very safe block. But that might just be a little fancy play syndrome, and this is just a little more straightforward.
And Makoto here, huge upside if Justin doesn't have a land. Huge upside, because then this just becomes a a hard counter, effectively.
Yep.
Not a memory lapse where it gets put on the top.
And also remember, I think part of Justin's plan here was play Swift Spear, play a spell, because he does have a copy of Preordain in hand. So play Swift Spear, play Preordain, make it a 2-power creature, then go after the Teferi. But this is what I was kind of talking about last turn, which is the expressive iteration missing is so huge for multiple reasons. And the biggest one of them is that Teferi is just on the battlefield, and we're playing a sub-game around Teferi now. This is all this game, like this entire game revolves around the Planeswalker now. And this is a huge problem for Justin.
And is that 2 more non-lands here?
No, that's 2 cards that are going to go to the bottom of the deck. That's what they
That's what they are. There's no lands amongst those. So we have seen Justin pick up the shovel and go a-digging. Hasn't found... Oh, no, okay, a bauble.
It's just a bauble.
Just a bauble.
Yeah, this is really tough for Justin. And you can understand the rationale behind the play last turn, which of expressive iteration, I'm going to look at a whole lot of cards. He's been playing this deck forever. It generally works out where, okay, I'll find a fetch land, get a red source, play a Swift Spear, kill your Teferi.
He's looked at 8 cards in the last 2 turns.
Oh, yeah.
Expressive iteration and Preordain. He's looked at so many cards and still hasn't found a third land. This is really unfortunate. And now it's Makoto who can start to turn the tables here. Get in with that Solitude. 4 untapped mana. He could have anything. Psychic Frog still in hand, undeployed, suggests that the Japanese player is sitting on some other interest. Another subtlety, dude!
Yeah, it's another subtlety.
It's another subtlety!
And subtleties are going to just really run away with this game, especially when you're playing against an opponent here in Justin who is having mana issues. Though the threats are a single mana, this is really, really difficult to overcome.
This card is not living up to its name, can I tell you that? It's about as subtle as a bag of hammers at this point.
Ooh, a bag of hammers. Where can I get some of those?
An entire bag of hammers.
I like those.
At Bunnings Warehouse, where lowest prices are just the beginning.
Wow. Do you do the commercial work for them?
That would be a lucrative job, dude. Especially come up cricket season. There's a Bunnings Warehouse ad every 5 minutes between each over. Oh, my goodness. That's good. That'd be good money for the people doing the voiceover on those.
Could be you.
All right, hit me up, Bunnings. I'm ready. I'm ready to work.
I know some people at Ace Hardware. We'll get you in. That's here in the States.
Oh, is that like American Bunnings?
I think so.
Yeah, a big, huge, like warehouse filled with tools and that sort of stuff.
We love it. Maybe a Lowe's.
Oh, we love that sort of thing, don't we? Oh, down at Bunnings Warehouse. Grab yourself a barbecue and a lawnmower, and you're set for the weekend.
All right, so finally, Cedric, at long, long last, a third land.
Teferi may finally bite the dust here this turn. DRC should have Delirium. There's a Bauble, there's a Preordain, there's a land, and there is an instant in Spell Snare. Now, Subtlety is going to not so subtly manage this DRC.
So Subtlety sends the DRC to the bottom, but does this open the way for the second Monastery Swift Spear to come into play at any? No, there's another DRC here. Okay. It doesn't have haste.
It doesn't.
It gets +2/+2 and flying.
But this is when I mentioned that we're basically playing a sub game around Teferi. Teferi changed the entire texture of the past couple of turns.
Yeah.
And now the sub game is technically over, but it's a sub game that Mikado won, and that's the biggest deal. Yeah. Now the DRC, worth noting, it is a 3/3 flyer right now because of Delirium. So subtleties, if they want to attack, there could be a potential trade here.
It still can block. It doesn't block often.
Yes.
The DRC because it has to attack every turn.
This
But
is one of the times when it can.
Yep. It hasn't become sufficiently enraged that it's been turned sideways just yet.
But this is a really good time for a card like Fatal Push, clear out the DRC, and keep the attacking potentially here.
And you'll notice a single black mana has been ready. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude.
Good time for the aforementioned removal spell.
Yeah, Fatal Push, target the DRC, and now a Psychic Frog as well. This is going from bad to worse here for the American. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Riddler draw 2, I believe. Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I mean, this what we've seen over this past couple of turns here from Mikado is maximizing your mana every single turn.
Yes.
Teferi having a huge impact on the game.
It's just gone exactly.
Yeah,
as
this has gone. This is how you draw it up.
Yeah. Couldn't have gone better here for Makoto Horiuchi. He's used his mana, he's interacted really effectively, forestalled the game plan of Justin Schabel, who was a pretty heavy favourite heading into this top 8 here. Did very, very well to secure his berth into the top 8 as our #1 seeded player. But at the moment, a masterclass, a clinic being put on by Makoto Horiuchi in how to play this Esper Blink deck in these situations. Aided by the fact that Justin has been a bit unfortunate, hasn't found the lands that he maybe needed to enact his game plan to the fullest potential, but still, full credit to the player to the north of the screen. He's doing a fantastic job.
And the expressive iteration turn is really interesting, too, because you're taking a risk by making that play, right? Because there is always just that on that specific turn, it could have just been cast Swift Spear, attack your thing.
Yeah.
Right? So incurring risk, yes. And again, Justin has played this deck for a very long time, so I imagine the thought process here is, you're considering the risk versus reward. The reward is so high if you hit the land there. You're maximizing your mana, you're killing the Teferi, you're doing everything that you want to do. But the downside is if I brick, I may just lose.
But that doesn't. The other thing, we've been doling out lessons to new players. We're going to share some more wisdom here. Justin didn't necessarily make a mistake by casting that expressive iteration.
No, I don't think so.
Like, he's odds on to find the land that he needs, and if he does, then the game opens up in a completely different direction. So players may look at that and go, "Oh, what a foolish error that was to cast that. I would never have done that in that situation." Well, it was actually correct to. Sometimes you can make all the right plays and still lose. And that's a really important part of leveling up your Magic game, recognizing that you don't always win. You can't always win, and sometimes you can do everything correct and still lose a game.
Yeah, there's a very huge risk versus reward analysis there, and the reward is very, very high, but also the risk is very high. If you brick off in the expressive iteration, which we did see take place, things go really, really bad, and that's kind of what's happened over the course of this game here, unfortunately, for Justin, who's trying to catch up now, but it is very difficult for a red-based strategy to work through Psychic Frog.
Psychic Frog is just such a beating in this situation here. So the Lightning Bolt targeting a subtlety is a nice way to remove a bit of material from the board. But as we see the Psychic Frog ready to rumble against the Monastery Swift Spear, discarding a Philia in order to bump up the Frog to 2 power.
Now remember, right now there's a Prowess trigger from the Swift Spear. There's about to be another one here from the Lava Dart. So I think that's what the blue die is implying here, the number of Prowess triggers for the Swift Spear.
Yes, indeed. So Lava Dart also can be flashed back. There is a mountain in play. There's 2 mountains in play, in fact. 3 mountains, I should say. Oh.
3 all day. They're all mountains.
They're all mountains. All mountains all day. And so now it's back to Makoto to figure out what's going to happen next.
The thing that I think makes this game really difficult here for Justin, outside of what's happened in the early stages of this game, is there's an attempt here to kind of work through this Psychic Frog via Prowess triggers and Lava Darts. And eventually, the Psychic Frog can be managed. That is true, via the darts and the Prowess triggers that are going on. The biggest problem is the card that's been warped last turn. So let's say that the Psychic Frog, we see the exchanges happen, and let's even say that the Monastery Swift Spear wins the combat.
Yeah, there's a 4/6 that's drawing extra cards.
Yes, that's the big problem.
Yeah. And look at this. We've actually seen Justin commit enough resources to clear the Frog out of the way between the damage from the Lava Dart and the Prowess on the Monastery Swift Spear. The Frog is going to die. But as you say, Makoto just goes, okay, all right, play my 4/6, draw 2 cards.
Yep. And that's the biggest issue, and then you have to work through a 6 toughness creature, which Unholy Heat does allow for with Delirium, but it requires you to have it right away. And in the meantime,
you're taking 3 from a subtlety as well, down to 4. So Makoto here, up to 2 cards in hand. If one's a land, he can play it and then cast the red. Oh, just passes.
Yeah, that's probably really good news.
That's probably fine. Yeah. Probably nothing to worry about.
Don't have anything to do. Your turn.
No. Oh, geez, yeah. No, nothing I'm going to do with my 5 open mana. That's fine.
Shame.
Yeah.
No shame.
All right, you go ahead.
Oh, I probably missed it. Probably missed that you could play Quantum Riddler.
The Riddler in the Warp Zone.
That's probably what it was.
Well, it'd be great to have a view of Makoto's face. He's thinking he's really laying it on thick. Oh, how terrible! I can't believe it. His head's in his hand.
Forgot.
Awful. No, my friends, you don't make it to the top 8 of a Pro Tour by forgetting that sort of thing. And Makoto will have some nasty, nasty business in hand here for Justin to have to fight through. Not in a good spot. Dead in 2 in the air. Here's an expressive iteration. Let's see if this one's any better than the first one, Cedric.
First one hit 3 spells. Technically, the first one was good. This one hit 3 spells, too.
Okay, Unholy Heat, a Mishra's Bauble, and a Spell Snare. I'm going to tuck Spell Snare away. Say goodnight to that. And a Mishra's Bauble played from the Exile Zone, one would have to imagine. Yep, there we go. Moved from the little provisional Exile Zone into the battlefield there.
It's 2 Prowess triggers now on the Swift Spear.
Let's have a look at what's coming next. 2 cards in hand for Makoto. I think another 2 for Justin as well. One of them that Unholy Heat that we talked about. Now that does deal very
well. There
poorly.
may be I'm not sure if there's an unholy heat hand. We know there's a lava dart.
No, it was an unholy hit that he picked up off the expressive iteration. Right?
Okay, got it.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. What I am catching is another copy of
Subtlety in hand, and that's going to do it here for this final match, or final game, I should say, of this match. Makoto Horiuchi is victorious with this unorthodox Esper Blink deck. Let's take a moment to congratulate our first place seed, who did a very, very good job all weekend here. Justin Schabel, very confidently finding his way into our top 8. First player to do so, the top seed in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, bowing out to our Japanese player on Esper Gorrios. We're going to move on now, have a look at our bracket, see how things are shaping up with that win from Makoto Horiuchi. We need an opponent. We're looking at either Francisco Sanchez or Mason Buonadonna meeting the Japanese player in the semis. Cedric.
This should be good. We do have a little Amulet Titan action, which I do enjoy in small doses, so we're going to get at least a little bit of a dose of this against Azorius Control. This matchup, historically, it depends on what you bring to the table for Amulet Titan. You can beat this deck if you bring the necessary tools, but the same can be said about Azorius Control. We've talked about Control a lot here over the course of this weekend of you can do it, and players have success with it, but you have to have pinpointed the things that you want to beat and get the metagame correct. Amulet Titan, we know, is a Modern mainstay, but it's not a deck that a lot of people play in Modern because of how complicated.
Well, there's chat about it being just straight up the best deck.
Yes.
Right? There's a lot of talk about it actually just objectively being the most powerful, the best deck in the format, but it's so hard to play.
Yes.
It's even harder to play well, and so that is a very high barrier of entry. Barrier to entry for many players here. I'll bring you up to speed with how this match has gone so far. As you can see, both players to the left of the screen have picked up 2 wins so far. Sanchez got off to a flyer, 2-0 in the pre-sideboarded games. However, Buonadonna, he's fought back, Cedric. He's fought back and equalised things to 2-2, meaning Sanchez will be on the play, as we just saw. Let's check in with Dr. Frank and get his thoughts now on this matchup. Dr. Frank thought that Sanchez's list is not that all well suited to handle a Primeval Titan. A lot of his counter magic doesn't touch Prime Time, and this means that the key threat in the Amulet Titan deck might be cleared for landing a little more than Sanchez will like. However, Orum's Chant is a real danger that Mason Buonadonna will have to keep in mind, particularly in the face of something like a Pact. If you play a Summoner's Pact, you get a Primeval Titan, you play it, you don't have the mana to pay for your Pact the next turn because you get chanted, right? Oh, sorry, you get the Titan and you're unable to play it because of a Pact. You could be in very big trouble dying to your own Pact tree the next upkeep.
Yeah, now we're looking at an open decklist tournament, blue-white control, generally playing some copies of Orm Chant now, and we've seen that for the past handful of months. It is worth noting that Mason knows about the Orm's Chants. I think it is rather unlikely that you're going to see that sort of interaction happen, which is Outcast Titan or Outcast Pact, get chanted, won't be able to pay for it. And you have to imagine that if Mason is playing this deck in this tournament, that there's a lot of experience there against Orm's Chant. So just a thing to be wary of. I don't expect to see Mason run into something like that, though.
No, but even if he doesn't
into a counterspell.
Even if he doesn't run into it, it's something that he has to be aware of. It's something that's going to disrupt his.
It's something he has to think about.
It's something that's going to disrupt his play.
Yes.
All right, Ice Explorer eats a counterspell here, but we still have the token from what must have been a Malevolent Rumble.
It was indeed.
And the Arboreal Grazer here is still hanging out. Francisco Sanchez, Lorien revealed, fetched up an island earlier, and now it is Counterspell, the most recent play from him, as you can see. All right, back over to Mason Buonadonna, who has drawn a Vexing Bauble. How does that shape up in this matchup?
Most notably for Solitude. Looks like we're going to sacrifice this. This is going to be for 4. This Green Sun Zenith.
Okay.
But Bauble most notably for Solitude. Force Negation as well. I do like the Ice Till Explorer in this matchup quite a bit. Yeah. Because one of the things that you want to do against blue control is you just want to out-mana them so you can play multiple spells in a turn to overload their counter magic. Yes, some of their counter magic is free, but you just want to overload their ability to interact with you when you do multiple things in a turn. And that's what the Explorer allows for.
Really, really good card.
This card's awesome.
Really cool card. Yeah.
So remember, whenever you play a land, you mill a land, so it kind of feeds itself, and now there's the Vexing Bauble.
Mm-hmm. Boseiju coming back from the bin here, and a Vexing Bauble is going to get countered immediately with that Concern to Memory. Unsurprised, not only Solitude, not only Subtlety, but Force of Negation, another card that it hoses. And now we've got Teferi, Time Raveler. Bounce the Ice Till Explorer. Bad little tempo play here for Francisco, who doesn't seem to be able to find a land. Geez, we're having lots of players having mana issues in the feature match area for these quarters, Cedric.
Did just pick up a copy of Flooded Strand, so we'll see
if
this land does fine. Yeah, off of
Okay. That's good news for him.
And worth noting right now for Mason, no copies of Amulet of Vigor on the battlefield just yet. One of the namesake cards of the deck. And it kind of takes this deck from 0 to 100. Now there's a copy of Worm's Chant, so there you go. This is notable because this is basically saying I need to make it to the next turn.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not stopping. I'm not kicking this. I'm not doing some of the things that we've seen over the course of the weekend. But this is pretty nice. And we might actually see like a transmute here, maybe of Teleria West. I'm curious what this turn's going to be. Yeah, this is going to be pick up the Teleria West with a Gruul Turf and then transmute it.
Notably as well, Cedric, the silence effect played when the opponent had 5 lands. Next, the 6th land obviously would unlock Primeval Titan if one was hanging out in hand. So I think that says something about Francisco, his threat recognition, threat analysis, wanting to make sure that he stays in this game and realizing that 6 lands is a key number for this deck.
I'm curious what the fine is going to be here with Teleria West. Remember, with Teleria West, when you transmute it, you can get lands, and there's a bevy of them.
Urza's Cave is the pickup here.
Okay.
Urza's Cave. So we'll remind ourselves of what this card does. Relatively recent addition to Modern, of course, coming in Modern Horizons 3.
Pretty adorable.
Sacrifice Urza's Cave, search a library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. So we've used a tutor to go and get a land.
That does
the tutors for lands.
Yes.
This is the sort of 10,000 IQ plays that are required of the Amulet Titan.
Well, that's, I mean, that's not an accidental tutor. That's for sure.
No, it's very good with it's very good with Ice Till Explorer.
Sure.
You keep bringing it back out of the bin.
Sure.
Yeah. There are like we're sort of making light of it here, but there are lines that Amulet Titan takes that look like they're very silly.
Oh, for sure.
But
I mean,
then
they're very strange.
But when all the pieces come together, you're like, oh, oh, right.
Now, you don't Teleria West for Urza's Cave on accident. That's for sure. Is this maybe an attempt at prime time? Looks like it. Okay.
There it is, Primeval Titan. So in this situation, what are you wanting? A subtlety to deal with this?
Well, Consign's going to take care of the trigger, and that's actually not bad. You know, it's not subtlety, but it's stopping prime time, at least for right now.
Playing a Colossal Dreadmaw here as well. Finally, we got Colossal Dreadmaw to the Pro Tour.
Yeah. There's the cave. Okay.
All right, pass the turn back to our white-blue control player here from Spain, Francisco Sanchez.
This game not slipping away from Sanchez just yet, but now that there's a Primeval Titan on the battlefield, you know, the first thing you have to think about is, okay, how am I going to manage this thing? Because I do not want it to ever attack.
So Orum's Chant is one way, and that's the card that we're going to see Francisco Sanchez pick up here. Because again, it's not just the 6 damage, it's the fact that it can go and tutor up 2 lands, any lands. Primeval Titan, one of the greatest Magic cards ever printed.
Yep, and I would argue it's more about the lands in this situation, especially with this deck. Now there's another copy of Teferi. That's going to come down. It's going to bounce the Titan.
So again, buying some breathing room here, Francisco.
Chant again, yep.
And was that with a kicker?
No, just single.
Oh, of course, the Titan's off the battlefield.
Yep.
Sorry, Arboreal Grazer, you're going to stay at home. No, 3 to get in. So we're going to see now the Urza's Cave sacrificed. Go and find a different land.
Going to go get Otawara.
Otawara, okay. It's important to remember, of course, that a lot of these lands will get picked up by bounce lands. That might be what we're just about to see here. Yep, there it is. So that's effectively going up. That Urza's Cave effectively went and found a spell.
Yep. So now Otawara is in hand, and there are 2 bounce lands over there in Gruul Turf and Semi-Growth Chamber, so Otawara can be channeled now.
That was a surgical extraction.
Oh, well, there's no prime time in the graveyard yet. Surgical extraction. How many copies of Teleria West do we have in here? The numbers have varied over the years. I wouldn't be surprised if there's just one now. Yeah.
Just the one?
Yep. Not that surprising.
Just the one. The mana base of this deck honestly looks like you tripped over and fell while holding your trade binder, and the page that held your lands was just scattered across the floor.
And, now you must play with it.
That's a mana base. Yep. That'll do.
Yeah.
You know, 1 Ghost Quarter, 1 Hanweir Battlements, 1 Mirror Pool, 1 Selesnya Sanctuary, 1 Teleria West, 1 Urza's Cave, 1 Vesuva. Oh, 2 Lotus Field. I get 2 of them in.
And there you go. Yep, that's for the Scapeshift turns when they do show up. Scapeshift alongside Amulet and Lotus Field. It's well, it's a real hoot if we ever get to see it.
Oh yeah.
The Surgicals went after the Ice Till Explorers.
Really
Those are
nice,
going to be gone for good.
Yep, really, really nice way to leverage some value out of this card. I think we knew that one was in the hand because it got bounced by Teferi, and there was obviously already one in the bin from previously when it got countered. So this is a nice way. Like Surgical Extraction often just hits things in the bin, right? You're very rarely guaranteed to hit anything in the hand. So turning it into a sort of Thoughtseize or Cabal Therapy type effect is really, really nice here. And Francisco will has winnowed down Mason's hand just a little bit with that play.
All right, so Hanweir Battlements that's the way that this deck gives haste to a Primeval Titan now. We have seen different effects give it haste previously. Many moons ago it was Slayer Stronghold. There are still builds that play copies of that card, but a lot of people have gone towards the Battlements now, so here's a Primeval Titan without the Battlements being active. Remember, still no Amulet on the battlefield here either. Okay, so Primetime resolves. Okay.
Well, as Frank pointed out, heading into this round, there just aren't a lot of hard answers to it.
Nope.
It's
going to resolve a lot.
Counterspell and subtlety, essentially.
Yeah. It's going to resolve a lot. The question is, what do you do after it hits the battlefield?
Yeah.
And remember, this time it doesn't have haste. The lands are going to be Shifting Woodland and Urza's Saga.
Just to give you some perspective here, because we are, again, in game number 5, I can tell you that 1 copy of Supreme Verdict has been taken out. There is still 1 copy in the deck for Francisco, but he took out Supreme Verdict Stock Up, Stern Scolding, Spellsnare, unsurprisingly, and the Isochron Scepter has been taken out.
Yep.
Surgical Extraction and Consigned to Memory coming in 2 and 4 respectively. You'll be pleased to know, Cedric, unironically, you'll be pleased to know, Scapeshift also hitting the bin.
Okay.
So we don't have to try to navigate
I don't think about that. That's good.
We don't have to navigate a complicated Scapeshift. What's he going to get turn?
Thank goodness.
Arboreal Grazer also hitting the bench for Vexing Bauble, Tireless Tracker, Ice Till Explorer, and Elvish Reclaimer, all as one of. So a lighter touch.
There it is.
For these players here. But there's the Amulet of Vigor.
Finally.
Yeah. Right on time.
Yeah, I mean, better late than never. And because these games are going to go a little while, and it looks like Saga should be up to 2 counters right now, and they're going to discuss that. It's not a thing I don't think you can miss. I don't think you can miss a Saga trigger.
No.
So, yeah, it's going to go up to 2. Maybe stay to 1. They'll figure it out, obviously.
Yep, Judge is there to make sure this sort of stuff gets resolved properly.
Yeah, things worth noting in a situation like this. Shifting Woodland and its Delirium is worth thinking about over the course of this game now. If you're Francisco Sanchez, you, of course, have to think about Hanweir Battlements and granting haste to something over the course of the game now. What can Urza's Saga search up? And its constructs, of course, also have to think about now, because those constructs can actually do a nice job of pressuring the planeswalkers that are on the battlefield. So the lands you have to pay a lot of attention to when you're playing against Amulet Titan, not only just for the Amulet Titan player, but when you're playing against the deck, of thinking about what those lands can actually do. There's the Reclaimer.
Yep, that one coming out of the board, as we mentioned earlier.
And that one sacks lands to find lands, and when there's multiple lands in the graveyard, it actually ends up being a 3-power creature, but Prismatic Ending is going to kind of take the fun away from that long term. Short term, give it haste, and then activate it, sacrificing Crumbling Vestige for, oh, what will we find?
I'm having to think about it. And this is one of the reasons this deck is so difficult, is it's just you have so many decisions to make every single turn. You've got this toolbox suite of lands, Cedric, and every time that you get access to it with a tutor like Elvish Reclaimer or Teleria West or Primeval Titan, there's all these different combinations that you can try to draw together.
Head to the showcase room.
A couple of lands going to bite the dust. That's a Lotus Field. Remember, the Lotus Field enters the battlefield untapped because of the amulet.
Actually,
Stop, please.
it
I'm begging
enters
you.
tapped,
Yeah, I'm begging you.
and then you untap it
Okay,
with
sorry.
the triggered ability of the amulet.
Good to clarify. Thanks for that.
It actually matters when you have multiple amulets.
Yes.
If it was just a replacement effect and it came into play untapped.
Oh, I didn't know I was next to such an amulet master here.
Yeah.
Wow. Tell me more about it. Wowee.
All right. I should have kept my mouth shut. I feel like I'd won that round and then decided to do a victory lap.
Yep, shouldn't have done
and
that.
you just stuck your foot out and I tripped over
That's
and
right.
ate dirt.
And you're barreling down a hill right now against your own will.
No, I deserve it. I deserve every inch of it, Cedric. It's all right, mate. And that brings the score between us two to what? 20-2?
I'm sure.
20-3
I'm sure Rich
this
and Money are
weekend.
keeping
They're
track in
keeping
the
track
truck.
of it. We'll catch him later on in any case. I've got an unassailable lead, so I'm not worried. But who has the unassailable lead in this match is the question here. Francisco Sanchez has struggled to pull a game plan together. He hasn't drawn a lot of lands, unfortunately, and some of his answers don't line up against the questions that Mason is asking him. Mason, however, just able to fiddly fart around with his lands, as this Amulet Titan deck loves to do.
Yep, and this could be a shifting woodland activation. You see a lot of conversation between the two players. Not entirely sure what they are discussing. Some clarity will be revealed here over time. The one thing we know is that this entire engagement began because of a prismatic ending
on the Elvish Reclaimer.
Yeah, on the Reclaimer.
Yeah.
Reclaimer, again, got haste from the Hanover battlements, sack a land, get a Lowe's field, trigger from the amulet. Now, oh, fun! Days Undoing with Narset on the battlefield. What a hoot.
That's going to change things.
Well, it will, and this is big for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, it's alongside Narset, so that part's very clear.
Yeah.
Two, I'm operating on the belief that like, Sanchez's hand's not very good. It's very spell heavy because Francisco has not been hitting the lands for a handful of turns now. But what this does is it allows Francisco to really get back into this game because remember Mason, given that there's Narset on the battlefield, no
he draws
cards.
0 cards.
Yes.
So and he also loses his graveyard as well, which can be relevant in the for the Amulet Titan player. But far more important is the fact that Francisco's just mind twisted.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
And will draw a fresh 7 as well. So Francisco really waited. He took his time deploying that Day's Undoing here.
Yeah, so this is very, very, very good news for Francisco, who I thought may have been struggling a little bit in this game, especially with how many lands Mason has on the battlefield and what the lands were.
This could be the beginning of a beautiful turnaround here.
So now the Prismatic Ending does resolve. The Reclaimer is gone.
Yep.
Days Undoing resolved. Again, Mason, no cards.
You're untapping with Teferi and Narset on the battlefield. No real meaningful way to get rid of it. A clarification that the Days Undoing does not get exiled. Ordinarily it does when you cast it on your turn, but because it was past casting your opponent's turn, the last little sentence doesn't come into play, so it remains in the graveyard.
Yeah, so this game has taken a turn.
It has. Guy Reach Sanitarium as well, a great way to continue to gain card advantage when you've got a Narset on the battlefield.
Yep. Pretty gross.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, this is pretty gross.
Oh, does this just mean that he doesn't get a card for the turn?
Oh, you've never been here?
Oh my goodness me.
You've never been locked by this before?
The upkeep Guy Reach Sanitarium means that Mason Buonadonna draws his first card for the turn, as is permitted by Narset, immediately has to discard it, and then doesn't get to draw again during the draw step.
That's correct.
That is disgusting.
Now, on this particular turn, we saw Urza Saga make a construct, and then Battlements give the construct haste, so trying to go after the Narset to get out of this lock. Solitude, exiling Orange Chan, has taken care of the first constructs attempted doing this. You never been locked by this before? Do you even play Modern, bud? Huh? This is so you?
Yeah, man.
This is the kind of nonsense, because you like Azorius Control, this is like right up your alley.
Listen, okay, one of my roles...
It's a compliment.
One of my roles, Cedric, here, is as the audience surrogate.
I see.
Okay. I'm attempting to indicate to the audience that this is not a very nice situation for Mason to be in without talking about how he's up a particular creek without any way of conveyance.
Fun zero sum.
I didn't say that.
Fun zero sum.
There's no
blah,
evidence.
blah, blah, blah.
That's exactly how I talk as well, and there's no evidence of me ever having said that. All right. So, Francisco, incredible scenes here. He's in a terrific position. A terrific position.
It doesn't take much. Like, the game is going to go on for a little while, but it doesn't take a lot to take it home from here. Oh, well, We're going into overdrive now. Kahira.
Yeah. Okay. Immediately draw discard.
Yep.
You don't get a chance to cast the card. It's not like if it's an instant, you can fire it off before you discard it.
Yep. So discard the Vesuva. It looks like Saga's going to go to Chapter 2.
So that can get something. Or not.
Oh, nope.
Or not.
Consign, stopping the triggered ability of the Saga.
Getting the ability to
make
construct. So it can't make one this turn, and it can't make one next turn because it doesn't have the ability.
Francisco is cooking.
And Mason is cooked.
Pretty close. You get nothing and you like it.
He's going to be beaten to death with a 3-2 here.
So let's see. What's the artifact we can get here? There's Amulet, maybe. Maybe there's an Expedition map. Oh, Vexing Bauble.
Vexing Bauble, okay. Turns off some of the cards that that Francisco can bring to bear. All right, but it's
that's dead too.
Not going to do it. All right, well, there we go. Francisco Sanchez locking up the game and locking up the match. And in doing so, locking up his slot in the semi-finals. We have our 4 semi-finalists assembled, Cedric. We're going to be talking through what these matches are going to look like, of course. Back at the desk, they'll give us all the analysis that we need to know before we head into these ones. But, mate, what a round we've had.
Azorius Control, dude, it's actually looking like pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I know that like I historically don't like control decks in Modern because I think it's too hard to figure out the best ways to beat everything. But it has like kind of this really proactive approach I like with Narset and like the 1 copies of Days Undoing and then the 1 Scepter and the number of chance that you want to play. So like you get to try to control the game for a little while and then you have like these nonsense combos that are kind of built in that when you execute them, it's really hard for the opponent to break out of. And we see that over the course of the weekend with these builds of Azorius Control. I'm not going to go so far as to say like it's the best deck in the format or like you should be excited about playing it.
You don't want that on record.
Yeah, which I know like when we're in between rounds, you're probably going to go play this deck. But it does look very, very good and pretty well positioned right now for maybe potentially winning this tournament.
Which is saying a lot
Yes.
about a control deck in Modern. So hard to stitch one together that can answer the format, but this bloke may have done it. We're going to catch up with him right now down in the feature match area. Our winner of that quarterfinal caught up with Ailey.
We have another semi-finalist, and it is Francisco Sanchez playing Azorius Control. Tell me about that matchup. Did everything go according to plan?
At the beginning, it was a long match. At the beginning, yes. I was able to pull the first 2 games before sideboard, kind of smooth, doing what I'm supposed to do. And then he took over the third game, like on turn 2, he almost killed me, so the game was almost over on turn 2. Oh no, sorry, pardon me, I got mixed. Turn 2 went extremely game 3 went extremely long.
Yes.
He milled himself out and killed me without cards in his library. And I was without lands, and it was like a crazy game where he started looping the whole deck with the Isetil, milling himself and doing infinite ghost quarters, and crazy game. Then 4th game, he killed me on turn 2. And then in the 5th game, I stumbled a bit. But then there was a key turn where I could flash Days Undoing in response to Analyst Trigger, bringing back lots of lands and crazy turn, and then took over from there.
Wow, that sounds like an awesome match indeed. I can't wait to go back and have a look at that. But now let's talk about going into the semi-finals. Who do you want to face? Do you want to face a Prowess deck or the Blink deck?
Here is very easy. Like, the Prowess deck is my worst matchup for the tournament. I was hoping no one would register it, but it seems someone did. And the Blink is a very, very favorite matchup for me. I mean, you have to play the games always, but I'm rooting for the Japanese guy.
Well, Makoto, you got a fan here, friend. So, Francisco, best of luck, and we'll see you in the semi-finals.
Thanks.
And those semi-finals are coming your way before very much longer. We're going to head back to the news desk, my friends, to set things up for the next stage of our top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back live from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in just a few moments.
for Magic Spotlight, the Avatar today, coming to Atlanta, Georgia and Lyon, France. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey friends, welcome back to coverage of the top 8 here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live in Atlanta, Georgia. Check it out, thousands of people here in the convention center this weekend for MagicCon Atlanta as well. I was just out on the floor saying hi to people. It was so amazing to see so many people here celebrating Magic the Gathering in all of its forms. And we are celebrating pro play here at the Pro Tour this weekend with our top 8, Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney here with you at the news desk. And Ailey, you've got some news about win rates in Modern if people at home are trying to think about what to play. What did well this weekend?
Well, let's take a look here because no surprises that some of the biggest decks that we saw in action had the best win rates, but others, not so much. Espergorio is performing pretty darn well, given that it was the most played deck here this weekend, 52% win rate. Tameshi Belcher and Boros Energy, they didn't do super hot there, unfortunately, for their pilots. But let's take a look as well there on the right-hand side. Amulet Titan having a damn good weekend indeed. Unfortunately, not represented in our top 8, but, you know, with so many archetypes to choose from, someone's got to get left out and sit on the bench. The other category having an excellent weekend as well. That includes a bunch of control and creature combo like the Golgari Broodscale deck, which we saw a couple times on broadcast.
All right, there's a look at our win rates in Modern, so everybody study that for what you're going to play coming up. With this tournament, we now have our World Championship field locked, which is very exciting. It's coming up later this year. It's going to be a very big tournament. Let's take a look at who is qualified so you can look ahead to this tournament coming up, like I said, later this year. First things first, Corey, with last year's World Championship.
The first 8 players that made it into this were the top 8 from last year, where Javier Dominguez took it down. And of course, we got to mention the greatest to ever do it, the German juggernaut Kai Buda as well, qualified for this World Championship. Gonna be awesome.
So excited. Let's take a look at Pro Tour Ether Drift and find out who qualified there for the World Championship. We put a whole mess of people into the World Champs at Ether Drift. Of course, Matt Nass, the champion of that tournament, will be back to battle. Got to give a shout out to Ken Yukihiro as well. So very happy to see him at Worlds.
Up next, we go to Pro Tour Final Fantasy, and you might think to yourselves, well, that's a real small field. Turns out some players are just so good, they became repeat offenders and qualified twice. But here, notably, we saw David Rude locking up a spot in the World Championship, so very excited to see him play in that.
All right, let's check out the people that qualified at this Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. This is our 8 players, actually 10 people qualified, but same kind of thing. Some people are already queued, so some fresh faces here. Going to be really exciting to see them compete at the biggest tournament of the year.
And of course, we can't forget about our online players who qualified through online play, Magic Online and Arena. If they were in the top 2 of the Arena Championship or a Mox Showcase, congratulations. These players are headed to the World Championship. Keisuke Sato, very excited to see him there coming up later this year.
Then we move to our regional championships and take a look at all of the players who have made it so far. Connor McKenzie, one of the notable players there, and Tomoaki Ogasawara. I wonder if that is our top 8 players testing teammates. So yeah, some great stuff indeed here for our players making their way to the World Champs.
Some more players from the regional championships. I want to give a shout out to the queen of the underworld, Jessie Robkin, queen of Underworld Breach, as well as the most talented Corey B in the business, Corey Burkhardt.
Very nice of you, Corey. Let's take a look at some more people qualifying through in RC. Familiar name there on the right side of your screen, Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, who's in our top 8 here today.
That's where I know him from.
Yeah, good Magic player there. Qualified twice, must be nice.
Then we take a look at our next page of qualifiers. Chris Botello, notably at the bottom left there, played a super sweet Azorius Control deck and got smushed by Mono Red, but hey, that's besides the point. Excellent field of players here too, Ray Zhang included.
Now let's take a look at the players that qualified via the point system, and I got to give a shout out to my 2 goats, Ely Cassis and John Emmanuel Duprat. Gotta love seeing them at the biggest stage.
Let's take a look at some more players who qualified on season points here. Check this out. Shota Yatsuoka, a.k.a. Goda, to some, if you will, will be there.
The most.
Yeah, that's true. And Sam Party. So excited to see him at the World Champs.
And then more points. Let's take a look here at the players who have qualified. Big names here, Thierry Rambo, Simon Nielsen, and also Masahide Moriyama, who tweeted that if he wins his next match, sitting at 3 and 4, then he would lock up Worlds. If he lost, his season was over. And in round 8 yesterday, he won, got the 4 and 4, and is qualified for Worlds.
Let's
go. Congratulations,
Excellent. What an amazing World Championship field. Everyone, you don't want to miss that this December. Hey, welcome back to the news desk. We have a very special guest joining us now. I'd like to welcome Jean-Emmanuel Duprat here to the news desk for a very exciting segment that I know Ailey's been waiting all weekend for. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, World Championship 29 winner. I want to know from you, what were some of your favorite memories of winning that event?
I mean, so many memories. I think the best ones are when you're in the moment, like playing your match, and you feel like you're going to win, and you just have to repress it. Just long enough to actually do it. Yeah.
I wouldn't know that feeling. Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
How did your life change from becoming world champion?
Not that much, actually. The biggest thing that changed for me is that now all my friends make fun of me all the time with it. So
they're just jealous.
Every time I enter a room with people that don't know me, that I just shout, here's the Magic World Champion.
Oh, what, do you walk in with the trophy like every single time, or what's happening?
It's way too heavy for this.
Yeah, that thing is
he
enormous.
left that part of the story out. Bringing the trophy in.
Well, that's a good thing to be made fun of, I do have to say, Jean-Emmanuel. And of course, one of the things that comes with being world champion is the fact that you get to be immortalized on a Magic the Gathering card. It's something that I think all players dream about. So the moment has arrived. Let's take a look at Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's card. Here it is on screen, Formidable Speaker. I love the art of this card, Jean-Emmanuel. It looks just like you, of course, and it's beautiful and so powerful. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. It's a 2/4, 1 tap, untap, another target permanent. Very cool card. What was your goal here? What was your vision with designing this card?
So the biggest goal I had with this card was for it to be played in cube.
Cool.
Yeah, it's my favorite format. It's the one I play for fun all the time.
Nice.
And my cube in particular is very much centered around creature combos. So I wanted a tutoring effect to assemble combos.
Oh, that's amazing. So a lot of cube players out there, I'm sure, will thank you for this card. How does it feel to have yourself on a card now?
I mean, it's the biggest honor and privilege to be featured that way in the game. And I want to thank everyone that made it happen, like the designers that I worked with, the artists, whom I didn't know before but did an incredible job. And also I would like to address a special thanks to one of my moderators on Twitch, Windsor Airlift, who is the craziest person I've known and who has fueled my creativity for years and helped design this too.
That's awesome.
Amazing. I just want to know, what do you think will go through your mind if you open a pack and you get to open yourself, basically?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for sharing your card. It's such an honor to be here with you at the desk, and excited to see you at Worlds coming up later this year, too. So hopefully we can run it back, right? All right, everybody, let's take a look at our bracket here as we transition through the rest of our top 8. We are on to the semifinals coming up next. We've got a couple of matches. Makoto Horiuchi versus Francisco Sanchez, as well as Mikko Airaksinen and Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer will be coming up in our semifinals. So now that things have shaken out here through the quarters, Corey, I've got to ask you, we looked at the predictor this morning and things have not fallen the way the predictor thought.
They sure haven't. You know, of course, that's why we play the games, because things are going to change. But let's take a look at the updated predictor now and see really what has shaken up so far, because there are a couple really big stories. So these are the 4 players we, of course, lost. And now we're going to be divided between the top 4 players with, of course, 25%. So anything less, not as advantage. Anything more, a little more advantage. So 3 and 4 is our Belcher mirror. Slight push there to Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer for being on the play. But then they're both at a lower percentage than the top 2. So that is really saying the winner of those 2 is disadvantaged in the finals. We have Francisco at 27%. And now one of our players that went from the 7th most likely to win this tournament all the way up to first, winning a really, really tough matchup up against that Is It Prowess deck last round. I thought that matchup looked atrocious. Of course, it was 5 close games that were incredible. Make sure to go back and watch that for sure.
All right, just proves you cannot really predict when it comes to Magic the Gathering. Let's turn our attention now to our first semifinal that we are going to be showing you in the feature match area. Everybody gearing up because we got to send one person to the championship match. Who is it going to be? Mikko Airaksinen on Tameshi Belcher, or on Tameshi Belcher, Maiko DeBenedetto-Plummer. 2 top finishes for Mikko, 1 for DeBenedetto-Plummer. Take a look at Mikko's round by round here on his road to the top 8. Won 8 in a row to lock up his spot on the Sunday stage. Went 8-2 overall in Modern. Coming up next, Maiko DeBenedetto-Plummer rebounded from a 1-2 draft on day 2 of competition with 4 Modern wins to lock up his spot here today. Had a 9-1 record overall in Modern. All right, there's our semifinal players, but what about this matchup? I know they're both on the same deck, Corey.
Yeah, this is pretty much a coin flip. The die roll is important, but that's only 1 of 5 games. So let's take a look at the deck list here. They're going to be very similar, but starting off with Mikko here, Tameshi Belcher, you know, both players are going to be trying to go as fast as possible. There's going to be spots where they just have to jam. You know, there's going to be spots where they have to play a little defensive and use Force, use Flare of Denial to protect it. But there is a big card. Hope of Gyroport is probably the biggest one. I know it's only a 1-of, but these little edges are really important. If you can attack with that, sacrifice it and force through your combo, that's what they're looking for. So now let's take a look at Maiko DeBenedetto-Plummer's list. And I will say Maiko is 2-0 in the Belcher Mirror, where Mikko did pick up a couple losses in the Swiss in the mirror match. So I guess slight advantage to Maiko on that as well. But otherwise, very close list here. Really not too many notable changes.
What do we have to be on the lookout for, Corey, if we're watching at home, for which deck is going to get the edge here?
You know, I will just say whoever resolves Belcher. I know that's such a an easy answer, but mulligans and just whoever goes Pachoo to upstairs is going to be the winner.
Is that what it sounds like?
That is what it sounds like.
I thought it was more like what?
Yep. You know, historians are still trying to figure it out, but yeah.
Well, we'll just have to see. We'll listen here to the stream and find out what sound the Belcher makes when it kills you. Take it away, Marshall and Paul, with our first semifinal.
I was thinking a different sound coming from the Belcher, but you know, who knows? It's an imaginary thing, and we may never know. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Cycliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for semifinal number 1, where we do have, Paul, this Belcher mirror. We saw that the Belcher players have to position themselves against potential hate while also moving their own game plan forward. How does that play out if you're in the mirror match?
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. You're always just trying to leverage yourself, because if you tap out, if you're the first person to, for example, tap out for Charbelcher and you somehow don't manage to resolve it, then the opponent gets to basically combo you off on their turn. So there's going to be a very interesting dance here. Counter magic, all the free counters are going to be extremely important. Leveraging how much mana that you can pick up. Perhaps just going for a Belcher turn 4 might not be more important than, for example, getting a Tameshi in play. Maybe getting the Tameshi in play so you have a pile of counter spells to be able to maybe even play multiple Belchers in one turn could be pivotal in this matchup.
Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on that and everything else as we take a look at our head-to-head matchup. Mikko Airaksinen is facing down Maiko DeBenedetto-Plummer. Both of them on the same general list here, the blue Tameshi Belcher list. And they've both played it very well thus far. Really curious to see how the mirror goes. There's Mikko now, and I heard him say earlier, as we see Michael make his way to the feature match area, he said the mirror match is something, is what he said. And I guess we get to figure out what that something is as we work our way into game number 1. We'll give the players the go-ahead, and we will be underway.
And Michael's hand looks quite nice here. As you can tell, there is a Lotus Bloom actually not playing it turn 1. So we're already seeing some interesting decisions here, if that really is a Lotus Bloom in his opener. Did not play it on turn 1. Meanwhile, Mikko suspending his Lotus Bloom on turn 1, so he'll be the first person to actually resolve it here.
Michael does suspend it now.
Of course, Michael must have a reason to do so.
Michael's considered a modern expert. And
Just a
certainly
constructed
Belcher,
expert, yeah.
constructed expert, and certainly a Char-Belcher expert here as well.
Yeah.
Definitely be deferring to his choices here.
And a big numbers guy, too, because I approached him the other day once he locked in his top 8, and I just kind of asked him, it's like, hey, congratulations, of course, but what made you play this deck? And he says, well, I just played everything, looked at the numbers, and Belcher was by far the winningest deck, so I just chose to play that deck and mastered the deck.
That is a real rare skill set to have, honestly, to be able to just do that.
Right.
You know, there's different types of lists that appeal to different types of players, and that flexibility is really great if you can kind of just choose which one you'd like to play.
Right, absolutely. So Miko here does have Force of Negation in hand to at least have one counter spell available for a potential combo, but because that Lotus Plume is sitting at 1, Michael can't go for a potential turn 4 kill, but does have Flare of Denial and Force of Negation. So with Michael's hand, he can hard cast Flare of Denial, doesn't have any creatures in play, and still have a Force of Negation backup if Miko tries to go for a Goblin Char-Belcher.
And we see the whir of invention here from Miko going for the double Lotus Bloom.
Yeah,
turn 4.
And Michael not really choosing to counter this because there is another Lotus Bloom coming up next turn, and probably going to be looking to just fight the Belcher if Miko chooses to go for it. But Miko, if you're on Miko's side, he's going to have access to 9 mana next turn. So Belcher is 4. Belcher is 4, and you're still going to have access to 5 mana here. And Miko also has a Tameshi, and notably, that's not a card that you can counter.
With Force?
With Force of Negation.
So double Lotus Bloom in play now for Miko. As he goes to his draw step, 2 copies of Char-Belcher in hand.
I'm curious to see how Miko starts things off here. Do you just run out 1 Belcher, or do you just start things off with Tameshi? This is 5 mana. Okay, this is a hard cast Flare. Makes sense, because that's the only way you can actually counter it. Now, Miko can sacrifice the other Lotus Plume and hard cast Force of Negation here. He can't cast it for free because it is his turn. But if he resolves the Tameshi, he's going to have so much mana that he can just run out the Belchers and win the game that way. So we are going to see a fight.
Jwari Disruption.
Oh, actually going for the Disruption here.
But that is going to get immediately recountered with the Force.
Right, but now there is, what, a Force of Negation in Miko's hand. But if he does cast it, he won't have any mana left.
He'll be out of mana. He needs that 1 white source.
Right, and then Michael next turn will have 4 lands plus Lotus Bloom, and he's got a Char-Belcher in hand.
Wow, what a setup.
Do you just let this resolve and keep Force of Negation? Well, I mean, Miko does have his own Force of Negation here, so it's like, do you want to hold this Force of Negation to make sure that Michael can't possibly combo off next turn, or do you just try to if you cast a Force here, I mean, you're left with nothing.
Right.
So it might just be in his best interest to just keep up Force here.
It's funny to see Miko shake his head.
And this is why Miko said the mirror match is something. Because if you don't think you can combo off this turn, you now have to play around the fact that Michael can have the combo next turn.
Michael looks pretty chill about this whole.
He's like, all right.
This is the way I planned this out from the very beginning of this game.
Yeah, Miko doesn't have an untapped land here, and yet does let it resolve, recognizing that it's really important to stop the Goblin Char-Belcher here.
But what a blowout. That's both Lotuses in the yard.
Yeah, and the Tameshi. All right, and at this point, Michael's out of counters. He's just going to go for it here, most likely. But Miko will have the counterspell here.
This is what he gained by allowing all that to happen, was protection from the other side. And that's going to work out pretty well for him, because now Michael does not have a Char-Belcher, and Miko's Char-Belcher flooded.
Miko top-decked an untapped land that turn to slam the Char-Belcher. That was huge. That was so big. If it was a tap land, Michael could be the person who could have Word of Invention for Belcher and then say go.
Crazy.
So now Michael needs to find maybe a bounce effect here, a Sink into Stupor to bounce the Goblin Char-Belcher back to Miko's hand.
Nope, didn't find anything, and Miko Airaksinen picks up game one. That key inflection point of deciding to leave up that counter really did pay off, even though it was a tough pill to swallow from Mikko's perspective. 3 key permanents hitting the graveyard that turn with nothing to show for it for Mikko. But he still said, I need to keep my guard up, because if I fight over this, and even if I win, I could just lose on Michael's turn. And that's exactly what would have happened, by the way.
Yeah, that untapped land off the top
crazy
was so good, because there's only 12
There's not
in the
that
deck.
many, yeah.
Right.
You see the Lotus Bloom here for Michael to start it off, and also for Mikko.
Michael with a 2-mana creature here, a delayed Lotus Bloom, but can play out the Thundertrap Trainer, and actually choosing not to play it here. Wow.
The trainer?
The Thundertrap Trainer, right. Maybe trying to play around a Stern Scolding.
Interesting.
Yeah, Michael's already done 2 things that I would guess 99% of people playing this deck would do. You play this deck, you play your 2-mana creature. That's just something you do. Turn 1 on the play, you suspend your Lotus Bloom, and Michael hasn't done either when we've seen both games 1 and 2.
And it's interesting too, because it's not like he has anything else to do here.
Right. I think what he wants to do is have Mikko run out his 2-mana play so that he doesn't run his Thundertrap Trainer into Stern Scolding, right? Because you think, well, it's going to be pretty likely Mikko on the draw probably just has to play a 2-mana creature.
Right.
So you let him do his thing, then you get the Thundertrap Trainer in play, and all of a sudden you're guaranteed to have a free counterspell up because you already have the Flare of Denial in hand. So interesting sequencing, but I think it was really smart here from Michael's part.
And by the way, it's playing out exactly that way. We see the Archaeologist from Mikko, which leaves him tapped out.
Oh, but Disrupting Shoal for 2 here, it seems.
Okay. But those are the exchanges that you have to be willing to take if you're in Michael's seat.
Definitely.
That's so much better than getting your card Stern Scolding, where it has limited targets, somewhat narrow. There's 2 of them there for Mikko.
Yeah, Mikko has
he
up
finally
there.
found his Charbelcher too.
There is a Charbelcher, can't cast it yet. Has a Tameshi in hand, but no way to actually counter Belcher here. Michael, however, has a Charbelcher in hand with a Lotus Bloom coming off next turn. So, just based on what we see, if Michael can find an untapped land to play next turn, he could just play Belcher and activate next turn. But even if he doesn't, you can still run out Thundertrap Trainer, maybe try to keep up Flare, and we have another Lotus Bloom coming in the next turn.
Let's see if he can find that untapped mana.
Yeah, because if
Mikko did before.
Because if he goes for it with the untapped land here, if he goes for it, he will just win the game. It's a is that another Lotus Bloom?
It was another Lotus Bloom, so I don't know if this is even that much worse, though.
And this gets countered because of the Stern Scolding.
Right.
And then I think Mikko, if Mikko goes for it, he just has it here, right? Oh, no, excuse me. Michael can hard cast Flare of Denial with that Lotus Bloom in play.
With the bloom.
So he does have a counter spell available here.
And he will have to do that. And he won't even be that sad about it. He has another Bloom coming off suspend next turn.
Yeah, because Mikko has Tameshi. So right now you look at 6 mana, but he can have a ton of mana here to actually play the Tameshi, cycle through the Lotus Blooms, and then he'll be able to generate enough mana to play Goblin Charbelcher and activate the ability. But not through a Flare of Denial.
So far in this matchup, it's just been canceled.
Yeah?
But good enough.
Good enough. And it looks like Mikko is considering just running out a trainer here to maybe find just a counterspell, thinking it's pretty likely that Michael probably has either a Force of Negation or a Flare of Denial to hardcast out of his hand.
He's going to start off by sacking the Lotus Bloom.
All right, so that means he will be going for the Tameshi here. And if you're on Michael's side, I think you just have to go for the Flare on the Tameshi. Oh, no, it's not. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
And Michael says, that's fine.
Oh, because he started off with the trainer.
Right.
But he has left himself 2 white and 2 mana. So he can still Tameshi and bring back the Bloom.
Precisely. So if Mikko can maybe find another counter of some sort to fight Michael, on one counter. So let's say you find a Flare of Denial, that might just seal the deal.
Right.
So Miko looking at 4 mana here. If you play the Tameshi, you're down to 1 mana. You'll leave the white mana available. You'll use the white, pick up a land, get Lotus Bloom in play. That's 3 mana. Miko hasn't played his land for the turn yet, though, so should have enough.
Yeah, and then with the Lotus Bloom in play, get it back again.
Yeah. However much mana you think you can have, it's more than that.
It's more than that.
Right.
It's really impressive combo.
Yeah, Miko considering everything here. It's like, okay, what if Michael can stop me this turn? Can I find something to stop him on his turn? And Disrupting Shoal.
Is that one of the ways that he can fight?
I don't know.
guess it depends on what else he has in
Yeah,
his hand.
because I'm not sure how many other resources Miko had. We know for sure he has a Tameshi and a Belcher. 1 white left.
There's Tameshi.
Sure. 2 cards in hand besides this.
Now this is tough here if you're Michael. It's like, do you just counter Tameshi? Because if you resolve and if you counter the Tameshi, Miko can't do anything else for the turn.
And that's exactly what happens here. Flare of Denial is going to counter Tameshi.
And he has Disrupting Shoal. Does he have a 4 mana blue spell in hand? He does not. He's just posturing here. Michael knows that he's got the Shoal. The only blue card in the deck that Miko could have to free spell with the Shoal is Waterlogged Teachings. But of course, he could still have a Flare or a Force of Negation in hand. But Michael has nothing else he can do, so he's just going to go for the Belcher.
And it actually works.
Postbook is a lot more fun.
This is a matchup.
Oh, it sure is. I mean,
people run out of resources and then they just throw their Belcher on the table and see if it works. And so far, that's been 1 game apiece for both of our players. We are now moving into sideboarded games of note.
Yeah, and you did hear Michael right after that game where things get a lot more interesting after sideboard because there's so much more disruption. Both players are going to be going up to 4 copies of Consigned to Memory. Miko has the one of Hope of Girapur, which could be really powerful, but Michael also has 2 copies of Tamiyo, which he might bring in because the games kind of play out a little longer. If you can stick a turn 1 Tamiyo, that is a continuous source of card advantage.
You can see Hope of Girapur.
Oh, and he just ran it out. Yeah, that's really strong. There's not too many ways to actually get this thing off the battlefield. Mono Blue, not really known for having good removal.
No, it's not its thing. And the Hope of Girapur has gotten in now.
Yeah, and especially when you're on the play, you even get to dodge the Stern Scolding.
Life totals are falling quickly, but it's actually just because of the mana base.
Okay.
And you can see Michael just says, how about a whir?
All right, we're just going to go for the word. Doesn't have the Belcher in hand just yet, but just going to try to set up some mana here. And now if you're a Miko side, you go, do I want to counter it? He only has the 1 hand disruption spell. Lot to consider here. Do you want to fire off the Flare on the whir here? I guess if you 100% want to counter it, you can sack the Hope in response and then cast your counter spell, but I do not think that's what Miko wants to do.
He is thinking about it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad if Michael gets a Lotus Bloom and then plays Tameshi. Right? I think that's the really, really big concern here for Miko. Get a ton of mana. Now, we know that Michael currently doesn't have anything. But of course, Miko has to consider all the different possibilities here, which makes this matchup so difficult. Yeah, just going for the natural cast, and that will resolve. But now Coast is basically clear here for Michael to resolve whatever he wants.
Starts off with Floggy Archaeologist.
Takes the land over the Belcher.
Plays it.
Yep.
Passes a turn.
But Miko is the person who's feeling super safe here because once you get damage in with the Hope of Girapur, you can just make sure everything resolves. Does he have the mana here? So now
Seems like it.
You can War of Invention for Lotus Bloom, play Tameshi, generate a ton of mana, then War of Invention for Belcher, and then activate it.
Oh, he's got a second Whir.
He's got a second Whir here, and you have to think, given how quickly Miko is going through the actions here, that he has enough mana here to basically get Tameshi going with the Lotus Plumes, and then War of Invention for 4 for Belcher and activate the Belcher.
So he needs 10 mana total to do all that?
10 mana total, that's right. Hope of Girapur, the one of, on the play, can't get countered.
And that just means
Michael can't
has
do
to
anything.
sit here and watch.
Exactly. It's effectively Orim's Chant. He's basically been Orim's Chanted this turn.
Miko just going through the numbers here.
Lots
Lotus
and lots
Bloom
of
for
mana.
white.
Pick up a land, get it back. Now you have 5 mana. Pick up a land. Or no. You don't want to lose 2 mana. Oh, okay. Maybe he was 1 short or something, given that he's going for this line. You can still use Tameshi to get a good deal of value here.
He found Flare of Denial.
Yeah, so this just makes it such that it's now that you found the Flare, it's really difficult for Michael to actually go off on his turn. Okay, there's
Archaeologist does.
There's a
see-
Belcher and a Tezzeret.
Hmm.
And it has still 1 white mana, so you can pick up another land and just get the Lotus Bloom in play if he wants. Because right now I don't see any blue-white lands where you can just naturally do it with the blue-white tap land. And you kind of do want to have that Lotus Bloom in play, just because that gives you the option to also hard cast Flare of Denial if you need, or even hard cast Sink into Stupor if you need.
Yeah, we saw that exact thing from Michael earlier.
Yeah, so really choosing between Belcher here or Tezzeret. Going for the Tezzeret here, it seems. Have to pick up another land for this ability, though. So down to 1 land, though.
And Miko's going to pass the turn back. So
Yeah.
Michael does survive.
Does survive, but Miko is the one with the Lotus Bloom Tameshi combo in play with a handful of counters.
Michael's going to keep plugging away with another Archaeologist.
Definitely taking
hello.
Force of Negation. It's a Tameshi that flipped in a previous match. Excuse me, Tamio. I guess life totals could potentially end up mattering here, given that Michael is at 14 and there is a Tameshi in play. All right, no other great options here for Michael. Has a Force of Negation, a bunch of counter spells, a Whir of Invention. Could use that to get a Lotus Bloom, however, still far away because no Belcher in hand.
Well, there's no Belchers to be seen currently.
Right.
Though perhaps the Whir of Invention can find one for Miko, depending on the mana situation.
And by the way, Tameshi can also be used here to return that Hope of Girapur from the graveyard
right.
as well. So if Miko wants to play a slightly longer game here, pick up a land, get that into play, attack to ensure that you'll
Yeah.
be able to combo off on a future turn. But Hope of Girapur does need to connect. So you need to get it. You can't just attack with Tameshi.
Got a full-on counter fight here. Whir of Invention from Michael. Attempted counter from Miko. Recounter from Michael.
Okay. And Michael does have another counter here, right, in the Flare of Denial.
So he wins this counter fight.
So needs to find a Tameshi. That would be huge.
Or just a Belcher.
Just a Belcher, although on Miko's side, what are we looking at here? He does have a sink into Stupor, which would make Michael cast it again, so wouldn't have the mana to actually go for the win if you have to recast Belcher. So Miko with lots of mana available here, but does he feel good enough to go for it here?
Tameshi's been on the battlefield for a few turns.
Right.
Usually the game doesn't last this long.
Yeah. And I think Miko wants to continue developing his mana too. Could maybe go for... Looks like he could potentially go for a Tezzeret, or maybe you just pass and you go end of turn War of Invention for 4.
Right.
If that gets countered, maybe then you go for the Tezzeret.
Yeah, all roads lead to Belcher.
Right.
Okay, bring back Lotus Bloom.
Oh, and there's a Belcher in the graveyard, right? So you can just bring that onto the battlefield that way as well. But it looks like generating a ton of mana here first. Miko is going for it here. Get Belcher back.
Yeah, he didn't have the...
Yeah, and
is
now
that enough?
Michael just wants to see the sideboard plan.
Wow,
That's it. That is enough.
Is game number 3 going to Miko. And he is just letting Michael take a quick look.
Yeah, but no big surprises here. You already kind of know what's coming in. I think it's more important to figure out what Miko boarded out. You know all the counter spells are coming in, so it's just like, all right, what do I need? How many Lotus Blooms did you keep in? Those are all really important things to be mindful of.
Game 4 incoming in our Belcher mirror here in semifinal 1. Can be a little bit difficult to follow along with combo decks, but this one is fairly simple as far as combo decks go.
Right. And both players very, very aware of the different types of counterspells they could be holding based on the mana that they have available. And again, that's why it's so important. When you resolve Tameshi, it's just so hard to interact with the Tameshi once it's in play because all the counterspells just don't do anything anymore, especially if you just find a way to flip and put the Belcher in the graveyard.
Michael's on the play here on 6 cards versus Miko on also 6. And he went for an Archaeologist, but it got stern scolding.
Oh, and naturally drew the hope of Girapur
there it is
again. No Lotus Bloom here to go with that Tameshi in hand, though. But does have a Philology Archaeologist that could potentially mill a Lotus Bloom. Strict Serenade, mentioned before, counters lots of things. Does also counter artifacts. So it could be also a very nice thing to either counter a Lotus Bloom or a Goblin Charbelcher.
There's the hope of Girapur getting in the red. So it's going to be ready to go. And an Archaeologist now for Miko.
Getting serenaded here, as it can counter creatures as well. And now Miko deciding whether or not he wants the Flusterstorm to resolve the Archaeologist.
3 cards in hand here for Michael.
Yeah, thinking about what can Michael do next turn? Well, we do know that Michael could, not in hand, but if you're on Miko's side, Michael could go land number 4, Belcher go, right? And currently, but the thing is, currently Miko can't interact with that anyways, right? You can't Disrupting Shoal the Belcher based on what you have in your hand, so perhaps could just go for the Flusterstorm here just to try to find some action here with the Archaeologist. He really wants to mill a Lotus Bloom because then that would be very, very strong with the Tameshi in hand.
You can see Miko struggling with this decision, and one thing that comes up when you look at these decks is that, and when you look at how these play out, that is that it is often the case that you have to decide whether you're going for it or not, or if your opponent can go for it or not, and you have to be really decisive. You can't go in the middle with this deck. It's not like you can say, well, I just hope my opponent doesn't have it. Like, you need to either make your move and say, I can live with the result of this didn't work and you went Belcher kill me, or I'm not.
Yeah, but keep in mind, too, I mean, Serenade is not a free counterspell, right? You still get a 2/2 bird out of the deal, and Michael's at 10 life now.
Both of them, look, it's 10 to 11.
Right, but Miko
no
is the side that has 3 power of evasive creatures in play, so he's the one who's currently winning the race, which means Miko can, if he has enough counter magic in hand, he can be the one just kind of saying, hey, I'm going to force you to do something here. I'm going to keep attacking you.
Yeah. This is where even just tempo plays, keeping your opponent off of their plan temporarily, can add up in Miko's favor.
Oh, and looks like he's going to sack the Hope here. In response, a War of Invention.
Whoa.
4-0, which Michael could use to get a Lotus Bloom. Now this is kind of awkward here for Miko. Does he want a Flusterstorm? And the thing is, now Miko can't cast anything. He sacked the Hope of Girapur to try to resolve Tameshi.
But it didn't work.
Right, because he had to counter the War of Invention.
Wow, so that worked out really well for Michael.
Right. Still a 5-turn clock here.
Yeah, that's rough for Miko.
Yeah. Archaeologist meets a Stern Scolding, sure. Okay.
I guess sometimes it just devolves into a beatdown plan.
Can we just win with this Drake here? I mean, this 3 more attacks and that's it.
It can.
Oh, and there is a Tameshi, which did meet a Flare. Okay.
Okay.
Michael's on top deck mode. Trainer.
And does he find something with it?
It's a War of Invention, which you can use to get a Lotus Bloom, and then if he top decks a Belcher, and it looks like he's going to go for it main phase so he doesn't run into a Flusterstorm or a Mystical Dispute.
Okay, so he's got the Lotus Bloom on the battlefield, 5 lands, no cards in hand.
Right, but however, Miko has a Goblin Charbelcher in hand, can play it next turn as well.
And so then turn the tables right back on Michael?
Right, but if Michael top decks a Charbelcher, he just wins as well.
Oh, actually, Michael does have a card in hand. He's got 1 Flare of Denial.
Oh, he does have a Flare, so the Flare would work here if Miko just goes for the Charbelcher, but actually
Michael's
passes.
At 4.
2 more
he doesn't
attacks.
Go for it. And that was not a Charbelcher off the top here for Michael, but
okay,
he's in position to win.
Does the Hydroelectric Specimen hardcast change the clock in any way? Barely. It does not, though.
No.
But you can play it, and that would put Miko down to 3. But he still needs an answer to the flying creature here. Michael's at 2.
The bird is just smacking Michael around.
Strict Serenade for the loss? Oh my goodness.
And
this is the first time we're going to see a 1-4 here. Now, if Michael finds a sink into Stupor, he could bounce the token.
Yes, that would be a thing.
Or maybe just go for a Belcher off the top.
He found Tameshi. What does that do here, though, from Miko's perspective?
He can at least draw a card here, and one of the lands is a Seagate Restoration. I believe so, right? One of these, the one on the left looks like it might be.
Okay.
Not entirely sure, though. What does Miko have? Can he counter this in any way? He cannot Disrupting Shoal for 3. He can cast Strict Serenade, however. But the awkward part is, if you cast Strict Serenade, that gives Michael a 2/2 flyer to block with.
It's another one. It could just be a bird fight here.
It's like, I want to counter this, but I don't want to give you the flyer. Oh, this is brutal.
And you can see Miko talking about it. He is going to do it, though.
Look at
he said, I had the win in the air, but I'd rather not lose right now.
Yeah,
So I'll go for Strict Serenade.
It's like, if Tameshi resolves, I think I'm losing this game. So I guess I have to give you the bird.
That's hilarious.
It's so great to see these players also having fun with this as well. There is the flare, though. There is the flare.
There is the flare, and putting the Lotus Bloom in the graveyard, not a bad plan when you're trying to resolve a Tameshi.
All right, here we go now.
So now what can he do?
Well, he's going to have effectively infinite mana this turn. He's going to have double-digit mana. He's drawing a card off that first trigger off the Tameshi, which lets him dig as well. So he has a lot of opportunity here. What can he draw? Was that a War of Invention?
Yes, it was. So can he make enough mana?
Oh, this is...
easily, right?
This is also really interesting, Marshall.
What do you see?
A War of Invention for 4.
Yeah.
What's the mana value on that?
7.
What does Miko have
No
in hand?
way.
That's a Disrupting Shoal with a Seagate Restoration in hand. Can you overpay for War of Invention? Search your library for an artifact with converted mana cost X or less. So, I mean, if you have the mana and you can play around it, that would be wild if Michael goes for a Word of Invention for 5 to play around
and can still
a
just
shoal for 7.
The Charbelcher with it. Miko sitting back in his chair and watching the show. We're assuming that the amount of mana is not an issue for Michael.
I mean, 7.
He's picking up all of his mana here.
Right?
All of his lands, I mean.
And has he played a land for the turn yet? He can't play, well, he can't play an untapped land as he's at 2 life.
Right.
So he has 7 mana with the Lotus Bloom here.
And he had not played a land yet.
Okay.
So that's 4 more mana.
This is 10 mana.
Plus
4 more.
Yes.
Right, if you pick up a land and get the Lotus Bloom play. So that's 14 mana. War of Invention for 5 is 8 mana.
Yes.
So that's 6 mana
9,
left.
10, 11, 12.
And you still have 6 mana left to activate the Charbelcher.
But he would have to play around.
If he goes for a War for 4, it would be devastating.
Let's see what he does.
Right, sweet white. What's that? Right, sweet white. Or 2. No, yeah, I was at 1.
Michael also has a Sink into Stupor in hand that he could cast. So I think Michael might have it here, but we'll see.
I do remember you had 7. You started with
They're
3,
just
4.
going over exactly
You have 4 lands in play, right?
how much mana Michael
At the
had
end of the
there,
turn,
just
yes.
to
You
make
started- you
sure
started
that they
your turn
have it
before, right?
exactly
And then you
correct.
put another one in
And that's
play
why the
after?
judge
I
is
started
being
with
called.
5.
Okay.
His hand card was flare when he drew damage, so he didn't play a land for a turn yet.
All right, so
And
you,
it's
you used
extremely
to use the
relevant.
damage.
Because
Definitely.
Michael is on the verge.
you had
Michael
this
is on
play.
the verge here of.
So
I mean, he was literally going to die to that 2/2 token until he found out Tameshi. And now we're looking at a spot where you went from basically no resources. Remember, all those lands you played, those are spells too. And when you have access to all that mana, you have just the entire world at your disposal.
Right.
So, I mean, once you get that combo going, you have the Sink into Stupor backup. We counted, right? He has probably 14 mana.
Yeah.
So if you War of Invention for 5, you have 6 left, right? And then you, if there's a Disrupting Shoal, you can even pay 3 mana to cast Sink into Stupor on the Disrupting Shoal, meaning that you're probably unlikely to have, you know, another Disrupting Shoal if you need. But if you, again, as long as Michael casts War of Invention for 5, I think he's going to win that game.
Let's head back down. It looks like everything was correct with the mana here. So Judge Call coming over just to confirm, but they did in fact confirm that everything was right. So let's see what Michael does with all of this.
Have we reset a little bit? Because I see some more lands in play now.
I think it's still just that one land that's actually in play. Though that's his hand. Yeah.
Got it. What is he casting War for? He did cast it for 4.
No way.
He did cast it for 4. He must have, right? It
He
just
had to
showed.
have. He had to have.
How much mana does Michael have? Does he have enough to cast Sink into Stupor to go for it here?
Is Michael realizing that he should have overword here right now?
It's possible.
Oh, he's got his hands on his
Oh
forehead.
my goodness.
He looks.
So there's 3 blue, but there's still a Lotus Bloom in play, right?
There does seem to be.
So that's still 6 mana. So you can play. If he has a Sink into Stupor in hand, you can, because part of casting Disrupting Shoal, you have to exile a card from your hand. So if you Sink into Stupor, the Disrupting Shoal, Miko probably doesn't have another 7-drop. Okay, he saw it.
He just hit the bird and attacked.
Oh.
He sunk the bird.
He sunk the bird. I mean, this, I guess, also works.
Is this... But now he's just going to go Charbelcher
Right.
and then just die to the attack.
Right.
So
Wow.
Michael does find
What
a
a
way
game.
to finish that game, although it was through combat.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a bizarre mirror match.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. It really looked like Miko was going to get it, but now Miko's on a mold of 5.
Oh, Miko on 5 on our Game 5 decider. And this does seem to be attrition-y. Like, people are throwing a lot of counters, a lot of free stuff around. Ooh,
By the way, casting that hydroelectric spawn.
Was that the difference?
I mean, that cut the clock at least, right? Because if Nico was at 6, he played it, put him down to 3, then to 0.
You see the archaeologist here for Michael.
Turn 1, Hope of Girapur again. Can Miko find a way to win here with just a trigger from Hope of Girapur, resolve the Charbelcher, maybe with a counterspell backup? Do you have Stern Scolding?
Archaeologist into Thundertrap trainer here for Michael, and the answer was no.
Yeah, one interesting thing, by the way, Miko choosing to draw in this matchup.
Oh, really?
Right, because both players have so much counter magic, it almost never is the case where you just go turn 4, Belcher, kill you. So having that extra blue card for the free counters and the disrupting shoals, Miko identified as being more important than just trying to combo off as quickly as possible.
That's tough. That mulligan to 5 could really hurt here.
Oh, absolutely.
And now the Stern Scolding shows up too.
Michael's hand, yeah, pair of War of Inventions. Could use that to go get some Lotus Blooms, and then has the Goblin Charbelcher in hand with a Flare of Denial and a couple of creatures in play. So Michael kind of has all the pieces here. Miko still needs to find many more pieces due to the mulligan to 5.
Curious to see if Michael decides to stay patient or take a more assertive route, given that he's got the multiple War of Invention, and may just feel that he can overwhelm the resources of Miko.
He should be able to. I mean, he's at least going to play out the War of Invention here, taking 3 damage to also keep up Stern Scolding or Flusterstorm, maybe choosing to fight the War of Invention end of turn, and then untap, play Belcher, still having access to Flare of Denial to fight through more counter magic.
Yeah, I mean, that would put him in such a good position if he can resolve the Whir. Yes. And get the Belcher through, it's GG.
Yeah, super tough spot here for Miko. Doesn't even have any hard counters in hand either. We're looking at Stern Scolding, Jwari Disruption, and Sink into Stupor as the only ways to interact here. Michael seems to be in a commanding position so far.
And there it is, Whir of Invention on end step. It's for 0. And this is the first major fight being picked here. And Miko's having to adjust his game plan for that mulligan to 5 as well. He does not have the luxuries that you would hope to have.
Yeah, and I think Miko's going, do I have to Sink into Stupor this? Just so that Michael can't somehow win next turn? It feels bad because he gets to just do it again. All right.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Miko just can't fight every fight.
And then now if you're on Michael's side, do we go for it next turn? Do we play it slower and try to get more mana and just find another Lotus Bloom?
He's got to be thrilled to get this Lotus Bloom on the battlefield.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Michael maybe waits one more turn, get another Lotus Bloom in play, and then all of a sudden you have access to 10 mana to try to fight a counter war. That lets you play Belcher, because Belcher activates 7 mana. And then you also have the ability to cast Flusterstorm and also use Flare of Denial.
Yeah.
As is, if he doesn't draw a land, you can't play Belcher and Flusterstorm and activate. Miko also considering, should I use Sink into Stupor to bounce Lotus Bloom? Right? Because then Michael can't just recast it here. But that's also kind of a sign of weakness, right? If you see that Miko's in the tank to do something like that, if you're on Michael's side, you're like, okay, how proactive can I be now? If that's what he has. Because if you confidently just pass with 3 mana up, it's much harder for Michael to just go for it.
Miko in a very difficult position, and you can see him shaking his head.
And Miko needs to make a decision at this point, but of course this is one of the most important turns, and certainly the most important turn for Miko's tournament.
And he's just decided to let it sit.
Yep.
And hold his breath here.
Oh, found a land though. So Michael could be a little bit more aggressive and just go for it.
It looks like he's just going to go for it here.
He did mulligan to 5, right? You have to consider that too.
Yeah, that he may be able to just overwhelm him. Goblin Charbelcher goes on the stack. There's a counter, but... And there we go. A recounter back means victory for Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer as he's able to get the job done in this Belcher mirror match.
You can see what it means here to Michael.
Belcher Bros proud in the finals.
Belcher Bros in the finals, baby. We haven't figured that part out quite yet, but maybe.
It's definitely.
Yeah, and Michael's, describing like you were on a mulligan to 5. He said, I even had Flusterstorm.
Yeah, he drew the land. Right.
He drew the land to cast a Flusterstorm or
flare.
the free spell. Yeah, so that was, he really just had all of his bases covered.
Yeah, but what an incredible match, because Miko was on the verge of winning the match entirely.
Yes.
Right? With a 2/2 token, but that timely Tameshi allowed Michael to basically just pick everything up, find what he needed to win that match. That was actually, as far as Belcher mirrors goes, sometimes you look at that and you're like, oh man, whatever, it's just a combo mirror. But I mean, we even saw a win through combat damage. So this was an incredible match.
Really, really great stuff. We've got Michael with Ailey right now.
Hey, Michael, guess what? You're in the final of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. That's so cool. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Over the moon, I thought I was going to lose in game 4. I was at 2, losing to combat damage and this combo mirror, and then top decked the Tameshi and was able to find a way out of it and kill him the turn after with combat damage. So it's really sad to see him ult to 5. I just want good games of Magic. I want to win because I played better, not because my opponent mulliganed. So there's always a little bit of a letdown when that happens.
Yeah. Bittersweet for sure, but a combo mirror match ending with combat damage. I don't know if the decks got the memo, honestly, but now looking ahead to the final, I don't even know what you might be facing, but between the two archetypes that you could have, what do you want to face?
Neither. They're both pretty bad matchups for me, but I beat the control player in the Swiss by getting very lucky and him getting very unlucky, so maybe run that back.
Alrighty, well, we'll see what happens. Congratulations once again. Absolutely incredible achievement. And hey, one step closer to hoisting a trophy. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's one semifinal in the book. But of course, we have another one to bring you still. And then a final after that as well. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk to set up semifinal number 2. Don't go anywhere.
special thanks to our sponsor of the Pro Tour Watch Party here at MagicCon Atlanta. Please visit Geeky Jerseys website at geekyjerseys.com for an exclusive MagicCon jersey, along with many other fandoms. You can look as good as Corey Baumeister. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. So many cool things going on here this weekend on the convention floor, and indeed in the Pro Tour area as well. We are working our way through our semifinals as we get closer and closer towards our championship match. Well, of course, here at the Pro Tour, being a part of one of the big testing teams can be a massive advantage. I was lucky enough a few hours ago to have 3 team captains here with me at the news desk to tell me about how their weekend went. Hi everyone, I'm joined by 3 team leaders here at the news desk. We've got Simon Nielsen from Team Handshake Moxfield, Zen Miyagi Thorne from Team Worldly Council Heavy Play, and Anthony Lee from Team Cosmos Heavy Play. And a fun fact you all just told me is you all used to be on the same team back in the day, but now you each head up your own teams, which is, I think that's so very cool. So thank you for joining me here today. I've got 3 questions for all of you. I want to start with you, Simon. What were some of your team goals for this season?
Goals. So like we really wanted to like build longevity on our team here. So like have people like the same people we qualify, make worlds, etc. So that we have like the same group of people who get better and better at working with each other. Also like with the stated goal that everyone should try and maximize the win rate for the people, sometimes sacrificing their own win rate for the greater good, so to speak. That's kind of our philosophy. So there's a lot of like everything needs to be communicated and done in order to help more people than just each individual.
Okay, that's awesome. Zen, what about you and your team?
I think for Worldly Council Heavy Play, probably the slight difference we have with other teams is that we are fundamentally actually trying to create a base at the regional championship level. So we have a network of about 60 to 70 people. And the idea is that we embed our processes with all those people. And so when they come through to the pro level, for the Pro Tour level team, they all know our processes. And I think this year we built that foundation really, really well. And that was probably our key goal.
Wow, talk about community building. That's very cool. And what about Cosmos?
Yeah, we have a lot of different goals. One that was important to us that we really tried to pursue, especially for this Pro Tour, was to find and develop a lot of up-and-coming talent and to build bridges between groups of Magic players that haven't really worked together before. And I'm very happy with how that went.
Excellent. So how did you all do at this Pro Tour? I'll start with you, Simon.
Yeah, I think in terms of the longevity and such, we actually have our old team used to play back in the set championship era, where a lot of people who had fallen off the PT, like Nathan Stoyer and David Inglis. David, we qualified here, like crushed it despite an 0-3 draft. Nathan is queued for the next Pro Tour, and so and we have 2 people at 12-4, Johnny in top 8 and Alex at 12-4 here. A lot of people going into World Championship. So I think we did pretty well for ourselves in this PT. I'm very happy with seeing the same people over and over again. Charles Wang as well, new pickup who just crushed it this season and is at Worlds as well.
Ooh, excellent success story then. What about you, Zen?
Yeah, we did very well, super stoked. I mean, from our preparation, it started great, but I think for Worlds, we have 14 people qualified. We already have 14 for the first Pro Tour next year and 10 for the second.
Wow.
And we have Noe in top 8, and we also had Albert playing for Winninen, unfortunately against Noe in the final round, but yeah, super happy.
How about you and your team, Anthony?
So the last few matches didn't exactly break our way. We don't have anybody in the top 8, but we have an overall solid performance, similar to last Pro Tour. And we also did get a lot of requalifications from some of those people that we'd taken a shot on. And I'm so happy to have people like Luis Salvato and Victor Hawkins coming back to the Pro Tour next year.
Absolutely. And of course, one of the important things to do when you're leading up a team is to think about, hey, what can we do better next time? Any lessons we might have learned from this Pro Tour? So do you have any of those, Simon?
Yeah, I think we're always in this developmental thing. We just recently had a new take on how we share information. And I think we really got into try and work on that with sharing our games, recording videos and such. Having just have more of that where everyone gets to see the perspective of each player. I think that's a very promising thing that we're gonna keep working on for the World Championship and going forward.
Information sharing. Okay, yeah. Very interesting. Zen, how about you?
To be honest, I'm just gonna echo what Simon said. Very similar for us. This year we've really taken a step up. We're trying to focus a lot more on gameplay. Instead of doing 2v2s and recording it from both sides where we discuss all the lines, and it's helped significantly, but I think there's so much space for us in that avenue to keep improving, and so yeah, definitely echo what Simon said. That said, I don't know what that'll be yet.
Okay, so remains to be seen. Anthony, how about you? Any lessons or takeaways?
It's a bit unlucky I'm third in this lineup when I have a lot of the same things. I think we all could have improved in this regard, and for us, maybe a little more so even. I think our constructive process could definitely have improved with a lot more review, specifically raising the floor of where our players could be. But it was much the same.
Wonderful. Well, you should all be so proud with your team's performance this weekend and leading your teams as well. Thank you so much for joining me and talking through a little bit of the team process here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. And while we were watching that interview, Corey let me know you used to be part of a team with all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Bent card way back in the day, and then I became fully washed, though. So, yeah. It is just really awesome, though, to see the leaders of these big teams care about bringing people up just as much as they care, or more than they care about their own results. I mean, having those kind of people within our community is just so amazing, and big props to all of them.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, let's turn our attention to our second semifinal by taking a peek at our bracket and finding out where we're at right now in our tournament. This is Top 8 Sunday, everybody. We already have one finalist in the form of Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. Now we need to find him an opponent. Yep. Who will it be? We've got Makoto Horiuchi or Francisco Sanchez. So those two players, one of the next two, is going to be our next finalist. Let's take a look at the matchup coming up here for our second semifinal. This is a big one, everybody, because like I said, we need somebody for Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer to play. Let's find out and take a look at the players and their deck lists. We've got Esper Blink, in the hands of Makoto Horiuchi versus Azorius Control, an archetype that's kind of had a resurgence here this weekend in the hands of Francisco Sanchez. Let's take a peek at Makoto's road here to the top 8, coming in as the 8th seed. So a bit of a tougher road here for Makoto. Day 1 doesn't look so pretty. Day 2 kind of turned it around with only one loss there and then locked it up in round number 16 versus our overnight leader, Shuhei Nakamura, who missed out on our top 8. What, Corey?
Makoto played against Is It Affinity 5 times. That is absurd.
Yeah, he did. Wow. Okay, so the hard way, certainly.
Love it.
For Makoto Horiuchi. Up against Francisco Sanchez, better known as Paxi on Magic Online. Take a look here at his road to the top 8. Went 1-2 starting off the tournament in draft. Turned it around with an 8-1-1 record in Modern overall. Beat Blink in round number 15 in the hands of Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. So it can be done.
Yep.
There's a look at the players. Talk to me about this matchup, Corey.
Let's take a look at the Blink list here, because this is not your granddad's Blink list. This is a very, very innovative take here. So let's take a look at this one. This isn't going to be something that Francisco has really played against. We don't see Solitude anywhere. I think that's the biggest factor, and that is going to really come in handy up against Azorius Control. So we do see 4 Subtlety, and 4 Force of Negation. That is going to be huge up against the 8 Planeswalker list here of Francisco. So let's take a look at the Azorius Control list. Looking at this, we're trying to get Narset into play. We're trying to Daze Undoing and make it so only Francisco gets to draw cards here, and not for anybody else. I gotta say, with this new addition from this Esper Blink style of list, I would put the advantage to Makoto.
All right, so Esper Blink in the advantage seat. It's going to be close. Yeah. What does Control have to do to put things in their favor?
I would say just stick a Teferi. Sticking one of these Planeswalkers is going to be the biggest deal. Even getting Narset into play would be excellent, shutting down any Quantum Riddler shenanigans. So the thing to look for, if you see a Planeswalker on the battlefield, it's going the way of Azorius Control so far.
All right, it's time to find our second finalist. I'm going to pass it on over to Riley and Cedric.
Thanks very much, Maria, and thank you, Cedric and Corey as well, for being here as we get stuck into our semi-final. We've just had the match set up for us by the desk team, Cedric, and we're ready to get underway here. Azorius Control versus this Esper Blink deck, as Corey sort of lined up, saying it's not the traditional list that we may have expected from this archetype, and one that may be better positioned as a result, with the 4 copies of Force of Negation, with the subtleties as well to combat opposing Planeswalkers. Solitude, a bit of a liability in this matchup, so Makoto Horiuchi will be very happy it's not his list.
Yeah, weirdly, in a way, sort of pre-sideboarded for this matchup by not having any copies of Solitude, but actually having copies of Subtlety, which aren't at their best in this matchup, but they're good enough because they are much better than Solitude. So if you are rooting for Esper Blink, it is a unique build of the deck, as Corey and you have mentioned, and it is better in this particular matchup given this build of the strategy.
But Francisco Sanchez, he has been playing his heart out all weekend. He's done a really, really good job. Are we going to see an Isochron Scepter with an Orum's Chant on turn 2? Simple as that, Cedric. Simple as that.
Well, there are ways out of this. There are.
Okay. Do you want to tell us about what's on
yeah,
the line?
I can. Let me just think about this really quick. So outside of needing another whites, okay, well that solves that problem. Okay, so Philia is going to enter the battlefield, trigger upkeep. You don't get to attack, so you don't get to play a spell. So Teferi is the missing piece of the puzzle right now. No spell right now. Instant speed spell can be played on your turn. On Francisco's turn. Remind me, Philia, does it blink out an artifact?
It can blink out another non-land permanent.
Yeah. So that's one way to reset the scepter, though it cannot attack. So that was one of the avenues I was going to go down, which is the dog takes care of the scepter, but there is no attacking allowed here. So this is just going to be the gameplay for right now for Francisco Sanchez, which is just Scepter Chant you.
Was the Ophelia played in response to the Isochron Scepter?
So Francisco plays Scepter on. Francisco plays Scepter. Ophelia comes down at the end step.
Yeah.
Right. So no attack because the Scepter Champ was kicker.
But yes,
Ophelia has to attack, of course, to be able to remove.
It's not Restoration Angel.
No, not at all.
It doesn't come as it's not as an into the battlefield thing. But then because the Orum's Chant was kicked, we're never actually going to.
He's never going to. Yeah.
Assuming the Orum's Chant gets kicked every turn.
It gets kicked every.
It's going to get kicked every turn. We're actually never going to see the attack from the dog here.
Unless there ends up being a force negation which counters a chant. Because you can counter the spell that gets played off of the scepter.
Oh, true. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually, because you can still interact with it on the stack. It's just not done very often.
Correct.
So you can see Francisco lining up that 3 mana there. It's going to be tapped essentially every turn to keep on casting a kicked Orum's Chant. So Makoto in dire straits, but not completely dead in the water here.
So now there's a Prismatic Omen to take care of Philia, or at least try to. It's going to be a copy of Ephemerate in response. So the dog is still going to hang around. And this is a little bit interesting. Let's see what this is going to end up being, because it's sacrificing a fetch land right now as Francisco. This could just be a main phase sacrifice instead as opposed to doing it on your opponent's upkeep. Just main phase sacrifice right now, get an untapped land, and then kick Scepter, kick Chant off of Scepter again, and just keep putting your opponent in this lock until they find a way out of it with a force of negation.
All right. Well, Makoto got his work cut out for him. Doesn't get to play Magic here.
Remember, if Teferi ever ends up being on the battlefield, the game ends alongside Scepter Chant.
Almost as if you knew it was going to happen here.
Now, there will be a response here. I think it's going to be a copy. One of those 4 copies of Subtlety will probably be played here to delay the inevitable. And I wouldn't be surprised, of course, if we see in response to the Subtlety, sacrifice the fetch land, get an untapped land out of your deck, and then put the Teferi back on top to make sure that's your draw step. So that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Yep. Yeah, because that Teferi at this stage, as you say, locks out the game. You are casting a kicked Orum's Chant in your opponent's upkeep. And with the Teferi, that means they can't respond.
Correct.
Because it's not during the main phase. Well, they can't respond at all because it's Teferi.
Yeah, because it's so fun.
Yeah.
Teferi says absolutely not. So there's a kicked Chant once again. And so now the ultimate test is, okay, I'm draw, play Teferi again.
Do you have a force of negation?
Yep. Do you have a force negation, or do you have another copy of Subtlety to, again, delay the inevitable?
Well, Makoto's doing something here.
This could also be, this is going to be a shadowy backstreet. For Surveil, you can ephemerate the Subtlety.
There is an ephemerate in hand. Yeah, okay. All right, surveilling here. But yeah, ephemerate in hand, so there's at least another Teferi free turn here.
So it's not easy for Makoto to break out of this lock, but it is possible.
A lot of stuff has to go right here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thinking about it.
It looks like Makoto's thinking about keeping this card on top. We don't have a good look at it, but keeping it on top. Now there's Ephemerate on Subtlety. So once again, Teferi back on top, pass the turn back, Chant.
True. Another Subtlety.
Okay, sure. Just more delaying of the inevitable here.
So back to Francisco, untaps, draws a Teferi for the turn, and plays a Teferi for the turn, and there is another hard cast Subtlety. But we've still got that 3 mana to lock things up with the Orum's Chant.
All right,
Passes it back,
Stretch
draws
right.
Teferi, plays it
again.
Is this one gonna land?
That'll do
And
it.
we're going to pick it up. So Makoto, they're swimming against the tide, and ultimately the tide a little too strong
Oh,
to stay
wow.
afloat. So we see game number 1 going to Francisco Sanchez, the Spaniard, picking up a tidy little win with this lockout-knockout strategy. Isochron Scepter and Orum's Chant. What is it, 2004?
Yeah, 2004 extended, apparently. Yeah, this is why they play 1 copy of Isochron Scepter. Again, there are other cards that you can put onto the Scepter, like a counter spell, but this is meant to have an Orum's Chant underneath it as a way of go about winning the game. It's not the first time we've seen Sanchez do it, and if you're rooting for Makoto, you are hoping that it was the last.
Well, Corey characterized this matchup as a positive one for Makoto Horiuchi. He said that Planeswalkers would be key, and they proved to be there with Teferi locking up the game ultimately after that Isochron Scepter.
Yeah, that's the scary part from Sanchez's deck. If you're a fan of Esper Blink, the Planeswalkers, especially on the play, are pretty scary to play against. Now Makoto does have, just like early plays in the game that are relevant, and then free interaction. Free interaction, of course, being Force Negation and Subtlety. Early plays being Philia, and a card that we haven't seen yet but might be seeing now in Psychic Frog. Cards that demand answers pretty quickly because they can run away with the game if they're not answered.
Okay, Overlord of the Balmerk is the play here for Makoto. Another card that we don't see in all of these Esper Blink decks, but it's certainly doing work in his. Mill 4.
Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler, the options. Looks like it's going to be the Riddler that goes to the hand there for Horiuchi.
And the Frog goes to the bin in addition to what looks like a couple of lands and a Fatal Push. I'll be happy enough to see that Fatal Push in the bin. Remember, this is as it's a top 8 game, best of 5. We don't hit the sideboards until game number 3. So we're still playing pre-board here, Cedric. These players will get the opportunity to adjust their decks for up to 3 post-board games.
Oh, yeah.
Depending on how long the match goes, of course. But it definitely adds a different texture to the play.
It very much does.
Best of 5.
And I think this matchup, you can probably tell at home that we're playing this a little faster, the replay, just because I imagine this is going to go pretty long. There's no reason to believe, like, most games are not going to play out, like, let's say, the first one with the Scepter Chant.
No, that's definitely that's an anomaly.
Well, I did just... I may have jinxed us.
Okay. Do we have the Scepter?
There's a Scepter. There is a Scepter.
Do we have the Orum's Chant?
Yeah, that's there too.
Okay.
I may have jinxed us.
Well, Francis can be very grateful for it,
Yeah,
Cedric.
may have jinxed us.
Yeah, you need to tap him for his finder's fee when he wins the Pro Tour.
That's my bad, Makoto. I apologize.
Oh dear, that's good.
It doesn't mean that we're going to see Scepter on this particular turn, because it could be a Teferi turn here. Teferi, the ultimate test spell on a battlefield like this, requires Makoto to have a copy of Subtlety or Force Negation.
And there is a Force Negation in hand here for Makoto.
And there's also a Nar set here for Francisco Sanchez too. So
he's going to plant the Teferi. That's going to demand an answer. Force of Negation, indeed. Pitching the Riddler that was picked up off of that Overlord previously. So, no. Teferi hits the Exile Zone thanks to the Force. And it's back to Makoto now to see what he wants to do with his turn 4. That's another Quantum Riddler.
maybe alongside an Ephemerate, perhaps. Oh, it's going to be a consign.
Okay.
So counter the warp trigger.
The warp trigger that would put it into the exile zone. So this is sort of a pseudo ephemerate. It's worse, obviously, because you don't draw another card, but it does mean you have a flying 4/6 sticking around, which is not bad. A good way to pressure the life total of the Azorius control player here. All right, consult the star charts. Let's have a look at what the stars have written for us here. 3 cards, because there are 3 lands. What a card this is. I know we've talked about this across the weekend, Cedric, but what a card.
A huge addition for these Azorius control strategies. Really nice and flexible.
The flexibility it offers, coming in at either 2 or 4 mana, giving you either 1 or 2 cards. In the late game, digging through the trash, finding exactly what you need when you're looking at the top 8 cards of your library or top 9. It's so good, man. All right, here's Isochron Scepter. This one's going to resolve in an Orum's Chant as well. So Makoto Horiuchi has 1 turn to put together a convincing battle plan against this Isochron Scepter before he can no longer continue to play spells. And, well, the Philia's a pretty good one.
Yeah, so Philia is going to come down on the upkeep there. Remember, Philia.
Oh, it was upkeep, sorry.
Yeah, so it was upkeep Philia because Quantum Riddler says whenever you draw a card, if you have one card, you'll draw an additional one. And so that includes in your draw step if you can satisfy that clause and draw 2 cards. So that's exactly what we saw there.
Oh, see, I missed that. I thought that was an end step Philia.
Yeah. So that's exactly why you see the upkeep copy of Philia there to ensure a couple of more cards there from the Riddler.
So the Philia can't attack. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the Philia does attack against Isochron Scepter, it just blanks it, right?
Yep, it's just gonna blank the Scepter. It'll cause the Scepter to leave the battlefield, then the Scepter will come back on the battlefield, and then the imprint will go on the stack once again.
So you can put something else under it.
Correct.
If you have something else to do it. But if your hand, if your hand looks like Francisco's right now, I don't think it's going to be. I guess you could put. No, you can't even put Prismatic Ending under it. It's instance only.
Yep. And so what we saw there in that exchange was something that we talked about last game, which was, okay, the way to break out of a Scepter chant is being able to attack with a Philia, but you need to actually be able to counter the chant that's placed on the stack from the Isochron Scepter. So we saw a Force Negation War that was lost there for Horiuchi. So the chant lock is still in place because Philia does not get to attack. So Sanchez was able to defend the Scepter once again, and we are seeing another game where Horiuchi is having difficulty breaking out of this lock. There's no Teferi yet, and we know what happens if that shows up.
Yes. The game ends, at least, based on previous experience. All right, back to Makoto Horiuchi here, who is continuing to play out his lands. Francisco Sanchez is just continuing the chant. It's another Philia.
Yeah, so another copy of Philia here to just get your hand size down to 1 so that when you draw 2 cards with the Quantum Riddler. So smart play there.
Kind of cycling the Philia there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, not doing anything anyway, so...
I think that was a Teferi in hand.
I think there's one. I'm just missing a 6th.
He's just waiting for a 6th land.
Yep. And we might see the shenanigans that we saw last game, which is, okay, Subtlety or Teferi, put it on top, try to resolve it again. Subtlety again. Ephemery.
Yep.
All the nonsense that we saw last game, we might end up seeing again this game. So.
But the bad news here for Makoto is that he needs a Force of Negation and is... Oh, well, he's playing 4. So 1 has been exiled.
Correct.
I don't see any others in the bin. So he could hope. I mean, that's the best answer in this situation against the Teferi.
It is indeed.
Better than Subtlety for sure. Needs an answer that's a little less subtle.
Okay.
And a consult.
Consult, yeah.
Consult the start charts. And this will find a land.
I would hope so.
This is going to find it. Come on. Well, it definitely did. There was an Arid Mesa there amongst those cards. So if Francisco doesn't have a 6th land, he's only got himself to blame. That's what he finds. Yeah, that looks like a Guy Reach Sanitarium.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw
There
too.
it is. Yeah, picked up off of the Consult the Star Charts, and Makoto Horiuchi has seen enough. That is that. We're going to game number 3. Francisco Sanchez taking it out in straight sets. Isochron Scepter and Orum's Chan get the job done here.
You know, I didn't know we were going to see this in this weekend's event in the amount that we have. Again, it is giving me flashbacks of extended 04, 05, 06 era Magic, which is really, really cool to think about. But Isochron Scepter is back. I remember when that card was first previewed, players were really, really excited about the potential of that card and what it could do. And it is a really cool card from original Mirrodin imprint and everything that goes along with that, but it is back in 2025.
Cedric's getting flashbacks.
A little bit. He's ready
to head to the cinema after this day's plays. Go and see Leonardo DiCaprio in The Aviator.
This is pretty crazy. And that combo then was quite good. It's clearly quite good now.
What, Leonardo DiCaprio in The Aviator?
No, not that combo. Not that one. The Scepter Chant combo is more what I'm thinking about here. But it was good back in 04 and 05. It is still good right now. So this is kind of a joy to watch if you're somewhat of a historian like I am. Historian's a really nice way of saying old.
Yeah, you're the historian.
Yep.
All right.
I'm the new age BDM, just old here in the booth. Brian, we love you.
Psychic Frog here. Psychic Frog for Makoto. You should start a podcast or something, like a history podcast.
Yeah, he's here.
I'd listen to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds good. There's a Solitude as well now. Psychic Frog hits the exile zone. Supreme Verdict has been exiled to pay for the Solitude.
Oh, there's already a chant in hand. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Beware.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, beware.
Okay, Cedric, I've got the inside scoop here with
okay.
the sideboard information, so feel free to...
Sharing is caring.
I'm going to read this out. Let me know while I'm doing that if there's something on the screen that requires my attention here as I turn to look at what's going on with Francisco Sanchez. Very, very light touch for him, Cedric. Very light touch indeed. Taken out 2 Force of Negation and a Spell Snare.
Okay.
And he's brought in 3 copies of Mystical Dispute.
Oh, yeah, sure. Blue matchup.
Really, really good. Yeah, okay. Horiuchi Makoto, also not too many cards, just 5. He's taken out 4 copies of, can you guess? Fatal Push.
Yep, no good here.
No good here.
No good.
Also consigned to memory, being consigned to the sideboard. And replacing them, Teferi Time Raveler, Emperor of Bones, Lavinia Azorius Renegade,
okay.
And also 2 copies of Clarion Conqueror. This looks really good for Makoto. Those are all very, very good cards in this matchup.
I would say that Makoto's deck gets appreciably better
yes.
after sideboard, where Francisco, who is already in, I think, a somewhat favorable matchup in game 1, pre-sideboard, things are going to improve a little bit now. Not so much, though, in the way that Makoto's deck does. So slightly behind probably in the sideboard games, but fortunately for Francisco, able to pick up the first 2 games.
Yeah, setting himself in good stead. He only needs to win 1 of the next 3. So even if the matchup has tilted towards our Japanese player here on Esper Blink, Francisco only has to steal 1 game from under his nose in order to head to the final.
Interesting little play pattern there we saw from Francisco, which was leading off the turn with an Orange Chant, which did resolve. That is a way to push through a spell, and the goal was to push through a Narset, and that worked very well. So Narset revealed another copy of Narset, and now Francisco has one of the problematic Planeswalkers on the battlefield.
And Narset is really a problem. You might look at it and think, oh, it's pretty innocuous, maybe draw a couple of cards, what have you, bit of card selection, fantastic. But the incidental card draw that is offered by a card like Quantum Riddler and Ephemerate, it adds up really fast and means that these decks are able to refuel their hands really effectively and efficiently. And Narset stands in the way of that.
Mm-hmm.
So Corey identified these Planeswalkers as key threats. Well, not necessarily threats, key cards. Oh boy, talking about key cards. Holy moly, this is going to demand an answer. This is Days Undoing with a Narset on the field. And it's going to eat one of the precious Forces of Negation here for Makoto.
Yeah, and I like going for it there because it's a really high upside play if it ends up breaking in your favor. Yes, Force Negation can undo that, but it is worth it to go for it and see if this does break my way. I'm very likely to win the game, even though there's Teferi on the battlefield. Fortunately here for Horiuchi, not only having the answer in Force Negation, but now also having a copy of Philia as well. The Philia combo alongside Overlord of the Bailmark is obviously very powerful because now the Overlord is on the battlefield. So now it's added a ton of power to the battlefield, and that Philia, took care of the copy of Narset that was on the battlefield. So that's a dynamic turn there for Makoto. Oh, another Chant to lead things off. Probably a Teferi as the follow-up would be my guess.
You've been listening to the Lumineers.
Maybe a touch.
A little bit?
Maybe a touch.
Because you keep saying.
Ophelia.
Oh, Ophelia.
I know.
She been on your mind, buddy?
Guilty.
Since when?
Personal question.
All right. Well, we'll move on here. Orum's Chant once again being used in a way that you don't often, well, not often see. It's not what its primary use case is in this deck, but it's
gross.
It's doing some work.
Is there a land? Oh my goodness. So Sanchez has a Supreme Verdict in hand, and so what we saw there was Chant. Okay, in response, cast Subtlety. Right, because I don't have an opportunity to play it at any other stage.
Yeah.
And then it could have just been land, okay, kill all your stuff. Nice Subtlety. You just played that for no reason. Is what could have happened.
Yeah.
That's not what did happen, but that's the thing that could have happened. That
would have been so
really
imagine. It would have been
gross.
so cool though. Oh my goodness. All right, Teferi on the battlefield for both players here. So we are in full sorcery speed only mode for both of them.
At least for a moment.
No interruption.
Teferi's going to bite the dust here in just a sec.
No counter spells.
Yep.
All right, down goes Teferi on Francisco's side. Things looking a lot better for Makoto here.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been a lot of positive sequences here for Makoto, unlike the first 2 games, which Scepter Chant loomed over those games, of course. Again, you saw the Philia combination with Overlord. Teferi's on the battlefield. Teferi in a matchup of blue and white mana always plays a significant role in things, so Teferi is going to be dynamic on both sides of the battlefield. The positive here for Makoto is that Makoto actually has creatures that can attack Francisco's Teferis, so long as attacking is allowed, which of course Isochron Scepter plus Orm's Chant did not allow. So, as far as the Teferi War is concerned, I think that Makoto is better at managing opposing Teferis than Francisco Sanchez is. So if a Teferi sticks for Makoto, it's actually very problematic here for Francisco because there's just not a lot of answers.
So here's a subtlety, a solitude, excuse me. And that's going to eat a subtlety.
Yeah, that's
Hardcast, and that's actually going to eat up the game here. This is a great turnaround here for Makoto Horiuchi, who is on the board in semi-final number 2. Picks up a game win, sequencing things really nicely. A good balance of interaction, disruption, threats, planeswalkers, creatures, and just kind of ran over his opponent with just exceedingly strong card quality. Francisco starved of answers, not able to get a win together. Look at this hand. We've got Solitude, Subtlety, Teferi, double Orum's Chant, 2 lands.
This could be one of those games where Orum's Chant forces through a Teferi.
Yes.
So we'll see how the lands go here for Sanchez, because it's a Hollow Fountain and a Mystic Gate, and it doesn't look like there's any others.
Ooh,
so
yeah,
ideally, it's a whole, I'll play my 3rd land, potentially say go, play my 4th land, chant you. We'll see if that resolves. If it does, resolve Teferi. If you counter it with like a Force Negation, may still just cast Teferi anyway, right? So, but, step 1 to all of this is you're going to need some lands to work with.
And Supreme Verdict was the draw there for Francisco. Makoto's hand's really good as well. Subtlety, Emperor of Bones, Overlord, and a Teferi, let's not forget, which is a key card, as we've already talked about in this matchup. Here's Emperor of Bones. Relatively recent addition, again, coming along in Modern Horizons 3. You can see it on the screen. Whenever one or more counters are put on Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control. It gains haste and sacrifice it, and you get to exile a creature with it every combat.
That's bad news for Francisco. No 3rd land.
It's very bad news, actually.
Free spells in hand, yes, in Solitude and Subtlety, so that aspect of things is good news. But the expectation that Teferi is going to get countered here from Makoto, it can be counterspell, it can be a bevy of things, and all it is right now is a temporary answer.
Yeah, memory lapse here from the Subtlety. Are you putting this back on top of the library?
I think so.
He has he's got another land in hand, right?
It's better than a random draw.
Exactly. It's if you're starved on lands and you want to continue to hit your land drops, maybe you don't, but he's got a Flooded Strand in hand. I think it's a pretty safe bet to keep this card on top. And meanwhile, this game is slipping further and further away from Francisco Sanchez as he exiles the Emperor of Bones with a prismatic ending. Teferi the draw, Teferi the play.
Yeah, we could have a bit of a Teferi off here.
And there's no answer this time.
Yeah, so what we could end up seeing this turn is Teferi from Makoto, which would resolve.
Yeah.
And then Francisco tries to play a Teferi if a 3rd land is drawn. But actually, a little bit interesting, as no Teferi has been played here.
Finds a spell snare. This is devastating.
Oh.
This is not the way you want to lose the game. Francisco Sanchez, unfortunately, not finding the lands that he needs. And we might just see a Subtlety hardcast here to put a clock on.
Yeah, which I like a lot.
Really?
You start,
talk us through it.
You just start working yourself into the pressure plus disruption model. Right now, there's a 3-power creature on the battlefield. I can start going after your life total. You are not working with much mana, obviously, and so now I can start, attack with Subtlety, play a spell. Attack with Subtlety, play a spell. That sort of thing. And I like what's going on here.
So just as a Fairy Invaders, you're not looking to get value out of it necessarily all the time.
Don't need to.
Okay.
You can, but you don't need to. There's Thundering Falls.
I think a lot of players wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I would agree.
For what it's worth. I think a lot of players, I look at that and I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to cast my Subtlety. I'll wait till I snipe something with it. But no, obviously, Makoto's a better player than me. He might be a better player than you.
Yep. I don't think there's a might.
I was trying to be nice to you, man.
Tough over Pro Tour. What are you
I was
talking
trying to be nice to you. But here now, look, another Subtlety comes down. And Francisco Sanchez.
Oh, okay, now Francisco starting to draw out of it a little bit.
Okay.
This could be a good time for that copy of Supreme Verdict, but there's a lot of different ways this game could be played. So looks like this is going to be Teferi. That's going to resolve. Bounce one of these, draw a card.
Subtlety, draw a card, yep. And finds another land as well.
Okay. So the Mana Screw is starting to undo itself a little bit. And there's protection for the Teferi with the Solitude exiling Orum's Chant. Yeah,
that's what we're going to say.
Gotta keep that Teferi on the battlefield.
And that really was why that play makes sense, is because you have a way to make sure you bounce one Solitude, Subtlety, and you exile the other one. Oh dear, but this is well, it is bad news, but it's not that bad because really it's the static effect of Teferi that's the big problem, and the Clarion Conqueror, meaning that the Teferi can't tick up, but it's the static ability, sorcery speed only for your opponent that matters in this situation.
And this would be another. This would be like a prime position to have another copy of Solitude. But I'm curious, as it looks like Meticulous Archive. So it's going to be a Meticulous Archive, Surveil, probably play copy of Narset.
I guess the other problem that the Clarion Conqueror presents to the Teferi is that it can just attack it.
Oh, yeah. No, the Clarion Conqueror is a nice thing to have right now because that also stops Narset from doing much of anything as well.
It's preventing the Teferi from being activated in many ways, not just its static ability, but also the fact that it attacks for 3.
Very much so. Very much so. We see a couple copies in the sideboard for players this weekend, between 1 to 2.
Okay, Narset comes down, no activation, of course, under the Clarion Conqueror. And this, I guess, is just setting up Francisco for a situation where he has a removal spell and then can immediately activate the Narset. But the Conqueror is certainly doing work here, dispatching this Teferi. Things not looking good for the Spaniard. Bit of a shake of the head. His hand is not great. Stern Scalding and Spell Snare.
Yeah, I think Francisco might be a little frustrated. I think Francisco might be a little frustrated.
2 blank pieces of cardboard in his hand now.
Yeah, I think Francisco might be a little frustrated because I think the thought process was I'll get a land. I'll get the Meticulous Archive, Surveil, put that card on top or bottom, whatever, and then play Narset and activate it. And this is just a guess, but given the body language, I think he may have forgotten that, like, oh, I can't activate my Narset because of the Conqueror.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we see a little bit. Yeah, this is the third time I've seen him shake his head a little bit.
A rueful shake of the head.
Yep.
There, yeah. But honestly, like, there wasn't much else he could do.
No, not really.
Like, he's got a Stern Scalding and a Spell Snare. That doesn't really do anything. He I don't know, if he draws a removal spell there, it looks fantastic for him, right? Because he's got not fantastic. It looks a lot better. He's got a Narset that he can activate immediately once he gets rid of the Clarion Conqueror. But as it is, he just put Kahira in hand and is now playing Kahira because the other cards in his hand actually just do nothing with an opposing Teferi on the battlefield.
Yeah, Francisco is very stuck.
Yeah.
Right now, very stuck.
So the Narset gained him like 9 life. So there is that, or 6 life, excuse me.
And you see, it looks like the Conqueror is going to go towards the Narset, and then the Overlord is going face. Looks like they're confirming life totals right now. But this is a situation here, as they do confirm those life totals, that I think Makoto is very, very advantaged.
Heavily favoured, I would say, from this point onwards, yeah. And it's come down to Teferi in both games. Teferi is just...
No surprise.
It's such a back-breaking card against a deck that is filled with counter magic and instant speed interaction.
And Makoto's hand is quite good with copies of Force Negation and Subtlety.
Oh my goodness, look at that hand.
Yeah, there's a lot to like right now for Makoto.
Subtleties, Quantum Riddlers, Forces of Negation, another Teferi backup. I think we can start to close the door on this one, Sid.
Yeah, I think Game 5 is going to be coming here in just a second.
I think so too, my friend. But we'll find out. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, we've got a nice sampling of what this matchup can look like, too. We've seen Scepter Chant on one side. We have seen just really positive use of Teferi, and then Overlord of the Baelmark, on the other. So.
And we're going to concede. There we go. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
A reset. Back to our marks. And we're heading to game number 5 here in semi-final number 2 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Riley Knight joined by Cedric Phillips in the booth. It's our great pleasure to have you wherever you're watching around the world. Thanks for being with us. And this last deciding game between these two players will determine who is going to head into the final, who is going to meet Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer on a Tameshi Belcher deck, waiting in the wings for an opponent here. Will it be Francisco Sanchez, who came out of the gates storming to a 2-0 lead, or will it be Makoto Horiuchi, who has rallied magnificently? Cedric pulled 2 wins out of the air with these post-sideboard games. One of these two is going to a Pro Tour final.
To play against Belcher. Play against old Belcher.
Oh, Belcherino.
That's right.
Cedric Phillips' favorite card.
That's a thing someone can say.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I've heard people say it.
Yeah.
I've heard people say it.
People are saying this all the time.
People are saying that. Yeah. It wasn't like...
People are saying I love Belcher. Yes. That's what they're doing. Sports Illustrated says it.
Yep.
Yep.
You read it in print.
Amazon says it.
They're not allowed to lie.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. A couple of surveil lines on both sides here.
Becky Lynch says it. Did you know that?
Who?
Becky Lynch.
Becky
Big
Lynch.
fan of me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Huge fan.
Okay.
Always saying it.
I'll take your word for it, mate.
Trust me.
Yeah, I will. I do.
Twitch chat says it. It says I love Belcher.
Both these hands looking pretty good. Teferi, Time Raveler, Mystical Dispute, Supreme Verdict, Consult the Star Chart, Subtlety, and another land here for Francisco. On the other side of things, Consigned to Memory, Overlord, Teferi, and Double Failure. Key card on both sides, Teferi, of course. This has been what has made or broken this matchup.
I don't want to say it's the best card in the matchup, but it's really close.
So the best card in the matchup, according to Cedric
It's just, yep, that's it. It just really dictates.
I read that in Sports Illustrated.
Yes, you did. They're always saying it. It really dictates the terms of engagement in a very meaningful way. That's what it does in this matchup.
Sanchez down to 17 as he goes fetching with that flooded strand. Finds the basic planes. And are we just running out the Teferi here with no real backup?
I mean, if it resolves, it's nuts.
Yep.
So
what we're going to see in response from Makoto is one of these Felias put into play, which Francis can just like immediately bounce. So there it is.
Yep, and this like looks a little silly, but the one thing that it does do is it forces Teferi to go down to 1 counter as opposed to going up to 5. So I understand why the play is being made.
Like, you might tick it down even if they don't play it, right? Because just when you want to cash it in for a card.
Potentially, yeah.
But what it does is it removes that choice from
Correct.
the opponent, right? It doesn't give them an option. You're forcing them to make a certain play, and that's generally a better position. All right, we've got a Teferi on the other side of things as well, but there's a Subtlety ready and waiting from Francisco Sanchez. Exiles the Supreme Verdict. That seems to be what Supreme Verdict is doing in this matchup, just being exiled to the various evoke creatures here. And now, Makoto Horiuchi is deciding what to do. Puts it on the bottom, Cedric.
Okay.
Puts the Teferi on the bottom. So things looking a lot better for Francisco now. He's got an essentially uncontested Teferi of his own.
Yeah, just missing the Ice Scepter plus Orange Chat now, which we have seen.
Yeah, I think he's had quite enough of that. Had quite enough of that. But no, his hand looks pretty good as well. He's got a Narset. And he can play another land as well, I believe, in order to keep Mystical Dispute up.
And remember, this is exactly what Corey was talking about at the beginning of the match.
Yep.
At the news desk, which is if the Planeswalkers are on the battlefield here for Francisco, life is pretty good, and they're both out now.
I really, really appreciate it when players play in a way that makes us look very smart. It's very good of them.
And that's what they try to do.
And they try to do that.
It's about us.
It is.
It's definitely about us.
At the end of the day, it is about us.
I agree.
And it's very... There are some players, some bad actors, right, who don't do that. Who don't devote their play at the Pro Tour to making us look like geniuses.
That's why they're not in the feature match.
And that's why they're not being featured.
That's right.
That's right. But no, quite seriously, Francisco Sanchez sitting pretty here with 2 active Planeswalkers. Makoto sitting with 3 lands and not a lot else. Clarion Conqueror certainly not bad in this situation, as in it's going to shut down both of these Planeswalkers being activated, but they still have very, very powerful static abilities. Now, the reason Clarion Conqueror is really good here is that it is a white card, and therefore can't be countered by the Mystical Dispute that Francisco was holding up to defend his Planeswalkers.
It also very quickly kills the Planeswalkers on the battlefield, right? It's a 3-power creature that can take out Narset and Teferi in one hit. Now, of course, the question is, if we get around to this, which is what creature does it actually want to take out? Or excuse me, what Planeswalker does it actually want to take out? Again, if we get around to it.
Well, if it gets to attack as well.
That's what I mean.
We've got to consult the star charts. We've got a stock up.
Probably. I was going to say you probably start with stock up, but that's not a lock because there's a world where you just want to start with consult the star charts, but it's going to be stock up.
The thing is, you play the stock up, you play the consult the star charts, you look at 10 cards.
You do.
And you need 1 solitude.
Oh, okay. This is interesting.
What have we found?
Among those 5 cards is Orm's Chant and Day's Undoing.
Okay.
There's also a Supreme Verdict in there. And so the Orm's Chant is interesting because you can chant with Kick.
Yep.
To stop the Clarion, to stop everything, obviously, right? And then you can Days Undoing the following turn. But it looks like it's going to be Prismatic Ending that's going to go.
Okay. You can just exile it next turn. So you chant Kick this turn, and then you exile it next turn.
So long as, there are the 3 different colors of mana because of the Thundering Fall.
Yep.
So so Prismatic Ending is a solution to the problem, and then you still have Consult to kick and Mystical Dispute to defend. So looking pretty good right now is Francisco. Chant with kicker is just so foul.
He just calls it as he
it's
sees
just
it.
really rude.
Cedric, no filter Phillips.
Yeah, it's just I have to you draw your card and you get to say go, right? Because I have to ferry, you don't get to do anything.
Back to me. It's my turn.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. All right. Here's a 6th land,
Yeah.
and now there is the prismatic ending for 3. And now Narset gets to be activated. We find another mystical dispute. This game is slowly but surely getting locked up by the Spaniard here, who is in a much, much better position than he was in games number 3 and 4. 2 Planeswalkers on the battlefield, ready to rumble. Game well and truly under his control.
Dispute's really good in this spot, not just against blue spells, which that part's obvious, right? But just like a expensive mana leak on a player that has 4 mana and has to play in their main phase because of Teferi means that Mystical Dispute is still plenty fine right now as an expensive mana leak. End of turn, huh? That's. Am I crazy? Oh, this is main phase. Sorry.
Yeah, main phase.
I was like, yeah.
There's
There's not gonna be any end of turn anything.
He passed
because of Teferi. Okay, and now there's a dispute.
There's a mystical dispute, and this is the point that you were saying. It's just a bad mana leak.
Yes.
Sometimes it's enough.
Cash it in.
Wow.
Maybe there's another Teferi in hand. That would be my guess.
And you're confident you can defend it because you've got a mystical dispute in hand.
Yeah.
You're confident you're going to be able to get around something like a Solitude. Or a Force, indeed. Force negation here. Mystical dispute. No, says Francisco. That would not have been the play had he not had that counterspell ready to go.
Yep.
Your opponent being tapped out is no guarantee anymore in Modern.
You hear about this Teferi card? You seen this thing?
It's pretty good.
You seen this thing?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good card.
Send with this, head with this.
Pretty good card.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Fiat comes down, and here's a consult the star charts. We're looking at the top 6, Cedric. Man, this card's good.
Deck is good.
Player's good.
True.
Tournament's
good.
good.
There's a Scepter.
Oh.
And Chance,
and
plural.
Multiple
but
Chance.
But can only take one card.
One of them wasn't kicked. All right, so you take here. You take a Chant, or you take the Scepter?
Well, I think Chance better than the Scepter. But I don't see the rest of the cards. I think it may have been Counterspell, may have been the selection. Because right now, I think Francisco is just in the grind you into dust stage of things. You have to play in your main phase. None of this is favorable. I can counter your next couple of spells. I can kick counsels. See, counter this, which turns Scalding. What's next? Do I even care about that? Maybe. This might be a kick counsel the star charts first.
Yep.
See what I find amongst the 7 cards.
Decide how much I care about the 2.
Correct. And with a counter spell already at the ready.
Yep. Yep. Things looking very good here. Very, very good for Francisco Sanchez. Makoto has played his guts out. He's done such a good job pulling back this match. He was down 0-2 at the end of the non-pre-sideboard games, and now at 2-2 on the precipice. As Francisco Sanchez goes from strength to strength, picks up a prismatic ending and another counterspell. Cedric, bad news.
Yeah, I think you let the Filia resolve because prismatic ending is the solve.
It's a much better answer to it than the counterspell can be used in a much more diverse array of situations here.
And Filia is just not doing much of anything to begin with, so it's fine to let that live.
Yep. And also, San Francisco doesn't need to cast the Filia. Oh, sorry, the prismatic ending at sorcery speed with the Teferi out.
Yeah, with the Teferi out, you can cast them whenever. Yep.
Overlord of the Baelmerk.
That's not resolving.
Counterspell number 1.
That's dead.
And the prismatic ending.
This is what you like, right?
I love this. Because Francisco is having all the fun.
Yeah, this is
Makoto's having none of the fun.
It's
a zero-sum game. Fun. We all know that. Here's another Teferi, another Narset, I should say. Let's have a look at the top 4. Find something else.
I will say this is kind of attractive when it's working correctly.
It's a day's undoing.
It sure
a
is.
big grin on Cedric's face.
Yeah.
He's having a great time. Francisco Sanchez is having a great time. This game is very close to being over here because we're going to see in the draw step a flashed-in Days Undoing with a Narset on the battlefield. Shuffle your hand in your library and your graveyard and your prospects of heading to the Pro Tour final here. Makoto Horiuchi bows out and Francisco Sanchez wins the match 3-2 in style, Cedric. What a win for this match.
We saw a lot of what Blue-White Control can do in this matchup. Teferi, clearly a very powerful card in the matchup. Narset as well, but it's the cards that complement those that make this deck so very powerful. Supreme Verdicts, Orange Chant with Isochron Scepter, and then Days Undoing to head to the finals. I didn't think that we could see a control strategy like this work for this particular tournament. I've clearly been proven wrong, and for now, Azorius Control has to get through one more deck in Belcher, but that can be really tough because the Belcher deck has a lot of counter spells of its own.
Yep, well, we will see. The Belcher deck waiting in the wings here. Michael will be raring to go in our final, but right now we're going to head down to the feature match area for a quick interview with the winner here, so I'll pass it off to Ailey.
Francisco Sanchez has just locked up his final spot here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Tell me about that matchup. How did that go for you?
It was a bit worse than I expected because he had like special technology. It wasn't a regular Esper Blink. He was playing a lot of Schabelties instead of Solitudes, which is a bit more awkward for me. And I started winning game 1 and 2 with the Chant and the Scepter, the old-fashioned way.
Yep, good old lockout.
And I was feeling like really good about it. Then I lost 3rd and 4th, and I'm suddenly looking into the 5th game of the match. But I was in the play, and he moved to 6. He stumbled a bit, and I could like take on the game with the Planeswalkers.
I was watching the end of the match there, and you were just like a cobra ready to strike. You had Days Undoing up before he even like took his draw step there, so absolutely locked him out. Now I need to ask you about your finals opponents, because in Modern, the only loss you have taken is to your finals opponent, which is Michael. So how are you feeling going into that?
I'm feeling like I want a rematch.
Yep. Well, you're getting it.
Yeah. I have the tools to beat him. So let's see how it plays.
Is there anything from the previous match with him that you can bring into the finals? Anything you learned?
It's a very straightforward matchup. Belcher is a very of the top metagame decks, so I already tested like, a lot against it. I don't know, play more tight.
Well, you told me earlier that Control has no bad matchups, so I wish you all the best, and who knows, maybe you'll be hoisting that trophy over there very, very soon. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, good to hear some thoughts from our second Pro Tour finalist. But that's it for us, Cedric.
Yes, indeed.
We're done. We're going to pass it over to Marshall and Paul in a minute to take us through the final. On a personal note, I want to say thank you to you, mate. You've been a fantastic booth partner all weekend, so thanks very much for being with me. Your wisdom, your perspective, your advice, your incredible ability to navigate the treacherous waters of this game. Been a pleasure, mate.
What a guy. Nicest he's ever been to me.
Anything you want to say?
No.
No? Cool. All right. Well, thanks very much also to the people.
Riley, you're the best. I appreciate you.
Thanks to everyone who has helped this broadcast come together. Rich, Stuart, Jeff, everyone else. It's been a joy. But we're going to make...
They're the ones that make us look so good.
That's it, man.
Christy, our makeup person.
That's
Can you
it.
believe it?
That's so.
We have a makeup person.
We owe them so much, my friends. But right now, we're going to get out of your hair. We're going to get out of here. We're going to head it back to the desk after this quick break. Thanks for being with us, my friends. Stay with us. The Pro Tour final at Edge of Eternities is coming up.
Welcome back, friends, to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live here in Atlanta, Georgia. And we have the finals of the Pro Tour coming up. We are mere moments away from crowning a champion, giving away $50,000 and a title that will change somebody's life. So much action out on the con floor as well. 16,000 plus people here, all celebrating Magic the Gathering in all of its forms this weekend. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney, joined by William Huey Jensen, Senior Director of Global Play Programs as well. And we are going to unveil now for you the Spotlight Series coming up in 2026. Let's take a look at where they're happening. Tournaments return, reborn in the Magic Spotlight Series. First-time players tested their skills, and familiar faces from the past were back in action. The result has been a celebration of competition and community. We visited the likes of Atlanta for Magic Spotlight Foundations, Utrecht for Magic Spotlight Modern, and Chiba for Magic Spotlight Final Fantasy, with each event being special in its own way. At MagicCon Las Vegas, we said that the Magic Spotlight Series would be bigger and better than ever in 2026. Today, we're able to share our full schedule for next year, with a few secrets still left to be revealed. In the first quarter of the year, our journey begins in Atlanta, Georgia, and Lyon, France this January, kicking things off in style with Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. Next stop, we head north to Toronto, Canada in February, returning to one of our favorite planes with Lorwyn Eclipsed. In the second quarter of the year, we move over to Richmond, Virginia in March for a Spotlight theme that's still under wraps right now, before we head across the Atlantic and beyond to London, England and Chiba, Japan in May for our Secrets of Strixhaven Spotlight. As summer heats up, so does the adventure, with a super team-up for the ages, with Marvel superheroes in Las Vegas, Nevada in June, then over to Brussels, Belgium in July. The journey continues down under in Brisbane, Australia in August, followed by a long hop over to Dallas, Texas in September for Magic Spotlight, The Hobbit. And to wrap up an incredible year, we'll be in Hartford, Connecticut in October and Beijing, China in November with Reality Fracture. Join us at a Magic Spotlight event near you. Play for fun, play to win, and be part of the gathering. Very cool to have these Spotlight Series locations revealed for next year, and very cool to have Huey here to tell us all about it. It's so exciting to have these open tournaments back. Huey, how are you feeling about it?
We're excited. We're happy with the reception for the first year, and we're happy to be growing the program into the second year.
So we spotlighted a whole bunch of, well, I literally and figuratively, a whole bunch of different locations that were going around the globe next year. Is there anywhere in particular that you want to highlight?
Yeah, so for the first time in a long time, we're having open competitive events in Canada, China, and Australia. And for the first time in a long time, we're having team limited open events featuring the format at Magic Spotlight Marvel superheroes in both Las Vegas and Brussels.
Team
Vegas?
limited?
Vegas,
That's
you want to
so
team
cool.
up?
It's limited.
So is that a yes?
Don't you have a brother who plays?
Wow, sorry, Corey.
Get that knife out of my
Yeah,
back
no
real
problem,
quick.
no problem. So these Spotlight Series events, they're super fun, of course,
they're
but it's also serious business because you do qualify people for the Pro Tour at these events. Huey, I want to know how excited you are about the growth of the Pro Tour and its future.
I have always been excited about the Pro Tour, and I always will be. I'm very excited about expanding the pathways and giving more people more opportunities to qualify and compete and find our future Pro Tour champions.
Absolutely, and it could be you, everybody. And I mean, we've got some very cool stuff to announce too about the Spotlight Series concerning the trophy that you could win if you head to one of these events next year. Take a look. Ooh. I'm joined by Yoni Mursov of East Continental Gems. And Yoni, you've brought something very special for us this weekend, and I'm so excited to take a look inside.
We're very excited to show you and everyone, Maria, what East Continental Gems and Magic the Gathering is doing special for the Spotlight Series. So Marvel and East Continental Gems is bringing the Infinity Stones to life using real gemstones. And in honor of the event, we have a brand new trophy that one of the lucky winners is going to win. You can see these are certified gemstones. So your soul stone is a Madeira citrine, perfectly representing the soul stone. Comes with a certificate of authenticity. So, a really cool, momentous way to spend the event, of course.
This is just beautiful, Yoni. Talk to me a little bit about what goes into making something like this.
Great question. Many months and, hours of ideation, selecting the right gemstone, 18 karat gold surrounding it with, you see the etching and the details on the gauntlet, making sure that it's absolutely perfect. Takes a lot of time and effort, and we want to really deliver for, all the fans involved in these massive, companies and franchises.
Absolutely. And Huey, what's most exciting about this for you?
Well, I'm really excited about the partnership with Marvel and East Continental Gems, and I'm really excited to bring this trophy to the Magic ecosystem. I wish I could play and compete for it, but I can't. But you can. You can compete at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore and Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool, and the winner of each will get a trophy.
Well, this is absolutely stunning. Yoni, thank you so much for coming and sharing this work of art.
For having me.
Wow, wow, wow. What a very cool trophy.
Yeah.
And you two, do you want to win the trophy, or do you want to commentate that event?
I just want someone to go and play every single event, get all the stones, and then just see what happens if you do this,
Or not.
Yeah. And I feel like for me, since, Huey just ended my whole career a second ago, I'm going to try to commentate that one.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Absolutely.
Good for you. All right, everyone, some very exciting stuff coming up in 2026. It's
going to be so cool.
But
Yeah,
here today,
amazing.
we have exciting stuff as well. Our finals are on the way. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at in the tournament. This is how we got here to where we are now. Francisco Sanchez up against Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer makes up our finals. This is an Azorius Control Belcher matchup, so a very exciting matchup on the way to crown our champion. Like we said, $50,000 goes to the first place finisher. All right, everybody, let's set up our finals matchup here. This beautiful trophy on the monitor behind us is going to be in the hands of one of these players coming up. Who will it be? Who are you cheering for at home? Let us know in this matchup. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer up against Francisco Sanchez. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Both of them online grinders, known for their online prowess. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, known as Killa SUV online, won 13 matches in a row at RC Minneapolis to qualify to play here this weekend. Always on the top at an RC. If you're at an RC and Michael's at it, chances are he is at the top of the standings. And we are so excited to see him here in his first paper top 8. Take a look there at his road to the top 8. Here's a look at Francisco Sanchez's journey here to the top 8. Also an online grinder. You may have played against him on Magic Online, known as Pachi. Has 2 Mox appearances in 2021 and 2024. Has played in 13 premier events since 2014, finally making his first paper Pro Tour top 8 this weekend. There's a look at our 2 players. What about this matchup, Corey?
Okay, so I talked to both players beforehand, and they both kind of agreed that this is in favor of Azorius Control. Both kind of agreed 60-40 favor, but they were kind of differing on how they thought their game 1 percentage was. They kind of both think their game 1 is bad, and then that things get better for them post-board. So we're going to find out which one of them is truly correct here, but Azorius Control is the favorite here. This is Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer's Belcher list, trying to combo off as fast as possible, but with all the Planeswalkers, with all the Narsets, with all the Teferis, with all the counter spells, it's just very tough to fully resolve this combo. So if these games go fast, it's going to be Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer taking it down. If they go long, well, then we're going to be seeing Control taking it down. And there is our Azorius Control list. You do see the Isochron Scepter Orum's Chant combo, which has been winning so many more games than I thought I would see at this Pro Tour, I gotta say. A lot of locking people out, and then look at those Days Undoing here. You can never get that going with Narset. That is the combo that just shuts the door immediately. Francisco is able to draw 7 cards. Well, Michael would only be drawing that 1 card. So that's going to be the powerful combo we're going to be looking for. Francisco also said bringing in a ton of cards in this matchup.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks. It's time now to check in with our predictor to find out who it thinks is going to take down this match here in our finals. Corey, how do the numbers break out?
Yeah, let's take a look at the predictor here. Pretty close to that 60-40 is kind of the numbers we've been looking at. Here are the 0% from all the players that are eliminated. Let's look at our final two competitors, 58-42. Okay, the players and the predictors pretty much agree. The players were giving a couple more percentages here to Francisco, but very close matchup. Anything can happen in Modern, and that's why we play the games, Maria.
Absolutely. All right, everyone, it is the moment we have been waiting for. It's time for the finals here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yes, thank you, Maria. It is, in fact, time for the finals. This is what it all comes down to. So many players start the tournament, only 2 left. We're going to play a best 3 out of 5 to see who takes home the trophy. And we've got a really interesting matchup here. One of the decks in the finals, the Tameshi Belcher deck in the hands of Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. Okay, I would have believed that at the beginning, but blue-white control made it? How does a control deck make it through a field of combo, free spells, everybody doing broken stuff?
Yeah, I've been watching this control deck do its thing, and I have been so jealous, Marshall. Blue-white control in the finals of a Modern Pro Tour. What is this? I cannot believe it. And Francisco piloting the deck beautifully. I'm really, really excited to see how this matchup plays out. Corey highlighted it a little bit earlier. There's some very key cards on Francisco's side. But of course, Michael already defeating Francisco Sanchez in the Swiss portion of the event 2-0. So anything can happen here.
That's right. Let's take a look as we move our way down into our match here. We've got Francisco Sanchez versus Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. And let's bring them out into the feature match area as they get set for the final. There's Michael piloting Tameshi Belcher this weekend. And he's been impressing people with his play. There's Francisco Sanchez, our blue-white control player.
Oh, man.
That is some bravery to take a control deck into this field.
It is wild because we always talk about how diverse the Modern format is. So control is generally considered a pretty rough choice because you can't prepare for everything. But I suppose if you just orange chant all your opponents out,
yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, this is kind of a control deck that does have a combo finish to lock out games when you get that Teferi in play as well. So we've seen this happen time and time again over the course of the top 8. Will we be able to see Francisco pull it off 3 times?
Yeah, you know, some of the 2-card combos that Francisco brings to the table, you know, if you make your opponent discard their hand, it doesn't matter what they were trying to do. If they can't cast spells, it didn't matter what they're going to have to cast spells at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I can see how that could play out where the particular elements that Francisco has chosen aren't tailored counters, or I can beat creature-based decks but nothing else. It's more like kind of combo itself. Let's see what this archaeologist finds here. This is the first play of the game here for Michael.
Yeah, there's a Lotus Plume here and also a land. Likely not going to be taking the Stern Scolding. Nearly no targets in Francisco's deck here. And actually chooses to get a land. Now, noting that the Lotus Plume is in the graveyard, and Michael does have a Tameshi in hand. In addition, Michael does have a blue-white land. So, you can actually play the Teferi, use the white mana from the blue-white tap land from the Suppression Ray, and get the Lotus Plume in play and generate a ton of mana that way.
Francisco is resolving a Surveil here, it looks like.
And Francisco does have... This is a combo that you might see happen more often because there's actually only one Icecrown Scepter in the deck, but Narset plus Days Undoing. If Francisco can somehow pull that off, I mean, it's going to be really, really hard here from Michael. And honestly, you can even push it through in multiple ways, right? You can either have Teferi in play, which guarantees it resolves, or you just go, hey, Orim's chant you.
Yep.
If that resolves, then you get to play the Days Undoing. All of a sudden, Michael has no cards in hand.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need counter spells when you have an Orim's chant. Land though for Francisco to start it off. He did keep that card on top with the Surveil. Another tap land here for Michael. Fairly typical opener.
Has a Lorien revealed here too. Just a nice way to either get a land or have an extra blue spell to pitch to force a negation.
You mean we're not just casting it? Is that what you're trying to say?
What, Lorien Reveal?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. That's the third option, though.
Yeah, it is option 3.
Yeah. Get a land or pitch it or...
5 mana, draw 3?
Yeah. It's a lot of cards.
So solid control elements here in Francisco's hand.
And he's not worried about getting comboed off here, right? We don't have the 3 blue untapped mana for a whir into a Lotus. And there was no Lotus, suspended here at all by Michael this game.
Right. Noting that I will say suspending a Lotus Bloom in this particular matchup is really weak because the blue-white control deck has so many ways to stop that. It's like you just go, hey, Lotus Bloom trigger on the stack, Orim's Chant you. Can't cast it, right? And then it just stays exiled.
And Teferi the same.
Right, and Teferi the same way. So I wouldn't be shocked if Michael goes down to possibly just 1 copy of Lotus Bloom in the matchup to just search for with Whir of Invention.
Interesting. So it might actually be better for Michael to have that Lotus Bloom in the graveyard as it sits right now for Tameshi.
Right, just be patient. Hopefully just find a white source. You have 4 blue-white lands in your deck and then recur it that way. War of Invention here for Michael. Can try to eat through some of Francisco's counterspells by casting that at instant speed. Not sure that Michael will be interested in just trying to fire off at Tameshi here. Yeah, and just passes.
Yeah, that was end step Francisco, yet another Surveil land.
And I mean, Francisco's hand is very nice. We have a counterspell and an Orim's Chant. The combination of Teferi, Narset, and Days Undoing on top of that. What will Francisco do against a Whir of Invention?
He says okay. I mean, how bad is it to have the Lotus Bloom on the battlefield at this point from Francisco's perspective? It's not that bad, right?
Yeah, but it is still a lot of mana.
Yeah.
So Michael can, perhaps double spell and maybe just fight through a singular counterspell.
Sure.
Things of that nature. And additionally here, now that you have access to 7 mana at the very least, you play a Tameshi, it gets countered. You can just play the other Tameshi, right?
Okay, so it is still very useful for Michael at this stage of the game. Although Francisco did just let it resolve.
Right. One other thing Francisco could do is, hey, if I absolutely need to make sure that this Tameshi gets countered, you could just respond with Orim's Chant with Tameshi on the stack. Orim's Chant resolves, then you fire off counterspell. You're kind of 2-for-1ing yourself. It's kind of like a Force of Negation, but the counterspell will definitely resolve.
But that's a you do what you got to do type scenario.
Right, just because you know that Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer's list has lots of free counterspells here. So maybe it's better to just play Orim's Chant. Francisco has multiple copies in hand here anyways. Because if you counter this and Michael sacrifices his creature to play Flare of Denial, that could be very, very bad here.
Tameshi on the stack. Francisco deciding how best to approach this.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. And part of why Francisco thought his Game 1 matchup wasn't as good as he thought was just the fact that you don't really have that many counterspells in Game 1. After sideboard, of course, you can replace all your sweepers and removal spells for more counters. But Game 1, right now, Francisco only has a singular counterspell.
And it is actual.
Probably going through the motions. Like, if you play counterspell, if you're in Francisco's spot, and then it gets countered somehow, what do you do? Because Tameshi gets to go off. You can play Orim's Chant just to make sure Michael can't play any more spells, but he doesn't even have a way to actually kill the Tameshi. So yeah, it does go for the Orim's Chant.
This is what you described a minute ago, Paul. The Orim's Chant to try to protect his counterspell, and it's going to work. It is a 2-for-1 in the bad way for Francisco, but it does get the job done.
But you have to do what you have to do, and of course Michael has nothing else he can do this turn other than play a land for the turn. So Michael might try to go for it again next turn, but Francisco at least doesn't get to see Tameshi absolutely go off this turn. And this is an interesting spot here too. If you're Francisco, at this point you have no counter magic, right?
Right.
So if you have no counter magic now, do you look to try to just maybe play one of your planeswalkers? Perhaps you can play a Teferi. If the Teferi resolves, then on Michael's turn, maybe you just play out another Orange Chant, and then try to set up, more draws on top of that afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, these are every turn that goes by that you have that planeswalker on the battlefield, you might get an extra card. If you're using Narset, you can tick down.
Yeah, and Narset's ability, very, very strong against the various Quantum Riddler decks. The mono blue decks don't actually have too many ways to draw cards, so that static ability doesn't really come into play that often unless Francisco combos that with the Days Undoing. That is a consult the star charts. So Francisco plays a land. He can potentially dig for a counterspell looking at the top 5 cards of his library. But it is pretty tempting to try to just get Teferi in play. Could even just, if Teferi resolves, you just bounce the Lotus Bloom, right?
Right.
Pelagi Archaeologist doesn't have any power, so it would not pressure the Teferi. And then at that point, does Francisco have another land there? So if Francisco goes Teferi or Mchanchu, is not going for it here though. Next turn he could have gone land, Narset, Days Undoing.
Yes. Instead he's just going to pass the turn back here.
Yeah, see what Michael chooses to do.
And it's another Tameshi.
It is another Tameshi. So
he's going to play Orange Chant in response. That will not affect the Tameshi on the stack.
Yeah, so Michael...
But it will affect the rest of the turn.
Right, so now Michael can't necessarily... Michael can generate a ton of mana, but can't do anything with it. You'll probably see at least one activation with the Tameshi just to draw an extra card, and perhaps you'll see him bounce. It's hard to tell what lands there are in play, but perhaps if he has a Sink into Stupor, that could come in handy as a temporary bounce effect for spells, or perhaps even a Seagate Restoration with all the mana that he can generate in a future turn, try to run that out.
But from Francisco's perspective, this just means he can't die this turn.
Exactly, right.
Okay.
It's still tough, though. I mean, playing against an active Tameshi with no actual way to get it off the... No actual way to permanently remove it is kind of a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, seems stressful.
Because if you're on Michael's side, you still have a Flare of Denial.
This is mana efficiency very nice here for Francisco. He's going to cast Consult the Star Charts, and that's going to get him a look at 5 cards. And he's going to get 2 of them.
Now remember, Tameshi cannot be Force of Negation.
Right. So,
but Francisco, I believe, does have a singular copy of Subtlety, and he can also find Solitude and just get rid of the Tameshi end of turn.
Yeah, you're right. He has 4 Solitude and 1 Subtlety in the main. We are in game 1 here. We will also be pre-sideboard next game.
Right.
And then any subsequent games will have sideboards in play.
So we'll see what Francisco finds here.
He's activating Tameshi as Michael.
Right, drawing a card.
Get that card. But as we mentioned, there's only so much he can do here, even if he could generate 100 mana.
Right, Orim's Chant has resolved. But Michael has lots of mana to work with here. What is that, 6, 7, 10 mana currently? Play a land for turn, so that would be 11 on the following turn.
Said he's just going to pass back, though. Nothing you can do with it with that Orim's Chant.
Right, but Francisco did get to find the 2 best cards in the top 5 cards of his library.
And he already had a decent hand.
Yeah.
So if he goes untap land, Narset Dazen doing.
That would be great if it worked, but the problem is, we know at least that Michael does have a Flare of Denial in hand.
Right.
He also has a pair of Sink into Stupors here. Now, Tameshi can't be activated at instant speed here, but Michael DeBenedetto does have the ability to sacrifice Philology Archaeologist for the free spell on Flare of Denial and hardcast both of the Sink into Stupors. So Francisco won't be able to just combo off this turn. And given that the Tameshi also just resolved, that can also pressure Planeswalker. So Francisco might be interested in playing a Teferi here and just bouncing Tameshi. But even after he doesn't actually have a way to stop it from coming into play next turn anyways.
Yeah, this Tameshi has been knocking at the door for multiple turns. It went on the stack last turn, did again this turn too. And it's causing real problems here for Francisco.
And Francisco has lots of strong cards, and we've seen him use these all to win, but right now he is digging. And look at this, not even looking to pick up 2 cards off of this Consult the Star charts, just firing one off to hopefully try to find maybe an Orim's Chant, maybe just a removal effect, maybe a Solitude just to get Tameshi off the battlefield.
He's definitely digging for something specific, only paying the 2. He does get to look 6 cards deep.
Is this one of the best? You know, we've seen effects like this in the past. Anticipate, Impulse. It's one of the best versions of that ever.
Oh, yeah. It's like you get those cards and then you just get this extra mode.
Right. At some point in the late game, you can almost just search through half of your deck.
Right.
Just find whatever it is that you need.
And getting that extra card, too, turns it into card advantage rather than just card selection. It's a... Consult the Star Charts is a real deal.
Oh, man. This is a tough spot here for Francisco. He's got a bunch of 3-mana plays. All he's going to try to do here is Prismatic Ending. Michael can, of course, sacrifice it so it doesn't get exiled.
Now what? That doesn't really get him anywhere, does it?
No, it was an available play. I suppose he could have tried to get Tameshi. If that happened, Michael would have cast the Flare into Denial. Possibly just cast Sink into Stupor and just bounce his own Tameshi if he wants. All right.
And there it is, Teferi.
Now, Francisco could still have some free counters. And Michael here going for the Flare.
Yeah, Flare is going to take care of it, and that is shields down. Now, we don't have a Goblin Charbelcher here.
We don't, but we have
mana plus extra cards.
We have so much mana here. If Michael just finds a Charbelcher here, he straight up wins. But he has a Seagate Restoration.
Hello.
With all this mana, pick up your entire... Pick up
Yes.
all the lands. He's going to draw so many cards off of this card.
That is a nuts combo right there.
I mean, every land is effectively 3 mana with Tameshi in play, so that's 15.
3
just
mana
on the
plus
land.
an extra card in hand.
Right. Plus, there's a Lotus Bloom in play. I'm just talking about mana. This is going to put him at 18 mana. -7 from the Seagate Restoration. That puts you at 11 mana. If you find Belcher, you can still cast it and activate it. And with 11 mana, you can also play a 3-mana counterspell if you draw one of those.
Oh, so it just works out perfectly. And since he gets to pick up these lands, that'll add an extra card draw per land in hand.
Great combination.
What a draw. The Seagate Restoration was perfect.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're playing that card anyways because it's just a spell land that you can play untapped. But it just so happens to work so well with Tameshi Lotus Bloom as well.
Michael in a very good spot here to try to pick up game number 1. And Francisco can only look on.
Yeah, and then Michael will know that at the very least, there is no Solitude. Tameshi is just going to be able to do its thing. The only thing Michael needs to be mindful of here is honestly just a Flare. Excuse me, a Force of Negation.
Oh, okay. But that's where he can try to draw what you were talking about with the mana to cast a Sink into Stupor or something like that.
There are only 2 Force of Negations in Francisco's deck, and he's got 3 cards in hand.
Now, at some point, Michael does, with that card draw, he will still need to find the Goblin Charbelcher. That's the only piece of the puzzle that he doesn't have here, but he's going to get to see so many cards.
Goblin Charbelcher or just War of Invention, right?
Yeah.
He might actually have enough mana.
So that's
I
7
said
to get it?
Did I say 18 mana? If I
Yes.
said 18 mana, 11, 7 to get it, you can still activate it.
Jeez.
War of Invention plus activate on the Belcher is 10 mana.
Now, you would not have that counter backup, I suppose, but...
Yeah, unless you just find another Flare. At that point, you
Flare.
can just sack
You don't
the
care
Tameshi.
about Tameshi anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Or Disrupting Shoal, right? Disrupting Shoal with a 3-drop, that also works. So many outs.
so
I
many
would be
outs.
shocked if Michael misses here.
Right.
We have a M1 thing. I realize we never made an M1 having a maximum size. No maximum hand size. CJ restoration.
Oh, so he's casting a restoration for how many
I think
cards?
it's 8.
+1. It might be 9.
It might be
Should go
9,
plus
actually.
1, right?
You're right. It is
Yeah.
+1.
All right, here we go.
He also has no maximum hand size now.
Yep.
Oh,
that
there's
is
a Goblin Charbelcher right there.
Yeah.
Does he have the counter Disrupting Shoal? There it is.
Yep.
And Force, well, I guess Force. Yeah, Force would work too,
You can
actually.
just cast it.
Yeah. He will have that 3 mana left over. Wow, Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer.
So much mana here. Michael now just going, look, I'm just going to get maximum mana. There is nothing you can do. A singular Force of Negation is not going to be enough.
And there it is, Goblin Charbelcher, and Francisco says, yep, you got it. Takes a quick look at the top of the library, and he's going to get to shuffling. Again, I'll remind you that here in the finals, actually for every match on Top 8 Sunday here, we play best 3 out of 5. So our players are shuffling up their libraries, but there will be no sideboards just yet. After this game, yeah, then sideboards are a thing. But they got to play another game 1.
Yeah, and that was just one of those games where, you know, those 3 mana Planeswalkers are extremely strong, very potent in this matchup, but you have to kind of sneak them in early or you have to play them kind of late. Because at the middle phase of the game, you simply just can't afford to tap out and play, like, especially if you're on the draw. If you're on the draw and you tap out and you play a Narset or a Teferi, that just leaves the door open for your opponent to just combo off. So because Francisco had to respect the fact that Michael could just combo off at any given point, I mean, he ended the game with 2 or 3 Planeswalkers in his hand.
Yeah, we see that middle part of the game really dominated by the fear that this Belcher deck puts into the opponent. If you go for your own stuff, they have plenty of mana-less counter spells in their deck that they can just use to say no to that,
right?
Untap and kill you.
And there's not a ton of ways in this blue-white control deck to draw lots of cards. And so we saw even there, for Francisco to even guarantee that he resolves a counterspell, he just kept having to 2-for-1 himself. He had a counterspell in his hand, but he didn't just fire it off. He says, well, if this counter gets countered, I just lose the game.
Right.
So I also have to cast Orm's Chant. If he just keeps running into those exchanges, the Belcher's just going to be so far ahead on resources.
All right, players taking a look at their opening hands here for game number 2. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We're happy to have you along here for the finals. Well, we've got an unlikely matchup. The Tameshi Belcher part, yeah, that makes sense. But Azoria's control has somehow bested the entire field and found itself in the finals in the hands of Francisco Sanchez.
Francisco with, it's like, a few lands. You do have Isochron Scepter Counterspell. Not the ideal thing because you.
Oh, that sounds ideal to me.
Michael can try to play around it. Of course, we want to pair that with Orm's Chant for the most part, and then additionally, also imprinting a Consult the Star Charts is also extremely powerful. And if you're on Michael's side, just want to make sure you hit your land drops, play some 2-mana cards. Even something like a Thunder Trap Trainer significantly better than the Falaji Archaeologist.
Yeah,
Having a
one
creature
power.
with 1 power to try and disrupt whatever turn 3 Planeswalker Francisco plays is very important.
It's really important against those particular planeswalkers as well, because if you minus Teferi, you can kill it.
Right.
And if you get 1 point off of Narset, it means you can't go -" and still have it on the
And
battlefield.
It goes away.
Right.
So taking a look at Michael's hand, redundant copies of Charbelcher, and 3 lands, and a Thundertrap Trainer, and a Flare of Denial. So very solid hand. Only thing we're missing here is basically kind of a way to get a Lotus Bloom in play.
Yeah, no whir, no bloom.
Oh, all right. So Francisco has drawn the singular copy of Icecrown Scepter in his deck, along with Orim's Chant. Now, keep in mind, though, the Belcher deck has lots of counter spells, right? That's not a lock, because this is a deck that can just counter the Chant and then just try to combo off. So you need to pair that with a Teferi as well. Also, there's 4 copies of Sink into Stupor in the Belcher deck, so you can just play a 3rd land and just bounce the Icecrown Scepter at instant speed.
This was not on my bingo card, Paul.
It was not mine either. To be fair, this was one of my favorite decks to play. I don't even know how long ago. Are
Scepter Chant.
20 years ago?
Was
maybe
your vibe?
15. Oh, yeah, Scepter Chant back in Extended. That was my thing.
For people that haven't seen this before, it's been a while since Scepter Chant's been at this stage. What does it do?
Yeah, so Icecrown Scepter is 2-mana artifact. We can bring it up here. And when it comes into play, you get to imprint an instant card with converted mana cost 2 or less. So in this instance, namely, you want to do it on Orim's Chant, and you can just cast Orim's Chant for free every single turn for the rest of the game. And if your opponent doesn't have a counterspell or an instant speed way to get the Icecrown Scepter off the battlefield, your opponents just can't do anything.
You upkeep?
Upkeep, Chant with Kicker. That's what you want to do. And of course, if you have it with Teferi, then that's the hard lock. And we saw Francisco pull that off several times over the course of this tournament.
Right. If you play Orim's Chant on your opponent's upkeep, it means that they can't play spells after that resolve. So that's anything sorcery speed, including creatures, all artifacts, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And if you happen to have Teferi, that means they also can't play stuff at instant speed. So what that means is they can't play stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But here, for example, right, you could just go end of turn Sink into Stupor if you can find something like that. But that Lotus Bloom, if Michael doesn't have a counterspell, can't resolve off of the Orim's Chant. All right, Scepter Chant.
Scepter Chant.
My goodness.
Now, in this case, though, this isn't just game over, right?
No, absolutely not. There are certain matchups where it would be game over. You know, you play against a Boros Energy deck that likely just doesn't have a lot of answers to the Scepter, then that would take over the game. So right now, Francisco will be digging and hoping to find the Teferi to lock up the game.
To complete the lock. Because Michael can still play instants.
And look at here. There is a Sink into Stupor here. Now, we know that Francisco has a counterspell, so this is tough. Does Michael have a free counter? Sure does.
Yes, he does.
All right.
Flare of Denial.
And I think that's it. So I think that will get bounced here unless Francisco has another counterspell. So there you go. Michael using one of his lands, spell lands rather. Previous game using Seagate Restoration to win the game. Now using Sink into Stupor to stop the fun combo. Well, fun combo for some people.
Yeah.
Right.
Another trainer, and does Francisco let it resolve? Yes. It looks like he doesn't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, I mean, Francisco's currently looking at a Scepter and a Solitude. So he really needs to find another Orim's Chant. Some piece of interaction here, because look at Michael's hand. We're looking at a pair of Belchers with the Lotus Bloom coming off next turn.
Wow. It could be that easy.
Excuse me. 3 Goblin Charbelchers.
Force of negation there for Francisco.
Yeah, no, that was big. Just some way to stop what Michael's trying to do here. It's actually going to be interesting to see if Francisco chooses to go for Force of Negation on the Lotus Bloom just to exile it in case Michael has something like a Tameshi. But at the same time, like, how can Francisco just answer Belcher, 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 go?
That's what I was going
right?
to say. Does Michael just start firing them off just brute force style?
I mean, Mikko used that to pick up many, many wins over the course of the top 8. So when you have 3, you're not really that concerned, right?
Right. Let him rip. Excuse me, there's a War of Invention. But yeah, the Lotus Plume's on the battlefield too.
And because Michael knows that Francisco has the Ice Crown Scepter, he doesn't want to take the risk of Francisco maybe top decking another Orim's Chant.
Yeah.
So might feel a little bit more pressure here to just be a little bit more aggressive and try to get this combo going.
Yeah, it's worth noting here that the Scepter got bounced back to hand. That means that the original Orim's Chant just stays exiled forever.
Right.
But it does also mean that Francisco can just replay the Scepter if he finds something to imprint onto it, like another Orim's Chant.
And remember, Tameshi here, Michael could play a Tameshi. Tameshi's ability is a sorcery speed ability. So Francisco could kind of break that up with the Solitude in his hand.
And he can just hard cast it if you'd like.
Right, because he doesn't have a secondary white source. Just going for the Belcher here.
There it is.
This is going to get forced. It has to.
Belcher on the stack, but I mean, this is a fight that Michael can actually win because Francisco is not going to be able to counter all 3 Belchers, most likely.
Francisco needs to draw Orim's Chant here off the top. Play Scepter, get Orim's Chant going. That's going to buy him a lot of time.
Let's see what he finds.
Narset. Although keep in mind, Michael also has War of Invention. Even against an Orim's Chant, you can just whir for 4, get Belcher, and then activate the ability on the following turn.
So you could just whir in response
to the Orim's Chant, right?
So that actually is no longer an out.
So now Francisco going to play out the Narset.
And dig.
Look for a counter spell.
His mana's a little awkward here, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, but
he's only got the 2 blue sources right now.
No, there's a Mystic Gate in between the planes.
So that'll give him double blue.
So he can pay the 3 mana on the left, yes, to find a counter spell. Only 1 actual counter spell left in the deck here. You see a Narset.
And he actually put Teferi in the graveyard from Surveil. Looks like that time is over.
Force of Negation wouldn't do it. And
he
miss.
Missed entirely.
And Michael knows there's an Isochron Scepter in Francisco's hand. Doesn't have to be worried about a Force of Negation here. Only the lone counterspell left in Francisco's deck. I believe there's only 2 counterspells.
And there's only 2, and he already cast 1.
Right.
And he has 2 Goblin Charbelcher. So worst case, even if it gets countered, he can just try it again next turn.
Right.
You saw that smile from Michael when Francisco missed.
Could also...
There it is. Goblin Charbelcher back on the stack. And Francisco says, yep, you got it again. And that is 2-0 for Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer as he picks up games 1 and 2, both of the pre-board games, Paul.
Yeah, how resilient is this mono blue Belcher deck, right? I mean, we're talking about in game number 2, there's the 1 Scepter, Francisco getting Orim's Chant going on the Ice Crown Scepter, and Michael just being able to fairly easily deal with it, right?
Yeah,
because you do have the 4 sink into Stupors, you have a bunch of counter spells, deals with that combination, and then at some point, you just start running out the Belchers and you just win the game.
Yeah, great stuff there from the feature match area as we see Michael. He almost kind of shook his head after that second win, like, I'm cruising.
That's it? That was it? I thought this was going to be tougher.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not every day that your opponent gets Scepter Chant going and you just kind of shrug it off and move forward. And a lot of time, that's a major speed bump for these decks.
Yeah, absolutely. But Michael's draw just lined up very, very well. And like I said before, Scepter Chant is not just the end-all be-all. If you can't get the lock, like I mentioned, you can not only can you just bounce it to disrupt it, you can counter it, you can also War of Invention and just get Belcher in play and at some point activate it. There's a lot of ways around Scepter Chant in this particular matchup. It's good, no doubt, but it's not game over.
Yeah, you really need the both pieces.
Right.
And then it's good. Then it's game over. But we have not seen that yet from the blue-white player. We're going to take a short break here from Atlanta. When we come back, though, we'll be playing some post-sideboard games in our final. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. That is what the players are playing for. Also $50,000. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we're happy to bring you coverage of the finals, where we have perhaps an unlikely matchup. We've got blue-white control versus Tameshi Belcher, and it's been a rough start for the blue-white deck so far, Paul. It's down 0-2. That's both of the pre-sideboarded games going to Belcher.
Yeah, but you know, as the blue-white control player, now you get to kind of sideboard out a lot of those spot removal effects, maybe some of your sweepers, there's Supreme Verdict, and you get to replace them with more counter magic. And that's the thing, as the combo player, you're always going to be favored in most instances in those game ones. So, I mean, with 3 post-board games, there is a chance, but of course, down 0-2, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, even if you have an advantage and it gets even bigger post-board, it's still hard to string. I mean, have you ever won 3 coin flips in a row? I haven't.
No. I don't even know if I win 1 coin flip.
That's right. But yeah, so the players right now are consulting their boards, and it looks like they've made their changes and are shuffling up and getting ready here for game number 3. We're here at the Magic Con in Atlanta, and it is an overwhelmingly big event. There are so many people, multiple floors, and really something for everybody at these things. That's good, Michael. He took a very deep breath there. That's a good thing to do to kind of remind your body to calm down a little bit. You know, the butterflies start to kick up here in these under the lights, these big situations. But also, you know, if you're in Michael's seat, you must be looking around and just going like, how did I get here up 2-0? You know, I need to win 1 more. He's been playing beautifully, though.
Keep in mind, in the semis, he was down 2-1, facing a lethal attack. And the turn before, from a 2-2 bird, and the turn before he died, he topped the perfect card to take that one, and now he's up 2-0 in the finals.
Huge swings.
One card that's going to be really interesting here from Michael out of the sideboard is 2 copies of Tamiyo Inquisitive Student. We see this matchup, sometimes the games can go quite long, and it puts a lot of pressure on how Francisco is going to sideboard. With only 2 real creatures that you absolutely have to kill, how many Solitudes do you want to leave in, right? How many Prismatic Endings do you want to leave in? Because a turn 1 Tamiyo, if left unchecked, does give Michael just a consistent source of card advantage over time. Even if there's a Narset on the battlefield, you can just crack the Tamiyo on your opponent's turn to draw a card. So I think Tamiyo is a very strong card. Of course, Francisco is going to be mindful of that, and I would imagine that he's going to keep some interaction in, but at the same time, you also want to bring in a bunch more counters. So sideboarding going to be very tricky here from his perspective.
Yeah, based on the first 2 games, it does seem awkward for Sanchez. He doesn't have quite enough to do that early, like the Tamiyo plan that you mentioned. You know, he doesn't have that in the main. And then his stuff overlaps just enough with that middle part of the game.
Yeah.
Where if he does tap out, like you mentioned right before the break there, Paul, then it can open the door to just getting combo killed. So instead, he needs to wait for a while to get down one of his planeswalkers and try to set up a 2-card combo there.
Yeah. And I imagine, too, Michael is going to look to play a much longer game after sideboard here. We're going to see him shave some pieces of the combo. We might even see a Belcher get cut. Definitely some number of Lotus Bloom. Minimum 2 would be my guess on top of that. And then just try to win with some Tameshis, win with some Tamiyos, right? Just Tameshi, even if you don't have a Lotus Bloom in the graveyard, just it being in play, pressuring the Planeswalkers, will have a lot of value here.
Yeah, it's been kind of funny with the Lotus Blooms. Yes, it's still not bad to have one in your opening hand, but having one in your graveyard or your library is really not bad. Have ways to get them back from those places that are sometimes even better than just having it suspended.
And look at that. This just looks like a control hand, right? If you look at Michael's hand, that was 3 lands, Tamiyo, Force of Negation, and a stock.
And a stock up, too. Yeah, you can tell what you were just saying, Paul. Definitely correct. He's looking to just play a longer game. He just feels he can fight this fight.
Yeah.
This is game number 3. This could decide the Pro Tour. If Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer can find a way to victory here, he is going to be the champion.
And this is tough. Tamio did resolve. Currently, Francisco does not have an answer.
Wow, this is exactly what you described, Paul. This type of game plan early is the type of thing that can run away with it.
Right? You just kind of play this game where Tamio just continues to get in. You hit your land drops, you draw cards, you just stack your handful of counter spells. Then the pressure is on Francisco to just start jamming his 3-mana planeswalkers and hope one of them sticks.
Totally. You never miss a land drop, you know, once you start cracking clues.
Francisco also just doesn't have a third land here, so really going to need to surveil and try to find that. Michael has a Flare of Denial, although really going to want to try to avoid sacrificing that Tamio if you can help it.
It's just such a constant source of advantage, and you can see Francisco somewhat desperately digging for a land here. He even put Consult the Star Shard charts in the graveyard, and it did work. You've had a Hollowed Fountain.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you have to just go for something.
Yeah.
You can't just play this control game because the Tamio's in play. And look at this, Michael with the Force of Negation here, going to resolve. Tamio will continue generating clue tokens here for Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. Michael would like to find, of course, more counter magic. Actually has a Jwari Disruption. But would like to even be able to cast this if possible, but given that he doesn't have a third land, I imagine he's just going to play it here. Francisco does have 3 more Planeswalkers here. He's going to just continue trying to get one to stick. And
he needs to just start pressing them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you can't just go and then clues start getting cracked.
You just can't play a draw go game against a Tamio on board without a removal spell.
And we're going to see Michael actually crack a clue in response to Tamio just to make sure he gets the card. Also, I guess maybe he could find a Disrupting Shoal or
found
something.
A Disrupting Shoal.
Oh, he found a Disrupting Shoal?
Oh. Exiling the Tameshi and can still cast Stock Up. So yes, Michael just continues to get value here off the Tamio.
That was a nice find. And there's
another clue.
Number 3.
And
this is going to be an avalanche.
And now you can just pass. You don't even need to play Stock Up, right? You can either draw a card off the clue or hard cast Flare of Denial. And if you're Francisco's side, you have to keep trying to play your 3-mana Planeswalkers.
He just doesn't have a choice. And is he going to find a land drop here? Because he was almost about to miss one last turn.
Right. I don't. And playing the land doesn't even necessarily do anything here, because the Consign wouldn't do anything to counter the Flare of Denial.
Sure.
But finding a land, of course, helps, because that allows you to maybe potentially double spell on a future turn. He has a counter spell in hand, so if you hit land number 5 next turn, you can go 3-mana Planeswalker with counter spell backup. Tamio Control.
Tamio Control.
Tamio Control.
Yeah, he is. He used Lorien Revealed there to find an island.
Yeah, play
Francisco. I mean, these blue-white decks they hate missing land drops.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Francisco just, again, has to keep going for Planeswalkers. At some point, he's thinking one of them probably will resolve.
Right.
But not for now.
Not this one.
Not this one.
Hardcast Flare of Denial.
Tamio and just 3 counter spells.
This is incredible. And the floodgates are really going to open, because this is going to be the 4th clue generated by Tamio.
Now you can just cast Stock Up maybe, try to find a counter. If you have an untapped land, maybe you just play Stock Up first, untap land, crack a clue. That is an untapped land, so that makes things more interesting. Hydroelectric Specimen is also kind of an interesting answer in case Francisco had some kind of spot removal spell for the Tamio.
That's interesting, yeah.
But I don't think that's where, I think you would rather just play a land here or just run out the Stock Up. Because if you keep the Specimen in hand and you stock up for even a Disrupting Shoal, you can Disrupting Shoal with the Stock Up to deal with another 3-mana Planeswalker.
which somehow Francisco just has an unending amount of.
Right.
He's already tried to cast 3 of them, and he still has 2 more in hand.
Is he going to look to flip the Tamiyo?
Oh, that's interesting.
Or does he want to continue using the Tamiyo for value here? Because he can sacrifice a second clue. That would be the 3rd card he draws for the turn. That's what he's doing here.
Huh.
All right. Tamiyo has been flipped.
Tamiyo becomes Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar, which has a +2 ability that shrinks the creatures that attack you, so that's not super relevant here. -3, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. If it's a green card, add 1 mana of any color. And then it has a -7 ultimate of draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library rounded down, or excuse me, rounded up. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size.
Well, Tamiyo has been ticked up here, so it can either get a counterspell back next turn. Oh, but Teferi has hit the battlefield here.
And hit a clue.
Hit a clue.
And this is the downside, of course.
Right.
Is that Michael has no pressure for opposing Planeswalker.
Okay, and Francisco does have a counterspell, and because Teferi has resolved,
his counterspell will also resolve.
Right, exactly.
He also has Orum's Chant.
If he finds Isochron Scepter.
Finds the 1 Scepter.
All right, Michael with a stock up here.
Interesting decision by Michael. I mean, there's a lot of times when you actually would prefer just not to transform your Tamiyo.
Right. Lets it resolve. Yeah, Michael, it looks like Michael has some big plans here with Tamiyo the Planeswalker. Yeah, I really thought there was a decent chance he was going to maybe try to fire off a stock up the previous turn just to find maybe a free counter there. But as it turns out, because Francisco hit his 5th land drop, would have been able to fight the free counter with a counter spell of his own there. Now, what does Francisco have to actually get Tamiyo Seasoned Scholar off the battlefield? Prismatic Ending? That would be the card?
I'll tell you, if Michael goes for the ultimate on Tamiyo, that's a way to win a PT in style. Drop 20 or whatever.
Yeah. And especially because getting back a counterspell on a board where Teferi is in play doesn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you just take it up.
Yeah.
And now there's a Tameshi. Oh no, that's a War of Invention for 0 to try to get a Lotus Bloom. And now, I mean, at this point, Michael does have a ton of mana. So maybe Francisco just lets this resolve.
Just assuming that the amount of mana is not going to be the choke point here.
Right.
It's more about counters and belchers.
So even if Michael goes for example, Tameshi this turn, you just counter the Tameshi or the Belcher. Those are the 2 big cards. Of course, also that 1 Tezzeret the Seeker that is in Michael DeBenedetto's hand, which is effectively another copy of Belcher if you want.
Does Michael still have all of the 2 mana, like the
creatures?
His creatures?
Oh, that is a great question.
We haven't seen one yet, and we've seen a
Thunder
lot
Trap
of
Trainer
cards.
seems too good to cut.
Yeah.
I think you would just play that no matter what. And taking a look at the sideboard here, did cut 1 copy of the Archaeologist, actually down to only 2 copies of Goblin Charbelcher, cutting 2 copies of Stern Scolding, which makes a lot of sense, not a lot of creatures, and then 2 copies of Lotus Bloom. For 2 Tamiyos, 2 Flusterstorms, a Force, a Stock Up, and a Tezzeret the Seeker.
Well, now we have Narset and Teferi.
Very strong combo, and we got a Tamiyo on 6. But if you activate the ultimate there, if Narset's in play, you don't get to draw any cards. Now, what are we looking at here from Francisco's side? Still does have that counter.
Ooh, hello.
Hits a surgical. No Charbelcher in the graveyard.
Michael certainly will take note of that surgical extraction.
Yeah, I don't know that he needs to use it right now, just based on what we see in Michael's graveyard. What Francisco would really like to do is counterspell a Charbelcher and just surgical that.
Right.
Or the Tameshi, even. Yeah, but Teferi is so strong. So much of Michael's disruption are those free counterspells, and they've all been turned off because of the Teferi on the battlefield. But I really like the way that Francisco approached this game, because he's like, uh-oh, that's a turn 1 Tamiyo. I only have one thing I can do. It's really easy to be extremely passive as a control player and just go, well, I'm a control deck. I'm just going to keep up Orim's chance and counter spells, maybe cycle through some stuff because I don't want them to counter my stuff. But you just have to go for the brute force strategy here with that Tamiyo in play, and eventually something stuck. And now Michael looks like he's in some trouble here.
Yeah, particularly the Narset really put a wrench in the transform Tamiyo plan that Michael's going for.
Yeah.
Like, he could still just be attacking every turn this whole time and stocking up clues and just drawing that one extra card on Francisco's turn, even through the Narset. And, you know, with all that mana, he would have been effectively just drawing 2 cards a turn for the duration of the game.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, sometimes even if you have the option to flip the Tamiyo, it's not always the correct thing to do.
Now, he can change gears here, right, and start cashing in loyalty counters for graveyard cards.
Yeah, I mean, you could
just they're all counter spells too.
Yeah, you could get Whir of Invention from the graveyard, and then just with Teferi and play, you know what? Whir for 4. Just go get a Belcher, see if that works.
Yeah. Now that's what he's going to do.
And Francisco does have a surgical extraction.
Oh, so he may just want to...
Yeah, could just fire it off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Whir is basically a combo card that is both a Belcher and, or I should say, or a Bloom.
Right.
Anyway, so, you know, even though the best target would just be to take the Belchers out because then there's no realistic win con, this does at least somewhat take out access to some Belcher.
Now, Michael does have a pair of Tameshis in hand. Currently, Francisco only has the 1 counterspell, right? So you can counterspell one of the Tameshis, but the other would resolve. And we've seen before, if there's anything in play, you can use that Tameshi to just get rid of that Teferi in play, or at least take it down.
He went past one of them.
One of the Whirs?
He's going back through now.
Oh, sure.
It's right there.
Yeah, Whir is a card I imagine you keep 4 copies of.
He had seen that he got to 3 and was like, wait a minute.
Oh, one's been exiled.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was just
that's
the
part
one
of the
at the
stack.
beginning,
Yeah. Okay, there you go. But it's also just good to know how, like, I think Francisco already has a really good sense for how Michael's going to sideboard, but just, hey, how many Blooms did you keep in and how many Belchers did you keep in? And how much do I need to focus on your combo or your plan of having a bunch of counterspells with Tamiyo? So Francisco does have a counterspell for, and again, you know, Francisco knows the contents here of Michael's hand. What can he do? You could Orim's Chant. That's also a consideration. I mean, is it possible that Michael can still win from this spot? There is a Tezzeret in hand with the ability to make a lot of mana. If the Tameshi resolves, we're looking at so much mana, right? We're looking at enough mana where most likely you can go Tezzeret and get a Goblin Charbelcher.
And this is if either Tameshi resolves, right?
Right.
There's 2 in hand. He can counter the first one, but can't Michael just cast the second one, crack the Lotus Bloom, and start going nuts?
Exactly, and because of that, does Francisco have to consider maybe just casting an Orim's Chant? But if he casts an Orim's Chant, Michael could technically just cast Disrupting Shoal for 1 on the Chant and still use the Lotus Bloom to generate a bunch of mana to cast Tezzeret the Seeker, get Belcher, and activate it.
Because Francisco knows all of the things that we know.
Right.
He just resolved Surgical. So is there a way out of this?
Oh, excuse me. Disrupting Shoal can't be cast.
Oh, it can't be cast at all.
The fairy's in play, right. So Francisco, if Michael tries to do something big here, Francisco does have the option to just safely play Orange Chant to make sure he doesn't just straight up die this turn.
Michael's taking a look at his options here. Right now, Francisco can just simply look on.
Yeah, but this is still rough. I mean, Tameshi's still in play, right? That does put some pressure. It does allow Michael to... And you can do something really weird, too. If the game gets really weird, you can just start picking up hydroelectric specimens, cast them, have some 1/4s in play.
That's really weird.
Right? And then just use that to just flood the board with random creatures to start chipping away at the planeswalkers that are in play. I mean, it's a line. It's something that you can certainly do, especially if you don't think you can win this turn. So there is no bouncing Seagate Restoration angle here. Narset's in play.
Right.
Even the first land that you bounce, you won't be able to draw a card, right? So
the extra card, yeah.
Right. Ooh, waterlogged. Yep.
He's attempting. He's just saying, "Are you gonna
let me do
chant
this
here or
times?
what?" Yeah.
Right. Because he also bounced a waterlogged teachings, so Michael can use that, cast the waterlogged teachings to be able to find an interactive spell.
So what is Michael's plan here?
Well, has the ability to generate a ton of mana, and Francisco does have the ability to basically just end the turn. So I don't know if Michael wants to pick up all the lands here. And if Michael just chooses to cast Tezzeret, Francisco can just counter that. But then Michael would have a lot of mana to figure something else out. But once the Tezzeret gets countered, then there is no definitive way to get the Belcher immediately, right? Because you can't even waterlog teachings for War of Invention, because those have been surgicaled.
Right, and he can't draw cards.
Picked up a hydroelectric specimen.
Flood the board with those?
Well, I don't know how many specimens are in play, but there's at least one in hand. Could be one more. Oh, Francisco's like, enough is enough. I will not even let you cast a hydroelectric specimen this turn. There's not much else Michael can do here. Teferi's in play, can't play any instants. Narset's in play, can't draw cards. But Tameshi is on the battlefield, so.
Yes.
Scepter off the top. Minus Narset, you find the Icecrown Scepter. That is the lock.
He's looking.
I don't think he would pick a lot quicker if he had one. But keep in mind, there is only one copy of Icecrown Scepter in this deck. But Days Undoing would also be extremely powerful. If you can find that, that would also be very, very good.
But you have to assume that the speed at which he is choosing means that neither of those cards were available. So what did he take? Lorien Revealed there?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Francisco from this point just goes, hey, maybe does he have an, oh, okay, never mind. I thought he still had the Orange Chant in hand. It's because if he did, he might have just fired another one off, make it so you can't attack or cast any spells, and then at instant speed, cast Stock Up, and then just continue looking for Days Undoing or any other way to just completely lock out this game.
But yeah, it looks like he only had the one Orange Chant. Oh, it was Stock Up. Okay.
Could also just be looking for the Orange Chant here, right? With the main phase Stock Up. Is that an Icecrown Scepter? And that's an Orange Chant.
Wait, they're both in there?
I think so. I think the card underneath is an Orange Chant. And he goes for the combo here. Okay, so just needs to survive this next turn, I
So he
think.
won't have enough mana to get it going.
No, he doesn't, but right now he does have Counterspell as an option. Teferi can't be killed. Tameshi is a 2-power creature, I believe.
It is 2/3.
So it would only be able to get Teferi down to 1. Will he be able to kind of fight through everything else, though? And worst case scenario, if it looks like Michael might be able to somehow go off, you can just naturally fire off that Orange Chant at some point.
Right. But with the counterspell in hand, too.
Yeah.
Oh, he found Chant plus Scepter off of that stock up?
That was a strong, strong stock up here for Francisco Sanchez.
He's got a Scalding Tarn to follow up as well.
Yeah, I mean,
he's counting up the total amount of mana that Michael can make.
It's all the mana, right? We're looking at 21 mana. Michael has access to 21 mana basically next turn. It's just really important for Francisco to make sure that Tezzeret doesn't resolve. Redundant copy of Tameshi doesn't do anything. Disrupting Shoal doesn't do anything. And the Hydroelectric Specimen also doesn't do anything. Now remember, Michael does have the ability to minus the Tamiyo and get stock up, which could perhaps try to dig you for more cards,
Sink into Stupor here would be good.
Right, or if you stock up for maybe just a Charbelcher, with all the mana in the world, you can't counter both the Tezzeret and the Charbelcher.
Right.
So I think that's probably what Michael's going to be looking to do here with the Tamiyo. Stock up is not a card draw effect. It doesn't get negated by the Narset that's in play. And if you're Francisco, you really don't want to cast this chant, right? Because if you can survive this turn, you 100% win this game.
You become the combo player.
Right. But Francisco has other paths to victory. If he feels like I don't need to Scepter Chant just yet, you just Orim Chant right now. Just don't attack me. You can't even attack my Narset. Next turn, I can play another Narset and dig. If I find Days Undoing, that's also extremely powerful.
Yeah, he did actually fire
go
off
for
the
that.
chant. That was very
All right.
disciplined there from Sanchez. He will have wanted very much to hold on to that.
Right. And yeah, nothing here Michael can do. Francisco looking for a Surveil land if he does have a third one. I do believe there's a Thundering Falls in the deck. So he does have the ability to Prismatic Ending for 3.
So now he just wants to find another Orm's Chant.
Right. So if he can find another Orm's Chant here, we will be seeing a game 4.
But I think he's only got one left in the library here.
So there's 2 in the grave. Is there a third one in the graveyard?
Yeah, I think he had.
So there's
used
one Orange
early.
Chant yet.
Yeah.
But remember, Days Undoing is also
yes
extremely powerful, and there are 2 copies of that in the deck.
Oh boy, that went back on top
He
real
kept
quick.
it on top, so it's either a counter spell.
Oh, he might still be thinking actually.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he kept it.
All right.
What is it?
I don't think it was Orim's Chant. It was probably just a counter spell.
Okay.
Of some kind. He would have kept it way faster. Oh, it was Odawara.
Odawara. Interesting.
Okay. I imagine probably wanting to play out another Narset here and dig. Still has the ability to find the last Orim's Chant here.
Yeah.
It's a surgical. That does help against Tamiyo minus on stock up. Also can disrupt the Lotus Bloom combo, actually, right? Because it's a sorcery speed effect. So if Lotus Bloom hits the graveyard and then Michael targets the Lotus Bloom with Tameshi at sorcerer speed, then you nab the Lotus Bloom, and
That's
all of
right.
a sudden Michael can't generate 20 mana.
Huge mana, yeah. And the Narset being replaced is now at 3 loyalty, which means it will still be there.
Right, but now keep in mind though, because Francisco doesn't have the Orange Chant here, Michael can start attacking. You can start attacking here with the Tameshi.
Michael draws his card for the turn, takes a quick look, and goes into the tank. Seagate Restoration, no.
But it does have a Hydroelectric Specimen. you can run that out too. And if he does want to play out additional creatures, does have to do that main phase. He's also aware of the surgical extraction in Francisco's hand. So maybe it's not in his best interest to just try to get that Lotus Bloom into the graveyard.
Combat.
He wants to go to combat.
Narset, yep. No more digging here. Make it less likely for Francisco to be able to find the Day's Undoing, or of course the Orum's Chant to lock up the game. All right, gonna try to get this Tezzeret to resolve. It looks like tapping 5 mana, but of course we know that Francisco has Counterspell.
He will eagerly use that, I assume.
I assume that's Tezzeret. Yep.
Yep, that's Tezzeret, and that is Counterspell.
Oh, and he's just like, use your surgical.
He is
want
kind
to
of
use your surgical.
daring him to do so.
Because if Francisco uses the surgical, then Michael can use the Tamiyo to get the stock up back and cast stock up this turn.
I see. So it's you're only going to get one of these.
Right. Will you allow me to generate tons and tons of mana?
So you pay for that? Yes. You in the stack? Yes.
Ability on the stack, sorcery speed. Will Francisco surgical extraction the Lotus Bloom here?
And if he does, you can see that Michael has the 3 blue at the ready.
And Francisco is aware that Michael will be able to cast stock up this turn.
So, Tameshi Shoan, the 1/4, right?
Yep.
Seagate.
And if Michael goes for the stock up out of the yard, that will just tap him out, right?
Right, yes.
Right?
Yep.
But would allow him to, what if he just naturally finds Goblin Charbelcher, just play it, and right now, Francisco does have consigned to memory for naturally hard cast Goblin Charbelchers, although with Tameshi in play, if it just gets countered, well, you can just get it back.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Casting Hydroelectric Specimen. You could still minus here to get back stock up, but actually choosing to tick this up because Narset next turn is going to die. It's at 1.
Yeah.
Once that dies, if you ultimate the Tamiyo, Michael surely will be able to win the game unless Francisco can find the last Orum's Chant in his deck here. With the Ice Crown Scepter. Oh, he's digging.
He sure is.
And that's a land. So
two
he has
lands.
2 lands, a Scepter, and a Consign. So one of these Planeswalkers is going to go down, and Francisco is out of action.
And it's going to be Narset.
Hey, I mean, I talked about it a little bit earlier. Just any random creature matters, including a 3-mana 1/4.
Yeah. Francisco plays his land.
Oh, right.
Oh, he's going to play Kahira, though.
Yeah, right. That's a legal play, of course.
That's huge.
Yeah, no, that blocks that absolutely blocks the Hydroelectric Specimen.
And that means that the plan to ultimate Tamiyo maybe not going to happen.
Right. But again, you could still just get back stock up, right?
Start putting that loyalty the other direction.
Right. Ooh, and that's a Philagi Archaeologist here.
Perhaps he could find some
what
way
if you
to
fail
get
to find?
Kahira away. Yeah, then it's a 1.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
What if you choose not to, just to have another 1-power creature?
Totally an option.
Flare isn't particularly great.
No, there's still a Teferi on the board.
Can't get Thundertrap Trainer, but does choose to get the land here. Is he going to use that to tap down?
No way.
3-2?
I think so. He totally is. Suppression Ray is on the stack.
Tap all of 5 mana. Tap your 3-2 to kill your Narset.
And it's going to happen. He found Suppression Ray.
My gosh.
That is incredible.
That is ridiculous. I did not think that this, I can see use cases for most of the cards.
Right.
But Suppression Ray?
This is a dual land that you can grab with these 2-mana creatures, but Suppression Ray not on the menu. Are we going to see this Tamiyo Ultimate now?
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding?
Right.
Draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library?
Has he activated the Tamiyo yet?
No.
That is unbelievable.
Fire it off.
Unbelievable.
What is he looking for here?
Now, keep in mind, he could have also found, Sink into Stupor, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
Right.
Not Suppression.
You weren't thinking Suppression,
I
right?
was not thinking Suppression. And there it is.
There it is.
The ultimate draw cards equal to half your library. Wow, it did not look like that was going to come together, but it sure did. So he's going to count them up.
And no maximum hand size.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, so 16.
Round up, 16.
No.
It's all up, right?
And that's still enough for a Belcher to kill.
31 cards. Yeah. Going upward? Yeah.
If Michael wins this, what a
How does he not?
win.
He's trying
No, but
16
what I mean
cards.
is, what an incredible way to win, right?
Unbelievable.
Suppression Ray into Tamiyo Emblem.
This is wild
Ultimate.
stuff from Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer. He just drew 16 cards.
16 cards.
And he just gave a look to our card spotter like, good luck with this one.
Hey, keep in mind, though, Francisco can still top deck Orim's Chant.
That's right.
That is still on
live.
the table here. It's a one-outer. It's a one-outer, but he still has a chance. If he draws Consult the Star Charts, use that to find the last Orim's Chant. Maybe a Day's Undoing, right? That could also do it. You get to look at 7 fresh cards, shuffle all the Orim's Chants back in. Francisco still has a chance here.
Michael with 20 plus cards in hand right now.
Can still lose this game.
Broken our card counting abilities. Our graphics cannot handle 22 cards.
All right, what do you have, Francisco? Orim's Chant.
That was Mystical Dispute. It was Mystical Dispute.
It's not Orim's Chant. It's, yeah. He forgot to attack. It would have. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
And at this point, you have to think Michael has it here.
This is a Pro Tour win if Michael does. Trying to finish off Francisco with his Goblin Charbelcher deck.
But has Goblin Charbelcher, if he runs it out, remember, he can't fight it back with counter. Teferi is still in play. Francisco has a blocker here. And the only attacker here is the Hydroelectric Specimen. There is a Tameshi. But remember, all the Lotus Plumes have been exiled. So it won't be generating you additional mana. You can cast the Sink into Stupor, however, on the Teferi, right? What if you lead with that? Oh, it is on the stack, of course.
That's what he did. He just didn't flip it.
Right. And now he has all the free counters.
Yes.
There's 2 Disrupting Shoals.
There's no way that Teferi's going to hit the battlefield again.
Force of Negation wouldn't work, though, right? And he doesn't have enough mana here to actually just win with Belcher on the spot.
He is a little bit mana locked, but he's had so many resources now. And with so many free spells,
right,
he can win over the course of the next turn or two.
Right, because Francisco can no longer actually just draw Ice Crown Scepter or Orim's Chant because nothing's going to resolve.
Nothing's going to resolve at all. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer somehow finding a way forward.
Gonna frame that suppression ray after this one.
No kidding. And there's the first of the free counters.
Yeah, at this point, Francisco now has no outs.
Yeah, no way he can get there now.
What a game here.
What an incredible way to win a Pro Tour.
I thought this was a Charbelcher deck.
Yeah, it turns out it's a Tamio.
It's a Tamio deck after
suppression ray
sideboard.
deck.
It's a Tamio suppression ray deck.
Yeah, the combo. There's
Man.
Goblin Charbelcher on the stack. We see consigned to memory there from Francisco. Also a mystical dispute, which actually does something here too. But if they get countered for free, it's GG.
Yeah, but consigned to memory does have replicate.
Sure.
So you can make multiple copies to try to get to prevent the Belcher from resolving. But he doesn't want to tap out either in case Michael has a Flusterstorm, right? So you got to kind of choose
which he does.
A good number for this. And you don't have to do it for, again, if you do it for the full amount, Michael just, I guess the Flusterstorm wouldn't counter all of them anyways, because it's a Storm versus Replicate.
So replicate doesn't count as casting those
You're
spells?
only the one. What a beautifully played game here by Michael. And, I'm sure it was probably the correct play, but I wonder if Francisco is going to go back and think about that turn where he had the lock in his hand, but ran out that orange chant.
Yeah.
And go, could I have survived that
Was
turn?
there any possible way?
Because he had Counterspell and Consigned to Memory
He did.
that turn. So if he just did that and survived.
He's casting Consign, and it looks like he's replicated it
3 times.
3 times.
You mind?
I mean, can Michael just counter all of them?
Well, so he's got a Flare of Denial for 1. He's got a Flare of Denial for 1. He's got some Disrupting Shoals.
He could do a Flusterstorm
He could
after casting other
cast a
colors.
bunch of other spells.
I mean, this isn't normally an option, but
Right.
with the amount of cards in hand for Michael, maybe he can actually just do it.
He probably does.
He has used these sleeves to represent copies of Consign, and he's starting to hit them individually.
There's a
1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 1.
Okay, but he does have 3 mana. That means that 1's resolved.
Yeah, but he has a second Flusterstorm in hand.
Oh, he does?
And you can Disrupting Shoal the Flusterstorm if you wanted as a free spell too, if you wanted to counter a final copy too. I mean, Michael has so many different counter spells.
I mean, this
at
is
his
just
disposal.
raw cards. He has 13 cards left in hand still.
I mean, he drew 16 cards off the Tamio.
And now he's using them. Francisco says,
I
sure.
guess I'll pay for whatever I need to pay.
And there's another Flusterstorm.
Yeah,
And that's going to do it. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer wins the Pro Tour with Goblin Charbelcher here in Atlanta.
What a game.
What a
Suppression Ray for the win. Unbelievable. Michael finding so many creative ways to win over the top 8. Sure, it's a Belcher deck. Sure, you can win with Belcher. But we saw a win through combat damage, a win with Tamio Emblem, Suppression Ray.
Yeah, he's excited.
Unbelievable.
You can see his team friends surrounding him.
Wonderful, wonderful job.
He really put on a show for us.
Oh, he sure did. Played so extreme. Was that not his deck?
I think it was. I think
Yeah,
he was
okay.
just, you got a trophy to hold.
Oh,
you
right,
know?
of course,
Yeah.
of course. I don't know what that's like, Marshall, so.
Yeah, same. A great run for Francisco Sanchez, maybe putting blue-white back on the map in Modern. but ultimately he fell a bit short.
Oh yeah, you're going to see a lot more Ice Crown Scepters and Orange Chants. Be ready for that when you enter your Modern Queues tomorrow.
Yeah, great stuff from the feature match area here in the finals. Well, it was entertaining. I was a little worried going into the finals. I'm like, well, is it just going to be like a bunch of counter fights? No, there was a lot more going on.
And that's the thing. When you always talk about a control deck versus a combo deck, I think if you come from the perspective of maybe of a less experienced player, you go, well, the control deck just has all these counter spells. I just can't win. But in the hands of an expert pilot, you can just kind of play around everything that they have and then just find all kinds of different ways to win the game. You don't just have to, it's not just Goblin Charbelcher that can win you the game. You can play your creatures. Sideboarding is really important. And Michael just kind of displayed all the different ways you can win with this. It was really, really impressive.
Yeah, the thing that really stands out, especially against the control decks, is if you're in the combo player seat like the Charbelcher seat, what is the pressure that's on you?
Right.
And if the deck is not applying pressure to you, you have a lot of time to develop the hand, to get the free counters, to get your mana going, to find your combo pieces, and there's nothing coming. That's why in the round prior, when we saw Psychic Frog on the battlefield on the other side, it was a totally different game than when we didn't. And this blue-white deck didn't quite have that early pressure. There wasn't any, 1 mana card, 2 mana card that just had to be dealt with. From Michael's perspective, and it gave him a bit more breathing room to set up his hand.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. The pressure that this blue-white deck can put on you is basically try to resolve 3 mana Planeswalker, and if it does, it's really, really good. But there's just so many ways to counter it. You have the free counters, you have the creatures to even pressure it. There's just a lot of different ways to attack the Planeswalkers where it's not the end-all, be-all. And we saw Michael actually just be able to fight through both Teferi and Narset in that game.
Really impressive stuff. Sanchez so close to being able to lock up that game, but it was Michael who took it down. All right, that's going to do it for us in the booth. We're going to send it back over to the news desk.
Thanks so much, Marshall and Paul, and what an exciting finals that was. Corey, your reaction?
Suppression Ray?
Yeah, I know,
For
right?
the win?
Isn't that
Suppression
cool?
Ray just win a Pro Tour here? This was awesome.
I agree. It's just not how you expect to see a Belcher deck taking down a Pro Tour, but it's testament to the creativity both of the pilot and the deck building that has to go into something like this. That gives you multiple angles in the end.
And I mean, just knowing your deck inside and out and realizing that, okay, if I can pick up these lands, that are normally just played on the backside and actually utilize the front part of them, I think that's what really separates like a good Belcher player from an amazing one. As these cards have text, and if your text is clear out a blocker for 1 turn so you can draw 15 cards with Tamiyo, then, so be it.
I mean, drawing that many cards, ultimating Tamiyo, isn't that the dream?
Oh, it's the dream. It's the dream. And, we've seen Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer activating Tamiyo a lot in Breach, not so much with Belcher. So, really awesome to see it here.
And you mentioned him playing Breach.
Yeah.
Like, you've covered his matches before. We know him as an online grinder, as somebody who shows up at these regional championships and always does really well. Do you have any memories of him playing in those events?
I mean, literally when I first met him, he beat me so badly in the finals of a tournament, and I'm just like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
And then I started seeing him just crush every tournament. I was like, he's the real deal, and every single time he impresses me. He's in the top 8 of so many of our RCs, so many of our spotlight events here in the United States. He's the real deal, and I mean, this is the realest of the deals. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer.
All right, well, it is time to give him his trophy. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Maria. Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, you took out more Planeswalkers than Nicol Bolas ever could. How does it feel to pick up that victory? What does winning mean to you?
I mean, I was thinking about stopping playing as much Magic as I have been. It's been a lot of grind, and I have a lot of other things I want to do with my time. Said this was going to be my last event besides the Worlds, and I guess I'm going to play a lot more events now.
I think you're going to be stuck with us for a little while longer, and we certainly want to see you play because you put on a masterclass there with the Belcher list. Game 3 had everything we could possibly want on a bingo card. So talk us through some of those key moments. A suppression rate, what? I mean, the counters war as well. That was insane.
There was a really key turn where I could either crack 2 clues and flip Tamio or cast Stock Up. I'm not sure what was right. I cracked 2 clues, and he had the 5th 3-mana Planeswalker, which was a huge punish. And I thought I was going to lose at that point, but I was I'm going to keep playing. And then my Tamio was getting up there. I don't know if he left endings in his deck. And then the second I milled Philology, I wasn't thinking of Suppression Ray, but I was I know what that does. And yeah, when you draw half your deck, you usually win.
Turns out drawing cards is good, but not when Narset is around. But yeah, you found the answer. Everyone knows what Suppression Ray does now. But coming here, looking at your entire team, the fans that you have in the audience as well, is there anyone you would like to thank before we hand over your trophy?
I would like to thank my teammate Loy. He built the entire deck, told me how to play it. I mean, we played 10 matches with Belcher before this weekend, so it wouldn't be impossible without him. I'd like to thank Basil. He's here for me all the time to get me testing, keep me motivated. Wouldn't do it without him. And everyone on SPO, I play Magic because of my friends, not because it's I would just play on Moto if it wasn't for these people. So all of them.
Magic is about the gathering, and from 300 players that stepped into the building this weekend, only one is left standing. So let's hear it for Pro Tour Edge of Eternities winner, Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer! Congratulations to our champion, Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer, with the wise words, when you draw half your deck, you usually win. What a fantastic tournament we have had here this weekend, and what a well-deserving champion indeed. It has been a fantastic weekend in Atlanta as we say goodbye to an utterly magical convention and exciting Pro Tour, where thousands poured through the doors to celebrate and 300 more to compete at the highest level of all. Over 2 days chock full of memorable plays, we worked our way through Edge of Eternities Draft and Modern. And it was the first Modern Pro Tour in a year, but the format proved that it is alive and well, with 7 distinct archetypes making up our top 8, and 8 players with their first paper top finish. It was time to make some new heroes. After 16 rounds of Swiss and a grueling top 8, it was Michael DeBenedetto-Plummer who emerged victorious with Tamashii Belcher, cementing his name in Magic history and inspiring countless players around the globe in a fan-favorite format. We'll see you all in December for a fantastic culmination to our season at the World Championship. Have a great night, everyone.